end. Otherwise, things can get confusing for me. All right, so speaking of confusing, chat. It's time to say hi, YouTube. I tried changing settings in the BIOS. What? What about BIOS? What's going on? What setting? To enable what? I don't know what you're speaking of. Oh, to enable myself in my own BIOS. I understand. I think I need more than just something enabled. I need like a firmware flash. I need some hardware replacements. Like I need a lot of upgrades before I can re-enable myself. And that's it. Pilot's gone. Pilot flew away. Bye, pilot. All right, so the World of Wind is where we're playing. Waterlungs is the fortress that we're playing. It is a untamed, wild / terrifying fortress. And no, it's fine. It went over my head the first time. I was like, no, it's just maybe. I thought it was like a Dwarf Fortress related question or something. Cyborg blind or Psy blind? Probably neither ever, realistically. Undead Fort? Yes. Yes. Today you will eat ice cream? I don't know about that. I'm reading this and I won't be eating ice cream today. I need two wooden cages. All right, so this is the top of the fortress. It's really ugly. I'm sorry. This is the part where the fortress gets a little prettier, but it's still pretty ugly, so I'm sorry. But down here, this is where the fortress gets nice. This is the part of the fortress that I'm quite proud about. We are currently digging up around here to add on to this little stream that we've got that goes around places and does things. We've got ourselves a farmers guild over here, which is about to get expanded to up here as well. We got several other different chapels and things. We've got economy set to hard, so making like this is a low quality guild hall. It takes a while to quite a lot of stuff to make something valuable enough to be worth doing. This is a giant puffin that lives here. These are our bedrooms. We do have a very small minecart route. These are our bedrooms. That's food storage. I probably need to expand that. More bedrooms. Also, we need to brew booze, so I'm just going to queue those up right now. Let's brew drink from fruit there and brew drink from plant there and just do this on repeat and make them easy. And then, yeah, we're basically just trying to get everybody into bedrooms because the population has gone up quite a bit, and we've got some really pissy dwarves that I need to fix. And then over here we've got, we've got this little minecart route that goes down here, and it's just a dwarf running back and forth. Nothing super complicated, but they're bringing granite from down here and up to the upper layer, so maybe we'll have to extend that today down a layer or two and continue bringing granite up. So that's what that is. And then we have some zombies and stuff in cages over here. We got some zombie goblins, as well as a cyclops that I caught. So I'm kind of thinking about maybe making a little, kind of maybe arena at some point, maybe. Thinking about it. Apparently there is a artifact being made. We need a temple complex, and I'm currently in the process of upgrading this from 12,000 value to 30,000 value by adding in a room up here. So a lot of construction going on right now. I smell your pajamas. Please don't. But thank you very much for the second month with Prime. That means the first one wasn't to misclick. That's good. And then over here, we've got dwarves and dwarves' names. We've got a Devilish Potato, Aegis, Bastet, a bunch of rocks, and BR Linden, as well as Earless Old Zwari and FG Squared, Jerry Gord and Joe True and Lai Gushka, as well as Orange, Ruby, Squeakbird, Rekaloo, and Salty Tempest, Sturlonian and Stillanitis, and Wonderkin, and wah, it's Frank. And then after all of that, I just gotta say, Cold-Blooded, I owe you a dwarf. What kind of dwarf would you like? Yeah, Kyra Asylum, you did in fact die. You died in one of the brawls that broke out, and then zombies have happened, and then more zombies happened, and then died. Happy soldier. Happy soldier. Is there really such a thing? Let me scroll down and see what we got in the soldiers. We got a mace dwarf who's currently injured apparently, or sleeping. We've got an axe dwarf, a hammer lord, a hammer dwarf. Okay, so do you want to be a mace, axe, or hammer? Looks like the I was gonna say Raikalu and Orange are the happiest ones, but seems like this Hammer Lord right here is the happiest. But you want to be the axe? Okay, I will axe you anything. Although I don't actually know if you're wielding anything. Nope, you've got a this bismuth bronze battle axe. Claims to be in your right hand, but I don't see it. Interesting. 87 years old, and you must never forget true loyalty. Repay in full, you say. You're impervious to the effects of stress and sloppy with his living space. He has a strong tendency towards privacy, and he has little time for forgiveness, and will generally seek retribution for past wrongs. He does not have a great aesthetic sensitivity, and he is conflicted by this since he values artwork and its creation. He does not often feel lustful, and he likes a little excitement now and then. Rarely is happy or enthusiastic, and he is conflicted by this as he values parties and merrymaking in the abstract, and he doesn't focus on material goods, and he often feels discouraged, and generally finds himself quite hopeful about the future. And he needs alcohol to get through the working day, and he doesn't really care about anything anymore. He personally would have the world operate in complete harmony without the least bit of strife or disorder, thinks that it is of the utmost importance to present a bold face and never grouse or complain or even show emotion, and he believes that those who sacrifice for others should be deeply respected. Values good craftsmanship and sees competition as reasonably important, and values decorum and dignity and proper behavior, and finds the pursuit of skill mastery off-putting, and finds leisure time wasteful. He needs iron, light yellow, diamond, and low boots, and hatch covers, and scepters, and donkeys for their stubbornness. And the words of the words of the berries of serenity, and when possible prefers to consume shad and carambola wine and avocados, and absolutely hates cave spiders. So since we just named somebody because I got the thing earlier, I'm not going to turn on the redemption for a little bit. I'm just going to kind of quietly turn it on in the background in like 20-30 minutes or so. That's kind of the plan. As for the surface, currently we've got giant puffins. We've got this big guy made of coral, and it's raining vomit. So it's lovely up there. But yes, resurrecting biome is the main thing. So anything that dies comes back to life. We have basically null defenses right now, and are currently getting a migrant wave. So the first priority for me is upgrading my farmers guild to a big fancy guild from the current guild. So we're just going to be working on this. That is primary goal numero uno currently. But yeah, it's been a pretty fun fort so far. Yeah, it's been a pretty fun fort. And then the fabulous coven here, which is I think this one. Yes, the Fabulous Coven needs a temple complex and high priest, which means we need to get it up to a value of 30,000. Which means I might actually do the exact same thing that I'm doing over here, which is just build straight up. So what I think I'm going to do is I'm going to... Kind of tempted to just like knock out a corner of this wall here even. Oh, I need to update that command. The goal command. I thought I did that yesterday, but I guess I didn't. I think I said I would do that. So goal is survive the undead artifact hunting. I want to build a big museum. This is going to be this. Because we're in a different part of the world. So I want to go hunting around the world. Okay, those are just stone walls, not detailed walls. Oh, also, Got another one to add to that. Tame giant puffins, because they're adorable. And melt the we could and melt the sure and begin the great thaw. How's that? Thaw is THAW, right? Actually, no. Let's just go and murder and attack the ocean. There you go. We'll just go and attack the ocean. All right. Up here, you've claimed a clother's shop. Do you have everything that you need there, dwarf? Still gathering. What have you? Wow, this dwarf is grabbing a lot of stuff for this artifact. We got puppy bones, silver bars, 3 different types of cloth, 2 pieces of silver, and a dog leather. And not sure what they're doing, but also, did we ever get the plaster over here? We did, in fact. Let's increase that up to 10. And we're also going to try and get soap today. Let's also make some copper buckets. But yeah, benefit about today is I'm way more awake today than I was yesterday. Puppy bones, the best kind of bones. The best kind of bones. It's bones that everybody suddenly gets the feels for when they see. They're like, oh no. It's definitely the one type of bone that truly elicits an emotional reaction from everybody. Everybody appreciates puppy bones. You're gonna say it's a thaw? Just for the memes? Okay, so right here, I'm going to dig up. And this is going to be the high temple for the temple complex. You say pipe section at a clother's shop? How? Like, genuine question. We'll add that to the burrow. So when I turn the burrow on, it can still go up there. Maybe you'll bust out the tablet and do some sketching while you enjoy dwarfing. Well, quite a few people, from what I can tell, are actively like drawing their dwarves, drawing their fortresses, sketching the maps and stuff. I wish I was talented like that. Or rather, I wish I'd taken the time to cultivate skills like that, is probably the better thing to say. I think that's a talent that anybody can simply acquire. It's just a matter of acquiring it. You need to make the ancient codpiece. Well, yeah, I mean, maybe you don't have to, but it's certainly an option, I would suggest. Let's let them do that for right now. Those are coming over here. Perfect. They're digging out more of the siltstone, which is good. Here comes the walls for over on the right. But chat, what have you guys been building in Dwarf Fortress recently? The dwarf wielding lick bottoms has killed anything? That was the mace, correct? Because that would be Claiborne. If I'm not mistaken, yes, that is Claiborne. Yes, he does have kills. Let's see. He killed a Minotaur. And also, I need to rename him. Claiborne has killed the Minotaur, has killed 1 zombie horse and 2 zombie chickens, because we had... So on the 1st of spring one year, a chicken died of old age, right? I think it was a hen, actually. And then it came back from the dead, obviously, as they do, and then it started killing more, and then this snowballed into a bunch of chicks dying, and then we had a mini like problem for a moment there, where there was all of a sudden a whole bunch of dead chicks, in the fortress, which is kind of hysterical, because they weren't even remotely threatening, but there was a bunch of evil zombie undead chicks and chickens in the fortress for a minute, and that was one of the more amusing things that's happened in this fortress so far. It's just, oh no, not the chickens. Oh god, not the chickens. Exactly, braids. So yeah, that was pretty good. That was pretty good. Oh, would you look at that? Ezim, the siege operator, has created Nekem Makodol, a frilly alpaca wool left mitten, and she offers it to the walls of drowning. I'm just gonna pause the game for a second here and remove these, because those are gonna be holes in the ground. And we're gonna go read that, and then I'm gonna put it in the artifact hold. Although it's not gonna show up because it doesn't have a sprite. Oh yeah, and then they killed a miner. Yes, they did kill a miner eventually. This is a frilly alpaca wool left mitten. All craft worship is of the highest quality. Although I think when it comes to the miner, I think I did state that if you died, then you deserved to die. I'm pretty sure I did say something like that. It is encircled with bands of alpaca wool silver and tower cap. It is made from alpaca wool cloth. This object is adorned with hanging rings of dog leather and menaces with spikes of dog bone, silver, and pecan wood. On the item is an image of two forgotten beasts in sheep wool. On the item is an image of dwarves in alpaca wool. The dwarves are laboring. The artwork relates to the foundation of Waterlungs by the whales of drowning in the accidental sealing in the early spring of 250. On the item is an image of a giant parakeet in red zircon. All right, so that's gonna go into here. Which is gonna go right there. There we go. These chickens are up to something. They certainly were. And we certainly destroyed their plans. We definitely destroyed their plans. Thwarted, even. So, since I was about to ask right before things fell apart, chat, what have you been building in Dwarf Fort recently? Or what game have you been playing, if not Dwarf Fort? Because off stream, I've played through most of Crisis 1 recently. That's been my non-streamed thing. There's stuff fighting. Oh no, there's a mule corpse. This seems bad. Time to go station the military in here. I'm not actually sure what's dead and what's undead. Okay, so the mule is undead. This just seems like a mess. I saw an undead dog in there for a second. I didn't see anything important dying. There's a very injured bunny who does feel gratitude after receiving food. No kills, though. I'm going to send the military back to training and hope that that doesn't happen again, and we're going to set all of these bodies to be dumped. Seems like it was 3 dogs and a mule. Was that actually your bunny, Wonderkin? Oh, wow, it is your bunny. Huh. Above ground, lakeside, human town in the joyous wilds with a pop of 30, relying on unicorn trade for income? Like as in trading domesticated unicorns? Or unicorn parts? Admittedly, both quite fun, but not too dissimilar with what I did with Long Death with that population, except with dwarves. All right, let's just do all this. We'll make the corners out of fancy things. It'll bounce back. I mean, Bunny seems to be doing okay. Could certainly be doing worse. All right, over here. Got a bunch of tasks I gotta unforbid, because of course they all got paused. And then we're going to continue with this. Your current fortress is only a hole. Wait, your current fortress has a hole to throw things down, and you might have tried a necromancer tower, and then they showed up one year and worship cage traps that they deliver us from the undead. Well, I mean, as long as it works at that point. Wait, also, what do you mean by... Oh, I see. You worship the cage traps. I'm like, wait, do your dwarves have like a god of cage traps or something? Worship the cage traps, yes. Cage traps are like kind of a lifesaver against undead hordes, which is why I've got so many of them up on the surface right now. Although currently I'm just hoping that the cage traps catch the giant puffins. Honestly. That's my current hope. Although the thing I actually need to do, I need stairs probably like right there. So let's just cancel these right here and go from down here up to here. We'll use sandstone for that spot. The deity of levers. Well, I mean, of course, every good gremlin would worship the deity of levers. I prefer the deity of stairs, but, you know, if you want a lever, then be my guest. Good day, Diamond. What? It's definitely a joke I've made before. What is the difference between a dwarf claiming an artifact for themselves as a family heirloom and the forts? Then it becomes the forts when they die. It doesn't matter really. Or whether or not a dwarf claims an heirloom, you can just completely ignore that. If they claim it for themselves, they'll be upset. Uh-oh, dog corpse is fighting with a child. There is a undead dog in my garbage pit. We gotta crush it. Can we get that lever pulled, please? We squish it? I know that puppy dog has come back to life, but like, can we squish it? Please? I mean, if we can't, then I'll just send the military up and I'll kill it again, but... Okay, we'll pause this. I'm gonna tell the military to go stand right here, and we'll go kill it again. Send them up here to go squish that. Dog is now dead again. Throw it up and over. Pull the lever. Good, Joan. No, Eurist. Don't be zombie. If you destroy it, if they claim it for themselves. I've heard conflicting reports that dwarves also get upset if you sell their artifacts, but in my experience, that's not a thing. I've never once seen a dwarf get upset due to their artifact being sold, so... Would a grate over that hole stop them from being scared? No, but I should. What I'm actually planning on doing is making a different garbage compactor further down. But what it should have is it should have a second lever that opens up hatch covers. So, different lever that's like behind a wall where they could pull it. Hatch covers. It used to be they did? Yeah, but I haven't seen that happen in so long. Neeks, what kind of dwarf am I giving you? Here, I'll run you through the list. Look at that lovely little set of colors, different colors of smiles. Sort by name, 5th from the bottom. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So Zuglar the spinner, who's currently listening to music, is listening to the musical verses. Tool is an example of the musical verses. The work has no particular subject. For lyrics, the composer has selected the birth of gut. Overall, the composition is masterful. You know, I just need to screenshot that Tool is masterful. I just need to do that. You're a dwarf that's listening to Tool. They're listening to Tool? That's what it says. They selected Birth of Gut. Yeah, exactly. I mean, it checks out. It sounds like some sort of Tool-esque thing. That much checks out. But all right, so you, the spinner, this dwarf. Neeks. I mean, Tool's kind of a metal band. You forgot that Diamond died yesterday? Yeah, I feel bad about that one. Neeks presents herself modestly and frowns on any flashy accoutrements. She has little interest in joking around and isn't particularly interested in what others think of her, is currently more shameless and likes to brawl, and does not have a great aesthetic sensitivity. She is conflicted by this as she values artwork and its creation, and she likes a little excitement now and then. She occasionally overindulges and has a greedy streak. She isn't given to flights of fancy, and she needs alcohol to get through the working day and doesn't really care about anything anymore. She personally sees competition as reasonably important, values hard work, and dreams of creating a great work of art, and likes andesite, bismuth bronze, and fortification agate, olive wood, and white-spotted puffer leather. White-spotted puffer leather, okay. Amber and rope rope reed paper, and the color Carillion, and shields and coffins and puzzle boxes and ducks for their quacks, and the words of the page of aquamarine, and the sound of the aquamarine lyric, and the sight of the musical blossom, and when possible prefers to consume badger and hagfish and pendant amaranth beer, and absolutely hates oysters. You know, I know plenty of people that hate oysters. That's not too uncommon. Adept Axe Dwarf, apparently. You recently felt empathy after discussing an acquaintance's problems, and we need to rapidly extend the size of this because we actually what we really need is we need another dining room. We need another dining room somewhere else in the fort. But first, I'm pretty sure I've still got dwarves that don't have beds. Yes, I've got dwarves that don't have beds. I've got these 2 rooms to finish, so... oh, geez, we got another one. I now need a doctor guild. Oh, boy. If a dwarf doesn't need booze to get through the working day, it's not a dwarf, Kylie. So with Dwarf Fortress, think about it this way. Humans are... you got stuck outside with zombies and ripped apart, Diamond. Humans are... 70% water, right? Dwarves are 70% booze. So if a dwarf doesn't need booze, it's not a dwarf. They're cursed, and they need to leave your fort stat. Fabulous Coven. We will approve that. So I still have that sitting up there, and I will get this queued up as a meeting place. which is going to be connected to this one, which is the Temple of Colors. The Chapel of Colors right there. Are goblins 70% evil? They're not actually evil. They're just enslaved, and it's kind of sad. Stealth is CT. That wasn't very stealthy, but thank you very much for the Prime subscription. It means a lot. And then this over here will be the Farmers Guild. Which is connected to this zone, which is the Rainy Pelt. So this zone up here is going to be the Rainy Pelt. Or associated with the Rainy Pelt, anyway. Also, I'm sorry, I have a library? No, I don't. Where did I accidentally put a library? Maybe I queued it up and didn't actually place it. You and the wife can't get enough? Well, I'm glad I'm glad they've been useful. Cheers, dude. Uh-oh. A vile force has arrived. Odds are pretty good. Well, we should just have enough cage traps for them. Not too many of them. Let's just make sure that the dwarves are locked inside right now. Probably just walk in right here and get stuck. I'll send the squads up here to go deal with the rest. And here they come. It's 1, 2. Actually station them right here. Because these are all going to start coming back to life in a moment, which is going to be a problem. As for the fighting itself, seems like there was a peasant in there somewhere. This goblin screams death. It's all around us. This is truly horrifying. The Raikalu bashes the goblin bowman in the right upper leg with his iron warhammer. Hammer Dwarf bashes the goblin bowman in the right hand with his silver warhammer. Hammer Lord bashes the goblin bowman in the right upper leg with his silver warhammer. Reanimating biome, yeah, so this stuff's going to start coming back in a moment. Siege is over, though. There was also apparently plenty of snatchers, but I saw them leave pretty quick. So, I'm going to go over here, and I'm going to go to... no, I'm going to go up to here. Free weapons? Yeah. No, I mean, free weapons and armor. That part's for sure. Let's do... corpses and just dump everything. Set everything to be dumped. Oh, here come the zombies. It's 1. Do they pounce on immediately? Fortunately, once they're zombies, they're not going to be that strong because they'll be stripped. Also seems like the goblin bits and pieces are all mangled now. It's a foot. That's neck. Necks can come back from the dead, too, which is pretty exciting. And doesn't feel pain. Well. Also, part of the reason I'm using hammers is because they're better at mangling stuff instead of cutting them up into many little pieces. I like how we have a giant puffin mangled feather because we slaughtered a giant puffin. Let's just get rid of everything. Get rid of everything. Keep an eye. Nothing's come to life in here yet. That's pretty good. What should you do with the caged angel? Oh, that's cool. I personally would put it in my tavern or somewhere cool and admire it because that's pretty badass. As for what can you actually do with it? I mean, you can set it on the enemies if they show up. That's about it. Unfortunately, there isn't too much you can do with demonic entities like that. Nice, Zatatos. Do you know if the training bug was ever fixed, where if you had military sparring, they could warp through constructed walls? I have not... Oh, shit. Well, you are dead there, Brewer, if you just fell in there. Yep. Anyway, what was it ever fixed? Yes, it was. I have not seen a... I assume it was, because I've not seen a single dwarf... I've not seen a single dwarf warp through a wall in any of the fortresses I've done in this world, or since this version started, more specifically. Let's put another scepter into here. You've seen no clip? What, like cats clip through walls? I don't believe I've ever seen that, but I also don't pay too much attention to cats. But yeah, I haven't seen a single dwarf warp through a wall in this version. Which doesn't necessarily mean it's been fixed. Okay, well, we don't need a fishery worker guild. Anybody who's fishing, just learn that nobody does this here. Splat sound from Gyromite? Man, I haven't thought about Gyromite in a bit, but no, I wasn't thinking about the splat sound from Gyromite. All right, well, this has raised up in value a good deal, but still isn't that high. So we're going to do vertical bars. They should all automatically end up just being copper here. Kind of don't like the way that looks. Get rid of that. Oh, wait, actually, do I have to do these individually? Yep. Kind of didn't like the way those looked. To figure something out for up here. Over here, this side has the value. Very low. We'll have to work on this quite a bit. That is the wrong tool. You had a dwarf 3 deep in my mid digging a well. Somehow can dwarves climb? I mean, theoretically they could, but they'd need some points in climbing. If you're trying to get the dwarf out, you're gonna have to like give them a way of getting out, probably. Would be my assumption, is you're gonna actually have to give them a way to get out. Oh, it did get out. Okay, I thought you were asking, can they get out? Yeah, no, I mean, yes, they can get out. They're just not always the best at it, is the problem. Right, so something I'm going to do real quick is rock statue. Let's just do 100 of them. And I'm going to specify image related to civilization. Existing image. Let's do our group symbol. And we're going to make it out of... Well, there's tons of shale around, so we'll just use shale, I think. We're going to make tons and tons of shale of our group shale statues of our group symbol is what we're going to do. And let's make a bunch of siltstone tables and thrones. Table. Or rock table. And rock throne. Hello, no one will find me. What's up? Let's just do 50. And 50. And siltstone. And siltstone. And I need some more wooden cages. Making sure that we got all those done. And I need to make rock crowns, so I need some craftsdwarf shops. I'll just put one right there. That'll do. While I'm working on all this stuff. Currently waiting 8 hours for a machine to learn. Seems like 8 hours of time off. What is the goal for it to learn? Or what is it trying to be taught? I don't know how to ask that question, to be honest with you. That sounds like a good thing to do on a day where you're down. Is just set a simple goal, like go to a restaurant and get a burger. Or go somewhere and get a burger. Still faster than teaching humans? I know Kung Fu. Oh, right. There's the dwarf that's been missing for a week. Well, we can make you into a memorial. Which I feel kind of stupid about. Sunlight is a foreign concept. You know, it's funny that you guys run into so many problems with sunlight in the winter. Well, lack of. Because I very much could have the exact same weather if I just went a little bit further north. Or about the same amount of sun if I just went a little bit further north. I wouldn't even need to go that much further north. We'll do lighter colored stone for the corners. And there it goes. That's going to be the top of the temple. And its value is going up. You learned how to make stuff out of specific... Oh, just now? From watching me do that? Well, I will say, it's a very useful tool to know how to make stuff out of specific materials. Making stuff out of specific materials is how you color coordinate your fortress. Which is very, very, very important if you want to have proper dwarven fashion. Which is also very not important, but... You just love my bedroom design? I'm quite happy with how they've turned out, although I will say they are very tedious to make. And they take a long time, which means I've had a really hard time keeping up with all of the dwarves' needs for bedrooms. But, you know. On the bright side, they look cool. But it is difficult to keep up with the number of demanded bedrooms. Also got some more up here that I can finish queuing up. Which can go around the side here. There you go. Also, chat room, thank you very much to everybody for tuning in so far today. You know, we're at 300 people watching. 2 hours into the stream, which is a lot of fucking people. So thank you so much to everybody who's watching the stream today. Well, that's not good. Stray reindeer cow was found dead, starved to death. I'm going to go stand the military right there because it's probably going to pop back in a moment. Crypt beer, yada yada, and all that good stuff. Exactly, something like this. It's really sunny where you are in addition to snowy. Outside is painfully bright. You know, it's funny because people, whenever I like post pictures about this of the snow or talk about going to hang out in the snow, people make jokes about me being snowblind. I don't know if any of you guys out there have ever actually been snowblinded before. I do not recommend. Like actually, if you could avoid an experience for your entire life, I highly recommend avoid being snowblinded. It is the worst. It is the worst. It sucks. Snowblinding, for those of you who don't know, is when the retinas in your eyes get sunburned, and it's like it looks like you're trying to look at fire at all times. It is awful. It sucks. It is one of the worst experiences I've ever gone through in my life. I wouldn't wish it on anybody, and I hope I never have to feel that feeling again because it is awful. Yeah, sun reflecting off the snow, yeah. I mean, the weird thing, actually, is if it's sunny and snowy, is you often get sunburnt up your nose, which a lot of people don't realize. Especially, like, people who, like, maybe you don't live somewhere where you get snow frequently. Have fun getting sunburnt up your nose. That's an experience. Some of the weirdest sunburns I've ever had in my life. Okay, thrones up to the top. Tables up to the top. Statue is up. The rock blocks will slow down for a little bit. Although I think I'm going to jump the value of this up a little bit. Put an item on display over here. And then we need a slab. Sunburn in the nose can make you chronically sneeze. Oh, really? I didn't get that the one time I got a sunburnt up my nose, but I did swear that I would never get sunburnt up my nose again because of how badly it sucked and how awful it was. It was just not a pleasant experience. Let's jump up to the surface and see, did that reindeer get thrown in there? Yep, and it also looks like it came back to life briefly. That or a bunch of teeth just got thrown out, so let's dump all this stuff back away. And the military back down to training. Let them go get their food as well. Let's get the last of this stuff off of here. Oh, can we get this crushed? Because there's a reindeer there now. And the reindeer is killing Goden. And Goden is now dead. Well, so is the reindeer on the bright side. F's for Goden. What even happened there? I guess it just, like, reached up. Okay, so the kid was just like punching the undead reindeer from the layer above. And it just started kicking him. For not so quick tutorials on YouTube? Not really. Here's the thing, right? I made 40 plus quick tutorials in a month. So I need a break. Will I do more in-depth tutorials? Probably in the future. In the short term, I have no plans. Currently, I'm just sticking to the community videos and my Let's Play stuff because I want to make content that I enjoy making. And while I might be pretty good at making tutorials, it's not that I burnt out, it's I don't want to burn out. While I'm pretty good at making tutorials, I don't like making tutorials. I really, really, really hate making tutorials, actually. It's like my least favorite type of content to produce. So do I have any plans? No, not currently. Long term, probably. But no, I'm kind of taking like January, February, March a little bit easy and just trying to figure out what the world looks like going forward right now. Okay, let's get this kid down in there. Well, thank you. That means a lot. I mean, there's a few short tutorials I still need to do that I haven't done yet. Like, as an example, I need to do one on Justice. I haven't done that yet. Still need to do one on Siege equipment. Haven't done that yet. Still need to do one on Range Squads. Haven't done that yet, so. It's painful to watch 30 minutes to absorb a basic idea. Well, that's the reason, like, when people ask me, they're like, are you planning on doing any not-so-short tutorials? It's like, not really, because to me, I think non-short tutorials are kind of just a waste of everybody's time. There are no other DF tutorials out there as good as mine. Well, thank you. I mean, that means a lot. Pretty much cold-blooded. Pretty much. But anyway, yeah, I don't know. I mean, kind of my goal, my kind of mindset, Kylie B, for the tutorials for Dwarf Fortress is I want to make enough that people who are watching get enough out of them that they can then go do everything themselves, right? A lot of the fun of Dwarf, like I've had so many people ask me just like, can you make tutorials on how to defend against sieges or like strategies? It's like, no. And like, that's actually something I'm never going to do. And there's a pretty simple reason. It's like the fun of Dwarf Fortress is figuring this shit out on your own for yourself to a degree. Which some people will always be like, but I want you to teach me. And that's great. And I'm very happy that you want me to teach you. But no. If you want to learn this to a degree, go just DIY. You'll figure it out. You'll be okay. And you will have a good time. And that's, I think, largely the fun of Dwarf Fortress for me, and so I can't be alone there. So I guess kind of my goal for the tutorials was just to put enough information out there that people can get past that initial, oh god, what am I doing in Dwarf Fortress learning curve, and then beyond that point, just be able to play and enjoy the game. And I think I've achieved that, mostly. Of course, there's a few loose ends I'd like to tie up, but for right now, I'm taking the next month and a bit easy for two reasons. And that's YouTube ad revenue sucks right now because it's February. And it won't start to improve until about March. So I get paid a third of the amount in YouTube ad revenue right now. And after that, we'll be getting close to adventure mode again, where I will do the exact same thing. You've ever had in DF was when someone got cursed by the gods and you had no idea what that meant. And then you found out, oh, that's fantastic. Yeah, no, absolutely. I mean, like that. And well, here's the thing. It's like, I just want to make tutorials that like ease that initial learning curve, right? And I think I did that. So, and also like, you guys need to remember that with those tutorials, I made 12 before the game came out in 4 days. Actually, more like in a day, actually. I made about 12 of those before the game actually came out. Which was a process. No, there isn't a projected time frame for adventure mode. Everybody insists it's probably 2024. So you know how the release date for Dwarf Fortress for ages was time is subjective? We're back in that route. There isn't a approximated time frame. It's when it's done. 2024, maybe. 2025, probably not that long. But Dwarf Fortress is a slow development game, and they haven't even started working on adventure mode yet, so it's going to take a while. The development for Dwarf Fortress is slow. And that comes with the territory of Dwarf Fortress. It's like, you know, Kerbal, right? Actually, it's a pretty good comparison there. Instead of being rushed, well, the way I describe updates to Dwarf Fortress to people who are not used to playing Dwarf Fortress, Kaylee, is it's like getting an expansion pack for a game you really like, except instead of the expansion pack costing $30 to $75, it's free. But it comes out about as frequently, right? So, you know, Destiny will get a really, really big update maybe once every year and a bit, but it'll cost you $40. Dwarf Fortress will put out an update roughly as frequently, but it won't cost you. Uh-oh. Okay, never mind. We're good. But it won't cost you anything. Which I think is a pretty good trade-off there. Project Zomboid actually is another very similar game to Dwarf Fortress in its development speed. Some people aren't used to the wait, though, so I kind of feel the need to, like, try and make people aware that, trust me, like, you can enjoy a game and just not play it for a while. You will be okay. How's the bunny still living? Not well. Terribly, I think is the joke answer to that. Do you mean the game doesn't need to be a weekly updated live service to be enjoyable? Apparently. But anyway, yeah, so that's probably, I guess, like when the next big rush of tutorials is going to come out of me, is whenever Dwarf Fortress adventure mode drops is going to be the next big update. Or passion projects is a good way to explain it. Yep, no. I mean, there's a few passion projects on Steam as well. I don't know. Duke Wellington. They haven't started developing it yet. How do I answer a question for something that they haven't started developing yet? Let's see if there's any livestock that we don't need that I can slaughter. Stray llama, slaughter that. Stray cavy, slaughter that. Pig is fine. So many random-ass goats. One is gelded, fortunately. Let's geld all of these puppies. I geld that cat. Geld all of the puppies but one. Doing all right, Deathless Angel. Still waking up a little bit. How is the bunny Hubris is actually a really good response. If you want Project Zomboid, a friend of mine streams a ton of it. She's pretty damn good. Fortnite? It's not Fortnite. This has been a... Fortnite is a bad example of people's expectations for games, but Fortnite is also simply walking in the footsteps of what many games before it have done. So I don't know if I would necessarily directly blame Fortnite for that. It's like, I don't disagree, but also not directly the best example. And Zhao PP, thank you very much for the 2nd month with Twitch Prime. Cheers. Welcome back, dude. Arrow the. Hello. How are you? Guild Hall's looking pretty good. I'm actually really enjoying turning the economy up to hard. Because, like, the requirements for, like, level 2 Guild Halls being 30,000 instead of, what, 10,000 is kind of fun. It really forces you to build big fancy rooms with lots of cool shit in it. Same with this. We'll let them work on that for a little bit. Let's see how many dwarves still need bedrooms. Oops, also, this needs to go away. Endok, you did the... Okay, how many people still need bedrooms? Actually, it's not that bad. What, like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7? 9, 10. Basically, I need 10 bedrooms. That's not bad at all, actually. Let's see, how many of them have all of them been assigned? I think they have. Okay, so what I'm going to do, because I'm planning on digging out more down here. Yeah, I guess what I'll do is I will connect back here and we will scatter more bedrooms around. The king in your current fort is traumatized because he decided to take a gelding job and the alpaca fought back. Did it actually do damage? Because I once had a dwarf lose an eye gelding a cat. Which is one of my favorite, like... Yep. Yeah, I could see that. See that happening in real life. Yes, they still count as closed rooms. You don't need to technically have doors on things. Actually, don't know if I'm going to be able to do this. I could queue that one in there. Then one here. But I can't actually do the full pattern because the rest would be underground. Backwards. That also looks pretty cool though. Oh, never mind. It's going to queue up to that. We'll have to do this one backwards. Which is fine, actually. Fits in with that nicely. The pattern is pretty. It's something. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7... 8, 9, 10. That should be good. You really love the music in this game? If you've never listened to it, it's also worth listening to the SoundSense 2012 tracks that Simon did. You'll hear a lot of the same tracks, but like much rougher earlier versions before they were officially produced as part of the soundtrack. Okay, so they're currently locked out of this. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to seal this, pull this lever. I love the kid playing on the pile of bodies. Or playing in the puddle of blood, not the pile of bodies. You yourself aren't injured. You just look injured because you're pretending to be. Need a dwarf to come pull this lever real quick. Another one can come over here and pull it. And because we are now locked inside, I can pull this lever, and we can let the dwarves out. And we can finally get back to just doing dwarfy things. Why did children do that? So the way children work in Dwarf Fortress is they do a job, they take a task, they go to a location with the task, and then their immediate next task, regardless of what their last task is, to play make-believe, right? So if you have dwarves or children hauling furniture, they will go to the furniture stockpile, they will put down the chair or whatever they were hauling, and then they will play make-believe. If you have them hauling bodies, they will go to the corpse stockpile, put down the body, and then immediately play make-believe. It's just how they work. They don't go to a specific place to play make-believe. They simply go to the last place that they hauled an item to play make-believe, which is hysterical and also kind of bad if you want your dwarves to survive mentally long-term. Let's go to Wargreat. Go up to there to that. Yeah, I need to get rid of child labor pretty soon in this fort. Or at the very least from most of the... I need to disable most of the chores. I should also probably get rid of hauling dead orders. Now that I think about it. I also wish it would say their mood on here, but... Yeah, I don't want them stone hauling, wood item hauling, burial hauling, refuse hauling, or animal hauling, because those are all risky jobs. But, like, the rest of these are generally fine. Generally. Getting there. What's the value of that? Only 2,400? Oh, I thought it was worth more. Man, this is going to be a challenge. Considering these guys up here are having a hard time getting these done. Let's permit that. What's the value of you? 5,000? At least it's something. So I don't think there's actually anything on display up there, so maybe that'll finish this one. That would actually be nice. Yes, but the Colossus pit is against Dwarven ethics. So, you know. Depends on how ethical your dwarves are, I suppose. The thing that I will say, though, with kids in Dwarf Fortress, one way that you can deal with them, if that is perfectly dwarvenly ethical, if you're having problems with them, is simply expel their parents. If you expel their parents, then they will just leave. With their parents, admittedly, but that is a way of dealing with misbehaving children without having to break the Dwarven code of ethics. Pretty much, yeah. It's like if their parents are useless and so's the kid, yeah, just fucking expel them. Which I've definitely done before. Is it possible to make like a fighting arena for your dwarves, like a gladiatorium against captured enemies? It's very easy to do that. Just use some planning and engineering and build one. Is it possible? Absolutely. Just simply release like some captured critters in with your military and they will kill them. But when I'm talking about dwarven ethics, I'm talking about this. As long as they're the enemy, it's totally fine. But you might not want to let your other dwarves watch that. They won't enjoy watching it. They will actively dislike watching it, in fact. There we go. Got the Grand Guild Hall done for this side, so that's good. Just decorations. I'm trying to increase the value of this room. Stone, aka Seashore's Wall. Good morning, good day, good afternoon, good evening, good time zone. Those things. Fraser, what kind of dwarf would you like? Select something from the list, approximately. We've got various things. What's good, Sugar Booger? I don't actually think Orange is here right now, Diamond. Pretty sure he's on a bus going across town somewhere. Who hasn't had a mood? Okay. I've got 2 weaponsmiths and neither of them have a beard. I got a blacksmith and a metal crafter, and an armorer and a blacksmith. So if you want a weaponsmith, they can't have a beard. No beard is okay. Well, which one would you like? The pissed off one or the less pissed off one? The less pissed off one? I can't guarantee you that you will make an artifact, but... She is emotionally obsessive, forming lifelong attachments, even if they aren't... Wow, reciprocated. Doesn't handle stress well. That checks out. And tries to keep her things orderly. She is grateful when others help her out, and she tries to return favors. She is generally quite confident in her abilities when undertaking specific ventures, and she doesn't focus on material goods and tends to be swayed by the emotions of others, and she has a calm demeanor. She isn't particularly ambitious. When she's thinking, her body becomes very still and she needs alcohol to get through the working day, and she doesn't really care about anything anymore. Personally, is affronted by the whole notion of maintaining decorum and finds so-called dignified people disgusting, does not care about art one way or another, and does not particularly value the truth, and dreams of crafting a masterwork someday. Likes talc, pig iron, pipe opal, giant giraffe leather, mountain goat hoof, and giant peach-faced lovebird bone. Gems and warhammers and blue peafells for their enormous fantails, and cave blobs for their bright orange color. And the words of the berries of serenity and the sound of the phrase of lathering, and when possible prefers to consume weasel, anchovy, and guava wine, and purple amaranth flower and garlic bulbs, and absolutely hates bats. Greetings, Freehold Boris. Why do people keep asking this? It's part of dwarven, bodily function. You're not a dwarf if you don't need alcohol to get through the working day. Every dwarf needs alcohol to get through the working day. It's not because they're just, frat boys. It's literally part of their biology. Vampires don't need alcohol to... Well, they still need alcohol to get through the working day. They just can't remember the last time they had some. Just queuing up more bedrooms. Dwarves need a beer to get through the working beer? Yep. It's a really cool room layout. It's turned out really well. I wasn't sure how it would turn out. It's really time-consuming to do consistently, though. So, it's really time-consuming. It takes a lot of clicks, and also, is slow to make. But yes, it is a cool-looking layout. It's just unfortunate that the dwarves don't appreciate it more than, your average thing. Let's do that. My whole goal, though, with my forts is to just make them look cool because I have to stare at them. If I don't like staring at my forts, what's the point of making them? It's funny, they're very aesthetically pleasing until I go completely off pattern with one bedroom. It's like this one, It's it's very aesthetically pleasing until I break it, but It's still, like, it turns out rather nice, and the water flowing through also looks pretty cool. And there's even a little minecart track that goes through part of it. You get the time consuming to make. Your cavern took 8,000 stone blocks or so and started on year 118. You're on year 135. Yep. Yeah, that's how Dwarf Fortress eats up months of your life. Trying to get mist generators for your dwarves so that, and to learn what to do with magma, and you haven't even messed with minecarts. Sounds about right. Minecarts are fun. They're not as hard as they look, though. They're actually pretty simple. Do I just, like, not have enough stoneworkers? What's actually happening? Oh, I see what's up. I've just got too many furniture jobs is the actual problem. Just pause the blocks jobs on 2 different spots. Anything major going on? Not currently. I mean, we've already had some casualties, but been pretty chill, I would think. We just had a baby born in the fortress. Tomorrow I get to record a podcast and then do a bunch of stuff for you guys on the YouTubes. Which will be good. I'm just trying to get caught up on bedrooms and various other things. You're not stuck, are you? No, you're not. Your latest mist generator, and then later in a game year, you were wondering why there was water flowing down the stairs into the first cavern guard post, but then the aquifer is not sealed, so you thought it was, and okay, I mean, that can be good. Having just, like, water running down your stairwell can actually be pretty good, because it causes mist. You don't need to make mist generators. That's something that, like, I feel like maybe I did a bad job making that video when I did about mist generators, because suddenly when I made that video, a lot of people were like, you have to make mist generators. You don't have to. Mist generators are, like, if you have to build a mist generator in your fortress to keep your dwarves happy, I hate to break it to you, but you probably fucked up somewhere. The dwarves don't actually need them. It's just one of those, like, it just makes your life a lot easier if you have them. And I personally like an easy life, but and read wet books. Think about it this way. It's like having a humidifier if you live in the desert. That's the way I imagine mist generators. It's like a humidifier. Whoop. Aegis the Miner has been possessed. There you are. Possessed by unknown forces in a strange mood. Let's see what you go and do. Zealous, remembering incompetently performing the rites of the scintillating cult at an improperly dedicated temple. Oops. Oh no, another Etten. Well, that's unfortunate. The Etten, Lengegel Tiquamata, a giant humanoid monster with 2 heads, has come. It's a tall boy, chat. I kind of just want to leave him up there. Better not be coarse. Fucking better not be coarse. Well, I mean, what I could do is I could just do this. Where are you at, tall boy? You're supposed to be locked inside, Dwarf. Are you not part of the thing? Well, wait, whoa. Oh, okay. That was where the Etten got caught. Well, that's disappointing. And out here we caught a goblin. Boo. I keep on hoping I'm gonna catch something fun, like another giant puffin or something I can actually tame. But instead they just keep catching like unexciting things like Ettins. Third reclaimed fort, and they're all overtaken by infected ghouls. Oh, that's exciting. Is it freezing to death? Stuff doesn't freeze to death in Dwarf Fort. Oh no, a dog came back to life. I'm gonna select a random dwarf and take a look. Dreams of crafting a masterwork someday. How about you, Kumil? Also dreams of crafting a masterwork someday. Boomot, currently praying. Also dreams of crafting a masterwork someday. Where is all my development of a skill, dwarves? All masterworks. It's all masterworks all the way down. There's somebody. Very ambitious, looking for a way to better her situation. Join the military. Behind the scenes of all of this, I just need dwarves that need to join the military. And I still need to make them proper gear, which I certainly haven't done. It's a novice swords dwarf. We'll toss you in there. You're a proficient fighter, and where's my exclamation point, dwarf? There we go. We've actually filled up the squad, which is good. You really enjoy watching Steam DF so much more than the OG. You can clearly see everything instead of guessing. Yeah, no, I think one of the problems with old Dwarf Fortress and streaming older versions of Dwarf Fortress is just everybody used a different tile set, right? Now suddenly this is like the first time where the whole Dwarf Fortress community is like unified under one tile set to a degree. Of course, there's still some variants. Some people are still playing older versions and whatnot, or playing classic, but almost everybody understands what they're looking at a glance now, which is really nice. Actually, I had somebody ask on the Discord earlier today if I would do community forts for older versions, and I'm like, probably not. Just because I know the YouTube audience well enough to know that I don't think many of them would watch it. But I'm just glad that people are still watching, you know? Like, there's definitely been a lot of hype drop-off post-release, and I know this is every time where whenever I say this, audience is just like, oh, it'll come back. And yes, I know it'll come back, but I know it'll come back when there's new patches. But hype's died down quite a bit, and it's nice that there's still so many people watching. Definitely don't toss the dwarf. No, tossing the dwarf is a bad thing. All right, let's assign bedrooms. This will also tell me which bedrooms don't need a door. That makes us 10 bedrooms. That should get us good, and I can focus on prettying them up and whatnot going forward. Okay. Now we just need to focus on this. Just getting there in value, but it's not there yet. Thank you, Insula-sama. Or Insulina. of that open layer with the little brook. Yeah, I wanted it to look like it was outside without being outside. I like my forts to look like a little town, you know? Anonymous gifter, thanks for chucking out a gift. Cheers. All I'm worried about with adventure mode is people being upset that they can't get into 1,000 creature settlements. I mean, you've heard Tarn talk about thinking about just turning off the brains of 99% of them, right? I think that'll be more than fine. Like, I have a feeling there will be some consideration made to that stuff. I mean, whatever people are into. I mean, nothing's official, right, Pablo? Nothing is official. All we know is what Tarn has talked about on like my streams with him, right? And he's said things like, you know, we really need to do a performance pass and stuff like that. And I have a feeling, not to just like King Putnam for everything, but like, I have a feeling that there will definitely be frame rate considerations made for adventure mode before that gets done. Because it would be silly for there not to be. Also, yeah, literally all you need to do is click them. When you're making multiple bedrooms, you literally just click bedroom, and then there's paint, which is just for one at a time, and then multi, where you just click and drag. And as long as you have enclosed spaces with doors and a bed in them, it'll dedicate them all as bedrooms. $17,000 is the value. Let's put more statues in. Okay, never mind. I won't put more statues in then. Yeah, generally, if a dwarf is trying to do a thing, you just look at just go to their skills and look at whatever their highest skill is that could possibly have a workshop. So this dwarf would probably get some sort of stoneworker's workshop. Or if they didn't have the stoneworking, then they'd need a carpenter. Just build that, and then they'll go claim that. Yeah, Boyer is a very common offender. Because not a lot of people have active crossbow making industries in their forts. Which is a bit of a shame. Crossbows are quite valuable. Agreed to build a temple complex, and we're not even like halfway there yet. This is the god of metals and dance. What we're making here. Or a temple dedicated to the god of metals and dance. Just putting windows everywhere and engraving everything and trying to just make things as valuable as possible. I'm going to fill the middle of it up with thrones as well in a little bit here. God of moshing? God, I wish. If only it was death, metal, and dance. Or death, metals, and dance. That would be the one thing that would make it better, in my opinion. Forrest is also swimming with petitions for entertainment. You had to accept about 5, and you decided that was enough. What, like for entertainers here to entertain your dwarves? Is it possible to export cheese? Yes, it is. Cheese goes into barrels and containers, so it'll get exported that way via barrels and pots and such. You were monitoring a friend in DF, and he accepted all petitions from monster hunters and entertainers, and then took about 60% of his population. Yeah, that'll happen. They will do that if you let them. Can definitely become an issue. Also kind of hysterical. I think I'm actually going to make this kind of a corner here for places to sit. And then, thought I did floors through the center in a different color, but maybe I didn't because I'm silly. We have enough. Ah, man, that's 26, not 19. You know, let's do dolomite through the center. Slightly different color. We'll set all those to be engraved too. Cheese Runner DF edition. I'm glad that you guys are like jumping on with the Cheese Runner memes. I'm really happy I've been able to make that one stick post premium Dwarf Fortress launch. Because that was such a staple of Dwarf Fortress streams for us here for a while. Wondering if there's any artifacts in the fort that are not currently... I'm sorry, what? So the Etten is wielding a artifact coffin. All right, I'm gonna let the dwarves go out and get that because I would like that in my fort. What the goddamn? Yep. The Etten has a coffin. So I'm gonna have to dump all of the items out of their inventory. Although I'm just gonna toss these goblin cages. Just gonna chuck them in there. Crush them. This guy, on the other hand, I'm gonna be a little bit more careful about. It's not a bug. It means you have mismatched equipment. It's just extremely finicky to get to work. But in regards to you running into equipment mismatch issues, just make sure that you're specific about what you assign them. You had an Etten with an artifact Warhammer strapped to his chest, and you were able to assign it to a pedestal, and then they took it away. Wait, what? What? Why would they take it away? Did somebody steal it? That seems kind of bad. It's mandated the construction of certain goods. What do you want, Swery? Ballista arrows. I really have no interest in making you ballista arrows, man. I'm actually wondering. Nope, not currently. Oh, I see the problem here. Stockpile too big. I'm just gonna dump these. Just get rid of them. The ones with things in them. I'm also gonna widen this stockpile by one. I need those dudes from the surface. How goes the fortress? Pretty good. Struggling a little bit with the hard economy settings. But it's pretty good, though. Did you click... This button? Disband squad button? Do I still play Jupiter Hell? I play it when there's updates. It's one of those games that I really, really, really like playing, but I traditionally, at the very least, less so recently, but traditionally it's always been a hard game to get people to watch. But I play when there's updates. When there's major updates, I put like 40 hours into it in a week. So, waiting for the next update. But the dev's on vacation right now, I think. So I will definitely play more Jupiter Hell, but I'm also at this point kind of waiting for Epion to make his next game, whenever that may be. A hellish task, you might say? Well, not really hellish. Also, as of late, I've been playing quite a bit of Caves of Cud, which has been scratching the roguelike itch for me personally. The dwarf is a talented boyer. There you go. Get that fancy crossbow. You've gotten quite fond of Cud? Hell yeah. Hopefully I can make you quite fond of some other weird games. I'm sorry, what? Oh, that's not good. There's an undead llama that shoved somebody into one of the creeks. Can we get the military over here to kill this llama, please? Just leave them here for when this becomes a zombie in a moment. Also, some migrants have just arrived. Great timing. Yeah, they did. No one will find me. Made me real happy when I saw that. That's a bad spot for that to be. Took to Caves of Cud a lot quicker than DF. It's a nice change. It's a very different kind of learning curve for Caves of Cud. Caves of Cud is much more wiki learnable. Dwarf Fortress is repetition, I think. Used to be big into old school NetHack. Oh, really? Yeah, no, if you were ever big into NetHack, Cud's an easy thing to jump into. You beat Caves of Cud with the Palladium Reef, and now you're waiting for the full release to give it another try. I finished Caves of Cud with the Palladium Reef, and I'm slowly plucking away at it right now. I don't know if I'll get to the current content stuff, though. I'll be right back, chat. I gotta go take a real quick piss. All right, I return. Stricken by melancholy. You think they went too long to be able to satisfy? Yeah. So if you don't satisfy the strange mood within like I think it's a season, or give them at the very least a location to begin dealing with the strange mood, they get stricken by melancholy, which is basically them going insane, and it's uncurable at that point. They're just dead. So what I need to do is I need to drain this again. But you know for next time. So this Ettin's cage. Need to make a garbage dump zone right there. And I need to... Oh, we can just dump these two. Then remove dump. Uh-oh, we got ourselves a ghost. Do I have a slab for it? I don't think I do. No, I don't. Okay, let's make a slab for this ghost then. Which is Olon. We'll get that dealt with. Did your dwarf end up completing their artifact? Yes. Wait. No? I'd swear you did. But apparently not. I'm very sorry. Yeah, I'm sorry. Jesus. Just too many different things happened. I was paying attention to this Ettin. Yep. So convenient considering someone else just asked about that. Happens to the best of us. I'll have to keep an eye on you. So apologies about that, Aegis. Apparently we're making Masterpiece Bigtail Claw, so that's good. Which is bad, because like I really could have used that artifact, actually. Actually, I want to check something. How many miners do I have currently? Decent number, decent number. Grab 2 more hunters. 20 of you. Everybody does this, everybody does this. Add a couple more of you. Everybody does this. This is just for weaponsmithing. Never named. Age is just, I feel terrible. I'm gonna be blunt. I do feel really terrible that I missed out on, that I forgot about that one. So I'm sorry. Take this as my formal apology. I know, I just need them to dump that. Uh-oh. Oh, never mind, that was the ghostly bone carve has been put to rest. It's the sound you want to hear. Certainly not my brightest moment, letting a dwarf die from an artifact. How's the value of this? Not even halfway there. Okay, what's going on with this furniture? Why? Okay, they're finally starting to make the furniture. I'm gonna say, like, this is taking forever. Could do sards in the corner, but make silver thrones. Probably not a bad idea, actually. That was, yeah, we got what, 89 silver bars. Yeah, let's do 50 silver thrones. Silver throne. We'll put 25 in there and see how it does. I got stray water buffaloes running around. Bunch of animals I gotta slaughter. Also got a cow. Yeah, no, Silver Thrones look great. Yeah, he was from the... That's another reason why I feel bad, is because he was one of the original 7. Gosh. This is what I get for focusing on construction and not the dwarves. Speaking of, how many need bedrooms now? Quite a few. When the artifact is created and finished and it says they offer it to a oh, it means they're offering... So if they're offering it to you, or if they're offering it to a group, it means they're offering it to you, the player. You can do what you want with it. If they claim it as a personal treasure, it means that they will prefer if you keep it, but they still don't really care. And if they dedicate it to another dwarf, it means they're like dedicating it to their parents or something, usually. An aquifer floods in my expansion plans. Yeah, exactly. It's like it's hard to do everything. But this is a game that's designed to just like overwhelm you and give you a billion things to focus on so you can never focus on everything. I think if I were to blame it on anything for this one, I'd blame it on that Etten showing up. I just wish it wasn't one of the original 7. Like it's not, this also especially is not Aegis's fault, but you should have asked that question like 2 minutes earlier. But oh well. I might have had time to save him then. And those and where things are at the top of a list. I have Twitch chat, and sometimes Twitch chat reminds me of my priorities, and sometimes Twitch chat distracts me from my priorities, and then worse. That's what I have. Sometimes it's just like text-to-speech noise, and I'm like, yay, money, and then I forget what I'm doing in the game, and then dwarves die. Sometimes we don't have this problem. No idea. It seems to be all over the goddamn... Like, before I would... In older versions of this game, Fendel, I would say 3 to 5 tops. In this version of the game, I've seen them 40 layers thick. I've seen them 1. So, I don't know. Exactly, Cram. Well, I mean, I wouldn't have a job if it wasn't for chat. So, chats giveth the lot. Has many members... The Company of Gorges has many members... a Stoneworker Guild. Another one. We need another guild hall, chat room. Well, I do have this tiny spot up here. So maybe the Stoneworker Guild go over on this side. We knock out one of these, 2 of these copper bar things, and we make our Stoneworker Guild this. What if this is the Stoneworkers Guild, and this is also just happens to be where the majority of the stoneworking stuff gets done? We could have a tiny little minecart track that goes from like here over to the middle of the Stoneworkers Guild, and we can fill this entire thing up with stoneworkers shops, pave the whole thing, and it can be the mundane, awesome space that it needs to be for a Stoneworkers Guild. And then in the center we can have a little cross, and it could go up to a second floor with stairs around the edges, theoretically, if they ever demand it. Also, speaking of your dwarf, is your dwarf that got chucked into the water standing yet? Oops, looks like they got him. Sweet. At the very least, your dwarf climbs out of the water without us having to, like, climb you out of the water for you. It's actually kind of convenient. It's like, oh no, a dwarf fell into the water. What are we ever going to do? Oh, that's fine. They'll be out in a minute. For unusable Z levels, if you want to get a lot, unfortunate. Yeah, I mean, I don't think it's unfortunate. I think it's just different. Like this fortress was real thin. It's aquifer. It was like 6 Z levels deep or something. But I've definitely had like I pumped a pump stack through several very, very, very crazy setups, and it's time consuming, shall we say? Let's bring some thrones and tables into here. Certainly unique challenges to make a lot of drains off the edges of the map. Yeah, I don't mind it. I wish it was something that was a little bit easier to tweak in Advanced World Gen. Because I think that it... Like, I personally don't mind it, but I think some people very much do mind it. Like, the super thick aquifers aren't for everybody. That's for sure. We're on layer 5, 6 Z levels. It's 4 Z levels thick. Yeah, I guess, like, for me, it's just, like, it's more reason to avoid some very deep soil maps, I think. Because some very deep soil maps can be pretty rough. Nearly winter, and all that you've accomplished is dig through a wall and wall off aquifers. Hey, you know, Dwarf Fortress gives you many surprises. And that's what's exciting and fun about it, right? 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 How goes this keeping the zombie apocalypse at bay? You know, it's funny, because I don't think you intended this, but there's a very unintended kind of great pun in the middle of that. At bay. We are on the ocean. Should you keep the zombie apocalypse at bay? Well, we are on the bay, yes. And there is a zombie apocalypse on this map constantly. So, that's kind of funny. But it's going okay. It is going okay. Also, I wonder, did they... Actually, hold on. Let me look up that artifact coffin real quick. This thing. Oh, I see what I forgot to do. Claim. Dump. Undump. Try that. In that order. That donkey named? No, it's not. Slaughter that donkey. Yeah, it's the generic statue sprite. The statues of cubes are all images of my fortress logo, basically. It's the icon of our fortress. The symbol of our fortress, even. Let's see if that works. Okay, so what I need to do is I need to go up here and I need to disable dumping into here for right now. Pause this. Pull this lever. Because I need them to actually put it all here. And then I need to claim all of this. And then up here, I should be able to add this coffin. What? Where artifact coffin? Maybe the Etten still has it. God dang it. Barrett visits every day who's now permanently seriously injured. Only if you can only help them if they ask to join your fortress, is the way that works. Which is possible. They theoretically could. So not all hope is lost there. The Earthen Creed now requires a temple complex and a high priest. The Earthen Creed being the temple that's here. Yeah. What's the value of this one currently? 7,000. Oh boy. I think I really need to just pick my battles and do one thing at a time here. You slipped and fell onto concrete? Oh no! That hurts. Feel better, dude. Jeez. I did that during the cold and it wasn't pleasant. Finally had to put guardrails up on the creek, silly dwarves. Or are they falling down a waterfall? Because they do that. Yeah, I hope you're able to get a good burger in the process. Needs 30,000. Burger was mid-tier. Aw. That's a shame that the burger had to be mid-tier. I kind of, like, I would sit here and just brag about the Korean food I got last night, but I would feel bad. Me and Orange went and got Korean food last night, and I had this extremely good pork rib soup, which was really, really, really good. Yeah, it was Orange's first time having Korean food. A new kid was born in the fort. I was given one of my fisher dwarves, who needs to be a new career dwarf, just gave birth to a boy. What kind of dwarf am I giving you, Elfie? For reference, I will scroll through the dwarves that are available. Let me know approximately what job you would like. I do have a shit ton of peasants. It's kind of hysterical, actually. It's just wrong. You want to be the new baby? No, do you want to be the new baby or the recent baby? We got Mistum, who's a lady, and we got Kib, who's a boy. Which one do you want to be? You'll be the baby baby? All right, so the baby baby, just like the line from Star Wars where he says, baby, baby, hold together, is Elfie Bean. There you go. You are baby, who's currently being carried by mom. You're impatient and not creative. That checks out. Your first ever thoughts are, nah, as your first words, and you were bored and interested. Interested after watching performance, interested after watching performance. The first thing you remember is seeing a llama die. Well, that's good. Oh, shit. Party time. Oops, I lost it. Where did baby baby go? He is consumed by overpowering feelings of jealousy, and he takes no pleasure in his talents and appearance. He has a great trouble mastering fear when confronted by danger, and he is inattentive to detail in his own work, probably because he's an infant. He often acts with compassion and is easily discouraged and likes to take it easy. He has an active imagination and can sometimes act without deliberation, and he has a tendency to consider ideas and abstractions over practical applications, and he is somewhat uncomfortable around those that appear unusual or live differently from himself. When he's nervous, he never allows pauses to occur in conversation, and he needs alcohol to get through the working day. And he personally is offended by leisure and leisurely living and dislikes cooperation. And doesn't really value merrymaking. He dreams of creating a great work of art. He likes iron, sapphire, hippo leather, impala hoof, and alligator snapping turtle shell, bucklers and quivers and amulets, and water buffaloes for their wallowing. And when possible, prefers to consume kia, anchovy, and plum wine. And hates burning maggots. It's a dwarf's dwarf right there. Hua. It means they're partying in the tavern. What it means. All right, so now that happened, what was I doing? Right, working on this. Gotta say, getting the value of these up to 30,000 is quite a bit. It's like to the point where I'm like, maybe I need to gem and crust some things. Oh, I'm sure. I'm sure it's much easier if you have gold on your map. Or platinum, which I haven't seen either of yet. Pretty sure I don't have either of those. Put a puffin in there. That doesn't increase the room's value at all, though. Oh, absolutely. Absolutely, but I don't have much in the way of precious metal. It's like I have some silver, but that's about it, and that's not actually that valuable. in comparison. Sure, but I would need to catch more than one giant puffin for that to work. Currently, I only have one giant puffin in the fort. It's not actually that much puffin. A lot of clear glass. Yeah, there's a few separate things I might need to do, but there's just been so much in this fortress. Like I haven't had time to scale up a lot of things. No, I've got the economy set to hard. So not only has the economy changed, I'm making it harder because I'm curious. So largely it's just me doing it to myself, I suppose. That is a very heavy Etten. Imagine having to carry that. Why's my phone going off? What's happening? Someone is texting me. No one is texting me. It's my phone informing me that it's time to pay my phone bill. Time for some strip mining? See, here's the thing. No, it's not. If it was time for strip mining, I would be strip mining. The thing is, I'm in a haunted biome, and I don't really want to hit the caverns. I'm also not cheating and telling myself where the caverns are. Because anything that dies on this map will come back as a zombie. Meaning, when I hit the caverns, I need to be ready to hit the caverns, because if I hit the caverns, it might just be full of undead forgotten beasts. So when I hit the caverns, I need to be ready to hit the caverns. Casual elephant. How goes things, all things casual? Doing good? Good to hear. You got robot speak for a minute there? That's bad. I haven't dropped any frames, so it wasn't me. I can tell you for a fact there is no gold nor platinum on this map because I set my minerals to sparse. So finding metal ore is rare for me. So in older versions of the game, the default for metals was sparse, right? So when it's set to frequent, which is the default, which is what most people are used to, which is what you're probably talking about when you say go strip mine. If I go strip mine, I won't find much. I'll find some more silver probably, maybe some more probably more tetrahedrite and some more raw silver, which is the two that I've found. I think there's iron on this map somewhere, so I might find iron, which theoretically could be made to steel. Huh? Oh, Aegis finally died. I was gonna say, how'd you been found? I thought you were already dead. Well, let's go station the military here until he comes back. All the ore veins are in the aquifer layers. Dwarf Fortress. That's actually like a really realistic thing, though. All of the ore veins being in aquifer layers. That's actually very realistic. I'm actually considering just like saying no to that group for right now. This is going to be the Stoneworkers Guild Hall. Should have just made this area bigger. Maybe we'll do that, actually. We'll just make a large dance floor at the end here. We'll just do that. I mean, there's other ways to get iron outside of, you know, what's the word? There's way more ways to get iron aside from just, like, mining it, right? So keep that in mind, too. Yeah, I don't know. If everything is just available on the map from the get-go, which is generally what happens when you do frequent material spawning, it just gets so boring for me. Because I feel like there's no actual challenge there. And sourcing materials is half the challenge for me in Dwarf Fort. It's like, I have this cool project I want to do, but I need to get the materials from somewhere. Yeah, exactly, Goth. Yeah, well, if it's a heavy aquifer, yes, it's that would be problematic. I mean, strip mining or, like, mining out an aquifer layer specifically for ore veins is absolutely doable. It's just slow. I'm gonna remove this statue. I might actually just deny that religion for right now. Uh-oh. Okay, Catan's been put to rest. That's good. Bum, bum, bum. All right. There's a lot of chatter on a private Discord that I'm in about going to Las Vegas for TwitchCon. Because TwitchCon is happening in Las Vegas this year. So, kind of halfway paying attention to that whenever the game saves. You like Volcano Forts based on restricted mineral settings. No coal, rarely any flux, and lots of plenty of spicy water. Yeah, and then you turn all the enemies into spicy water and then turn them into your materials. Volcano Forts can be a lot of fun. They really, really can be. Limuel the Weight Weaver has been taken by a Fey Mood, which is something I could really use right now, because that would help me finish some of these buildings up. That's something that's kind of neat about the hard economy, actually. Oh, a Vile Force of Darkness has arrived. Well, I really don't want to fight these guys. Like, I really, really, really don't. So I'm just going to hit this button and pull this lever and just hope that we get the lever pulled before they get into the traps. Because they also won't stick around too long. Looks like we won't get the lever pulled. Actually, yeah, we did. Caught one of them. So they shouldn't be able to get in. They're just going to go hang around for a bit. Maybe make an undead creature and then die. That'll be okay. But since the door is locked, I can now disable this again. If you dig into an aquifer and build walls around it, that should stop the water. As long as you haven't exposed the ceiling, because water comes from the walls and the ceiling, right? So as long as you're digging straight down and you just build around right where you're digging, yes, you'll be good. Once played in Joyous Wilds with a volcano, it was so much fun. I once played in a terrifying biome with a volcano, which was great. It was great fun. So much of a good time. Until, like, the undead ravens started dive bombing into the volcano catching on fire and then landing on things. That was fantastic. Just these undead giant ravens just burning down everything constantly. It was something. It was certainly fun. Also a bit infuriating. A phoenix would be a cool mega beast. Yeah. Although you could already just have birds made of... Uh-oh. Corpse finally came back. Toss him. And, Ralkiv. Let's grab the other one because there's also no slabs engraved there, apparently. I don't actually know what that other one is. You have a question on how you have rep with the mountain home on this fort since the Civ had a pop of 1? Mechanical requirement, I think, would be the only real answer I have to that question. Like, I think the game just requires every fortress to have some sort of relation with the mountain home. I'm sorry, what? So apparently Workers and Resources Soviet Republic has been removed from Steam for DMCA's takedown request. Huh. So I'm going to read this community post verbatim because this is wild. In short, one of the players who created a guide on how to play the game is now claiming they own the rights to the game mode, the realistic mode that they have. We're working to resolve this issue. The General Secretary of the People's Party at 3 Division here. We got the first enemy of our Soviet Republic, and this is making our life harder and significantly slowing down the development process. He was a respected member of our community and one of our best party members, but he decided to betray our republic and our party and our ideals. It all began when he was... Wow, this is kind of whack. How does that even happen? This guy reported our website, and the website was taken down. He also reported our video about the last content update, where realistic mode was introduced, and the video was taken down. He was successful because these reports are handled by bots and not humans, and we will issue our reactions, and hopefully we will get answers soon from human employees at YouTube and Wix, and we can evaluate actual claims and agree that this is nonsense. Whoa. That's something. Workers and Resources Soviet Republic is the game, which I currently can't show you because it's not on Steam. Human Caravan has arrived. Oh, sweet. Well, at least I hope that means that the goblins left. Yeah, I literally can't. Here, I can show it to you on Steam because I own it. This game. It's like a Soviet city builder. But currently, like, if you click this button, I guess it'll just take you to the homepage. Yeah. Yeah, it looks nothing. That's wild. Apparently, yeah. No, a player made a guide and said it was theirs, not a mod. A guide. Fucking capitalism threatening the glorious motherland again, SMH. That's pretty funny. Wow. I'm weirded out by that. That is so strange. So I'm not gonna let these traders in. There's undead owls people on the surface. Good luck to you, human traders. You chose to come here. I didn't ask you to come here. I'm pretty sure Chad is memeing. Be vigilant. But their deaths will be at my hands. Allegedly. That's fine. I have a lot of hands. Okay, well, be vigilant. You don't have to make shit weird, yeah? We're talking about a video game here. Can we talk about a video game? I mean, like, here's the thing. Like, if you want to talk about politics, we can talk about politics. But there's a difference between, like, joking and scoffing at a video game and reading a post about a video game versus talking about actual historical events and horrific atrocities against human life. So what the fuck are you trying to do here? If you're just trying to start shit, fuck off. Otherwise, like, we can mock and meme a game that just got taken down because some fucking guide writer DMCA'd their whole website. It is kind of hysterical, but also really shitty. Where's our guard walruses? Well, the walruses didn't step in my traps yet. If they stepped in my traps, we would have walrus. Oh, actually, there are walruses on the map. They're not giant walruses, though, so good luck to them. What's going on? Absolutely nothing of value. There are undead owl people on the surface and giant walruses everywhere. Also, apparently I caught a bunch of goblins in my cage traps. Like, could livestock? I'm sure they would be, yeah. I just need, like, once again, I need them to jump into my traps. That's good, Master Niles. I mean, it's a good game. Like, it's not a game I enjoyed playing when I played it, but it is a good game. To dry out? Define dry out. Yes, but be vigilant. When I start seeing things in my chat like I'm from this place actually, well I'm from this place. It's like just shut up. There's if you want to have like mature discussions about a thing, cool, and this can be the time and place for that. But it's all about how you approach it. So I'm just gonna shut it the fuck down when I see shit starting, because it's generally not worth it. We should follow that artifact. What do you need here, dwarf? You have cloth, tetrahedrite, and donkey bone. Logs, cut gems. Oh, it shouldn't be cut gems. Metal bars, probably not. Rough gems. Do we have logs? Oh, yeah, that's the problem. They want wood. They want wood, which means you may have to die, dwarf. Dehydrate permanently? Again, I don't know the question. Like, are you talking about dead goblins rotting? I don't know the number. You have to look that up on the wiki. There's currently a bug where building destroyers can't destroy doors. This is true, yes. So our siege is super easy at the moment. The entire game is super easy at the moment. Like, you see this this guy up here? We trapped him in between these two doors, or actually these two doors right here, and then looped him up here, and then trapped him behind this door. It's like, might as well not exist at the moment, let alone be super easy at the moment. Yeah, I don't do that. That's for pansies, goth. That's fine. You can be a pansy. I'm just no pansy. I don't lock my dwarves up. I let dwarves exist and see others while they're working. We also need more wood for beds. So maybe it is time to go down to the caverns. Maybe it is time to go down to the caverns. Well, I can tell you this for a fact. I am not a nice spring flower. Oh, yeah, no, I mean, if somebody punches a statue in a tavern and curses the fort, then for sure, yes, those are the ones that get locked up. I'm sorry, what? Why did that drop your value? That's perplexing. Oh shit, bridge seals on the hospital walls? You could just lock the door. Yeah, I don't like making everything entirely impenetrable. There's no fun there. It's a role-playing thing for the shops. If it fits within your head canon of fort design, then yeah, go nuts. Damn, Aegis, that's a big win. Well, I mean, doors should get fixed eventually. It's a known bug, right? Or if not bug, I don't actually think it's a bug. I'm pretty sure it was a known design decision because they ran out of time as far as doors go. But I'm assuming doors will get changed back. And then after that, it's not really a happy medium, right? It's Dwarf Fortress doesn't fuck with you. RimWorld fucks with you. I hate the way RimWorld fucks with you. RimWorld actively ruins your game for the fun of it. And I don't find that fun. Dwarf Fortress lets you ruin your own game due to, like, forgetfulness or incompetency. So if you want that happy medium, don't build doors. Don't build drawbridges. Let things in. Let the enemy attack. You can absolutely do that. The power is yours. It's just a matter of doing it. I don't know how this made this area less valuable. Actually, I'm curious about something. I wonder. How? So confused. Yes, but there's also the point where one is RimWorld and the other one is Dwarf Fortress, and they are only compared because the creator of RimWorld is obsessed with marketing his game as being like Dwarf Fortress. It's the only reason they're compared. They are very, very, very different games in their actual execution, and they've always been very, very, very different games. No, Artifact did not get deconstructed. Still there, I think. Yeah, still there. Which is also like 2,000 value, so it's not a huge amount. Nope. Be vigilant. Necromancers in your own fort will only resurrect the dead if they are startled by something, which can, of course, cause it's a self-defense mechanism. As for enemy undead and enemy necromancers, they will just show up and randomly start rezzing shit. Your own necromancers will only res stuff if they're startled. Oh, I know. I see the problem here. I am trying to make nickel silver statues. I want to just make silver statues. Actually, I think I can make 2. No, they're not. Marauders. And this is coming from somebody who has thousands of hours in RimWorld and tens of thousands of hours in Dwarf Fort, right? They are not similar genres. RimWorld is a tower defense strategy game. Dwarf Fortress is a world simulation. Like, you can disagree with me all you want, but they are extraordinarily different games in their, like, gameplay and execution. They are extraordinarily different. And comparing the two of them is kind of goofy. They are both very good games. And they are both inspired by, I guess, the same ideas. But it's kind of like saying StarCraft and Civilization are both strategy games. Yes, you're not wrong. They are both, in fact, strategy games. But everything beyond the point where they are strategy games is so fundamentally different, comparing them is actually kind of silly. On how it's a tower defense game, RimWorld sends you extraordinarily predictable waves of things that are there to fuck with you. There are storytellers that come packed in that will just send them randomly, but even then they still send you relatively predictable patterns of things to fuck with you. And it's up to you to tolerate those things as they appear. It's a game about building a base on a flat map and trying to withstand against whatever the game's threat decides to threaten you with that day. Be it things falling from the sky to kill you, be it things coming from the ground to kill you, be it things coming from, other factions to kill you. Nothing is persistent. The world isn't persistent. There is no world generation like in Dwarf Fortress. Well, I guess there is kind of. It scatters around a map and gives you a bunch of icons and things to do if you want. But you can also just completely ignore them. It's just a very different style of execution of game to the point where they're comparing them, like I said, is goofy. Yes, it's bound to your wealth. Dwarf Fortress, it's what happens to be in the world and what's near to you and based off of the leader's preferences and whether or not they're warmongers. So, yeah, the difference is I got bored of RimWorld after about 3,000 hours. And then continued to play it for another 1,500. Dwarf Fortress, I've streamed 7,000 hours of this game, and I ain't going anywhere. Like, they're both, like, I'm not knocking RimWorld, it's just I think comparing the two of them is goofy. Oh, I didn't memorialize that ghost yet? Thought I did. I'd swear that I went down here and placed this, but I guess I didn't. I have zero interest in ever revisiting RimWorld ever. Please don't ask me to. Especially because I have zero interest in paying almost $40 Canadian for that DLC. So absolutely not. I support games that I believe in, made by people that I like. RimWorld hasn't been that for a very long time. 3 times, actually. Quote, if Tyler one is insane. And locking your interesting mechanics behind an expensive DLC is not a business model I enjoy. Or particularly want to support for that matter. Oh, we got human merchants here. Come on, get in here, guys. Yeah, and Tarn wrote 2. What's your point, indeed, Hughes? I have no idea where these arrows are, but let's just try and sell them these arrows. Because I don't need them. I'll keep the bolts. But no, I don't want to turn this into a Dwarf Fortress versus RimWorld. There's just one of those games I enjoy playing and the other one I don't. And it's that simple. Just remember that the only reason I actually learned that RimWorld existed was a self-promo post on the Bay 12 forums by Tynan, which is this. Yeah, but it always turns into that, Rotters. This was the first time I ever heard about RimWorld, right here. Is there a way to use metals for axles? No. No, you can't use metals for axles. It's just wood. And this response is the funniest thing to me ever. Still, to this day. This is the reason that RimWorld is so heavily marketed as a Dwarf Fortress-like game. Is because it would never have been funded if it wasn't for Dwarf Fortress. But people always compare the two, which is why it becomes a either here or there. Go to bed, sentient. It's not a thing to be proud of. Go sleep. Good for you. It's important. Go back to bed, sentient, or I will time you up. All right, so just walruses on the map right now. I'm not seeing any undead owl people. Considering walrus is fighting with one of my dogs. Dogs, quit fighting with the walrus. Yeah, goofball. You're going to lose. You know this, right? You're not a hunting trained dog. You're just an idiot. You're going to die to the walrus, and then you're going to be a dead dog. At least, like, pick one and stick with it. Why are you... you didn't even do damage to the first one. I saw a giant walrus win against a giant undead eagle. Stupid dog. Need my broker to get up here? See, here's the thing, right? The allure and the appeal of RimWorld is a game that wants to kill you, right? It's a game that forces you into playing the game because the game wants you to die. The game wants you to lose, and the game wants you to have a bad time. Dwarf Fortress just gives you a toy box and says, have all the toys. RimWorld gives you a toy box and then takes the toy box away, punches you in the face 3 times, kicks you in the nuts, and then hands you one toy and says, enjoy it! And then after 10 minutes, they hand you another toy and say, enjoy it! And then they give you electric shocks. And I don't enjoy that kind of gameplay loop. Dwarf Fortress just gives you a toy box, says have fun. And yeah, that might be analysis paralysis, and that might be, like, boring for some people. And yeah, that might be too much for some people. And yeah, that might be a slow gameplay loop for some people. I see options. Can you adjust the difficulty in Rim? Even on the easiest difficulty, it still gives you the same style of, we're going to give you one thing at a time and smack you, and you better enjoy it. And literally, yeah, and also that too. The number of, because I played RimWorld throughout its development, I played it all the way through early access. There was a lot of mechanics that were in the game that made it more like Dwarf Fortress initially. It had fear mechanics. There was mechanics where Soldiers would just straight up drop their guns and run away if they got too scared, and it was hard to tell when they were too scared. There was suppressive fire. The way they would tantrum was much more Dwarf Fortress-like. Like, it was a lot closer to Dwarf Fortress initially, and it moved away from that. And every single fun mechanic that was fun to cheese and do dumb shit with, and, like, gimmick the game and break the game into, like, playing cool and letting you make weird things and Rube Goldberg machines, like Dwarf Fortress is Rube Goldberg death machines, right? Every single one of those things just gets patched out. Every single one of them. And so it's like, okay, so you want me to play this game your way? I don't want to play your game anymore. This is also true, Jerry Coyne. It's the story as old as time at this point. Another dwarf stricken by melancholy. Are they just going to be stuck on loading for a bit? That's kind of unfortunate. No, I mean, it's not an L. It's a game for a specific kind of person, and I used to be that person, and then they stopped making that game for me, and I don't enjoy the game anymore. I wouldn't go off and call it an L or anything goofy like that. It's just, some games are for you, and some games aren't. Right? Some people like creative Minecraft, and some people enjoy, I don't know, what's a much more hardcore survival game. I don't know. I don't play survival games, so. Oh, I don't have wagons. Sure, Vintage Story. I don't know. I haven't played Vintage Story, so I don't know. Oh, now the value's back here. What the fuck? Weird. It's very strange. Both have their own element, sure. All right, so I need to dig down. That is what I need to do. I actually need these humans to trade and sawed off so that I can dig down. Wonder if they finished unloading yet. Oh no, they'll be leaving soon? Okay, we'll just wait for them to leave then. Unless I get the opportunity to trade with them when we get back, but I don't know. Yep, there they go. They're leaving. Well, bye, humans. Thanks for trading, I guess. I've seen like 40 seconds of gameplay of Vintage Story, so yeah, I don't know. How do you deal with the justice system and conspiracies? Define deal with. The problem with the justice system is it's half implemented. I don't know, I haven't played it, Sniper. It's half implemented. So some of the mechanics are there, and some things are just unsolvable right now. Yeah, that's why you struggle, is because it's half implemented. So when this version of the game got worked on, they were working on an arc called the Villains Arc, which was adding a ton of stuff to Adventure Mode, added in the Villains and Conspiracies thing, rebalanced a bunch of stuff, and added in the whole justice system. All of the Conspiracies stuff is the half that's not done yet. So, like, they went and took 2 years and made the games, redid the game's UI and added graphics, right? So it's one of those systems that's half done. How more experienced players go about it? Well, I need to implement it in this fort. I haven't even turned it on yet, because I don't even have a captain of the guard or anything, because every single time I'm like about to do something, the game throws something else at me that's like, you need to do this now. I'm like, oh my god. And currently, like, I need these humans to leave. That's all I really need right now. Okay, sweet, they're leaving. Let's wait until that soldier leaves. Where are you going? What a weird way to path there, guy. Okay, once that door gets shut, I can... Thought I heard the fighting sound effect. I'm not. It's just the wind sound effect. Okay. I can go dig down now. Aegis! Congrats on getting another dwarf. What kind of dwarf would you like? I got a lot of stuff to dig through. It's so weird. At least give us a gimmicky mechanic to deal with. This is Dwarf Fort. Like, I don't know what else to tell you there, dude. I mean, generally they don't half implement systems like that, but they had to stop developing it and go develop this version of the game, right? And so think about it from like the perspective. I don't know how long you've played Dwarf Fortress, but think about it from the perspective of somebody who's been playing Dwarf Fortress, right? I would rather have a half-developed system that partially works, that does something that's interesting, than have a system, than have nothing new added to a video game that I love to play for multiple years, right? So the option was either halfway implement the justice system or don't patch the game from 2018, basically, until 2023 or 2022 when it released, right? So it was either have nothing new or get half of an update in 2020 plus then a balance patch in 2021. Otherwise, we would have gotten nothing until this version came out. And frankly, I'm happy to have a half-implemented justice system for the time being because, you know, some of us play this game a lot and have been playing this game a lot for a long time and would like to keep playing it. It's like, yeah, it kind of, it's weird if, like, you've only really dove back into it, but I played the game throughout 2020, and it would have really sucked to go such a long period of time with no updates. That would have really sucked. I'm really happy we didn't have to. Bearded soldier is what you would like. All right. I'm not certain any of my soldiers have beards, but we'll see. Lycott, we could give you. Hammer Aegis is impervious to the effects of stress after seeing Olin's dead body in 252. Is very impolite and inconsiderate of property and tends to assume that the worst of two outcomes will obviously be the one that comes to pass. He is curious and eager to learn, and he is quite ambitious. He isn't given to flights of fancy, and he is trusting. And he tenses up when he's nervous and needs alcohol to get through the working day and doesn't really care about anything anymore. He dreams of crafting a masterwork someday and personally values a harmonious existence and respects the development of his skill. Sees life as unfair and doesn't mind it that way and finds artwork boring. Sees no value in holding back complaints and concealing emotions and dreams of crafting a masterwork someday. Yeah, no, I completely agree with you, Z-Rain. I completely agree with you. I think that there's a lot of things with the UI for this version of the game that are in desperate need of some improvement, but they are aware and working on it, right? And that's the way with Dwarf Fort. He likes pig iron, picture jasper, reindeer antler, and the color lavender. Pebbles and quivers and amulets and cows for their hunting moose and aqua crabs, magma crabs for their chittering, and the sound of the aquamarine lyric and the sight of the festive suitor, and when possible prefers to consume giant coyote, hake, and yak cheese, and radish plants, and buckwheat beer, and rambutan seeds, and hates hates slugs, and I do too. You have an older brother who's in the fort. That's kind of neat. Who's a peasant. I wonder if your older brother would be any good in the military. Weak. Dreams of mastering a skill. Squatty 2, boy. I'm gonna need to make them a. I'm gonna need to make a second squad pretty soon anyway, because we're gonna be opening up the caverns. So, gotta put somebody at the front door. Hates salt. I mean, I'm pretty sure slugs hate salt, so that would imply that he's a slug. I don't understand the question, Poloxian. How did I misread it? The word aqua was there when I was reading ahead. How am I so terrible at reading? I'm legally blind. But then you'd be able to just simply avoid reading the descriptions of the dwarves cold-blooded. And the vast majority of the story from Dwarf Fortress comes from reading the descriptions of the dwarves. I actually disagree. I think that would be kind of crappy if we could just search by who's brave. It's the exact reason I refuse to use Dwarf Therapist, which provides that functionality. Legally Blonde is a pretty good movie, though. Oh, if you're just asking what magma crabs are like giant boulders with legs that live in the lava. Also, I think I may have skewered and missed the caverns. DF hack is a really, really good way to fry your save file and destroy the playability of the game that you're currently playing. But for some reason, some people swear by using it for everything. And then they submit bug reports for things that break because they're using DF hack. And it's like, wow, geez, I wonder why shit's breaking. Almost like you're using DF hack. And then I see people complaining that Dwarf Fortress is broken and unplayable. I mean, you could also just completely nuke their ability to spawn in the first place, which is what I do. Sniper. It has hack in the name. I mean, it is live action RAM editing. It's great for modders. Press escape, go to settings, go to difficulty, go to custom settings, scroll down to, where is it? Cavern Dwellers, which I actually haven't tweaked just yet. I should probably change this. Cavern Dweller, maximum attackers, 10. Cavern Dwellers, scale protect, 2. There you go. The problem solved. Literally, like, that's the easiest way to deal with them. Just turn them off. That's what I do. I don't know. They need a rebalance as far as I'm concerned. I don't have enough miner dwarves in the fort, so I'm just going to give a bunch of people mining. If the logs include the nicknames of the dwarves, what, like the combat logs? They do, yes. But also, the only thing you used it for is Stone Sense. The hysterical thing about Stone Sense is there are some people that seem to think that you can play the game while running Stone Sense. It's like, you can, but you want your game to crash like 10 times a minute? I'm going to dig into this Kimberlite. Partially because it's blue, but also it's because it's Kimberlite. Then I'm going to set this to auto, and I'm going to go all the way up. Don't know how much well, there's some gems. Let's see what we hit. Oh, I have no idea. I probably wouldn't use it though. No offense. Especially if it would work the way I would expect it to, which would be requiring DF hack. Because that's the way a lot of those things work. I don't know. That's all I'm going to say, Vigilant. One, don't use mods, really. Two, I have no idea. They get kind of annoyed with you, is what happens if you ask for nothing in a trade agreement. All right, let's go down to, like, layer 40 and just kind of, whoops, no, don't auto. Taking a straight line a bit. Mind? It was just an idea. Fair enough. There was somebody who was threatening to make a Twitch or Twitch chat interactive mod for Dwarf Fortress, to which point I kind of, I think, destroyed their hopes and dreams, and I was like, I will never use it. Because I've never once met a streamer who actually enjoys playing games with those turned on. Every single streamer I know who does use them just uses them because it makes them money, not because they actually enjoy it. It's like, you want to ruin a game for streamers? Make one of those mods. DF turned your silk stockpile into trousers sized for toads. Toadmen. Yeah, sure. It's very funny. I can't like over exaggerate just how hysterical that is, but what command did you type in to do that? Is my only question to that, really. Right. Is there any people on the surface, or is there any evil things on the surface that want to horribly murder me right now? Okay, well, there's a ghost I got to deal with. There's an undead giant puffin, chat. That's heavily bleeding. Well. It's a cool concept, but in execution, it's just not fun. Yeah, that's pretty accurate, actually. I'm going to open this. We'll see if it paths in. I want to cage trap it. I don't know if it will, though. Because what I really want to do is I want to go over here and I want to chop these trees down again. Because I need that. The problem, which is pretty major here, is I don't want that thing to attack us. Let's just do this. So I'm having a hard time locating the caverns anyway. Might as well go about it this way. So far, it's been really cool. I've been enjoying it, actually. Taiwan. I actually have to, like, reject mandates and not complete all petitions. I'm really hoping that that isn't a bloodthirsty giant puffin corpse. Well, I mean, I want to say that RNG already has a script set up that does that, but it requires to have external software running. It requires a dwarf therapist to work. I'm just going to stare at this giant puffin. 'Cause, 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 ' Define insane mandates. I mean, like, ask requests for guild halls? Or do you mean, like, gem-studded beds? Bleeding through the air, yep. Heavy bleeding. It's got puffin blood smear on its heart. I wonder if we killed it. I was checking up on that TwitchCon chat room that I'm in. Might be a bit light on wood. Your favorite flavor of slushy is fetid slush. It's the only served on Halloween. It comes with finger chunks. Trees haven't been cut down yet. Uh-oh. A walrus is... Oh, hey, we're hunting walruses. We're hunting walruses. I'm sure this is a horrifically bad idea. Fortunately, the ocean is not a resurrecting undead biome, so only if they leave the bodies in the undead biome areas will we have problems. There we go. Look at this. We're very fine as long as this undead giant puffin doesn't decide to attack us. And even then, I don't think we'd be in that big of an issue. I fucked them up. They really did, yeah. All right, now the hauling begins. I wonder if that strange mood dwarf is still alive. Or if they just went insane. Doesn't look like it, no. Well, that's a shame. Yes. Theoretically. But if they can haul it down first, as long as they're hauling it, it shouldn't reanimate. Ooh, are there penguins on the map? Penguins? Penguins? We got penguins! I got two walruses! We got two live walruses, chat. This is fantastic. I might actually just do this. Walrus trees incoming? Can you milk a walrus? That's news to me if you can milk a walrus. So essentially, we're going down to here, and we're making a little walkway over. Although currently my dwarves are stuck outside, so hopefully they dig that quickly. Is most likely mayo consistency. This reminds me of the one time I saw a glob of whale milk. I was watching, I want to say it was Blue Planet. It was like talking about the consistency of whale milk. And it's like not quite cheese, but it's like basically cream cheese. It was something. Something indeed. Actually, don't want this here. I want this right here. I mean, that's not going to happen. I'm glad that you are so dedicated to that statement, but that's not going to happen, Tyler. You have no idea. You have no idea what to do with this information. Yeah, that's how I felt when I learned said information. Wait, what? Why are you no finished stairs? Not with that attitude? It doesn't matter what my attitude is. It's not going to happen. Speaking of cheese, the cheesemaker has been possessed. Thob the peasant has been found dead. Due to... what exactly? Oh no, we've got an undead walrus. Well, this is bad. I'm gonna take my dwarves off of hunting. This seems bad. I don't know where the undead walrus went. Oh, there it is. Okay, so I know it's evil and it's dangerous and we should be scared of it, but God, that is funny looking. It looks like an alien from like Futurama. Come on, guys, keep up. That's 2, and that's 3. Well, he's very much got the bug eyes look. Yep, that's hysterical looking. Lyagishka was found dead, Peasant was found dead, and Limul was found dead. Actually, you should be canceled that. You should cancel that order. Oh, actually, no. You should do this order. The other one should cancel this order. You should cancel this order. Walrus is a tank. Yep. Let's see how many of my soldiers it kills. Okay. Well, that's 1 soldier. It's down. That's dead. There goes Asob. Orange is now in the fighting. And before we lose my whole squad to this. Okay, we got it. How many dwarves did we lose? 2. Well, that thing was one mother. Walrus slapped. Uh-oh. They're coming back to life, guys. I just saw one. Leave the soldiers here for a minute, because they might be needed. Oh, something else just came back to life and died. To the Atom Smasher? That's the plan. We need to get them to the Garbage Mashers on the detention level. Did Orange live? Yeah, Orange lived. Oh, nope, Orange did not live. Never mind. Fortunately, they're dying quite quickly. No lava hole? I haven't dug to lava yet. Working on it, but... Man, they all go in here. Orange is now orange juice. Oof. Gotta get them out of this. Yeah, I really should have thought about that in advance, but I didn't. Someone get Orange a dwarf? He's not even here right now, though. Mangled neck. That's one hell of a thing to read. Uh-oh. You were found dead? Uh-oh. Did somebody else die? Ah, I see. Is that? Okay. Dwarf came to life and killed something else. Get the soldiers stationed down here. Oh, there's something. Yeah, I need the soldiers in here. There's zombies happening. Okay, that's another one. Eh, we've lost like 10 dwarves. This is pretty sketch. All of this just to get wood in the fort. High Pulp Orange Juice is, in fact, a good band name. I just want to get this walrus cage inside. There's something undead over here? Hold up. I mean, the answer's probably yes. Oh, has the giant puffin decided to attack us? I think it has. Well, at the very least, it's very far from us. What I really need to do, actually, is just get the dwarves back inside. Sorry, Zrovod. This would be our downfall. Downfall? Speed bump, please. No, well, this is absolutely recoverable. Recovering from this is just a question of when, not if. But quality pun. At least we were able to get all of the wood inside. I like how in the middle of all that, too, a caravan arrived. Okay, well, on the benefit of this... So, the Woodcrafter won against the Giant Puffin Corpse, I think. Or is winning against the Giant Puffin Corpse. I'm going to tell these squads to go kill this. I think it's time. It's time to consider building a lot of things. Thank you very much for your recommendation that I will now ignore. Sorry. No, I'm going down to the caverns. I am building an underground wood farm. Besides, I can't grow anything until I get down to the caverns. Unless I do a cave-in, which I don't really want to do. No, this is a random undead puffin. We might have killed it. I'm not actually sure. All right, that was easy enough. Can you walk? Well, you are unconscious, so I take that as a no currently. Seek infant. Dump item. Got that strange mood happening. Which is also progressing, which is good. I think I also just lost a doctor. Yeah, I lost my chief medical dwarf. It was Lagushka. Fortunately, I do have some pretty talented diagnosers. Like, why doesn't this have the option I need? It's because it's not there. Bone doctor, surgeon. Okay, I need a new diagnoser. Make it into the chief medical dwarf. Remove your other tasks. Let's give some more dwarves orderlies. Anybody with any kind of doctoring skill can have orderlies. What's up, Squirrely? How's things? Been a while. I have giant puffins on this map. And sometimes they are undead giant puffins. You know what? Actually, I think the easier way to do this is to just disable this for right now. Fun. Yeah, sure. We could call it that. Surprise death is also something we could call it. Also, this is a resurrecting biome, so stuff comes to life. Re-dead? Yeah, it's like being a redhead. Re-dead redemption. The mayor meets with the outpost liaison. Wait, hold on. Did my mayor die? There's much to share. Information has been added to Civilization and World Info. Did Zwari die in there somewhere? Because if Zwari died, I'm sorry. I want toys, okay. I think old Zwari died in there somewhere. Yeah, it looks like old earless Zwari has passed. That or old no, actually, never mind. That is old earless Zwari. Old earless Zwari lost his name. So no, didn't die. Just let's double check. Are you still missing an ear? Health description. Yes, okay. You call it birth control? Population control. Yeah, no, you apparently killed a zombie llama. And a dwarf. Oh, something I need to turn on, I think. Labors, standing orders. Okay, no, we do have a gather outdoor refuse turn on them. Oh, I see. Jobs are set, they're just not done yet. What's up, fem? It's been a minute. More migrants. I'm gonna go and start memorializing all these dwarves. Mysterious construction has begun, that's good. Okay, so Bob. R-A-S-H-D. Limul. Id sub. ASOB. I can go to a different one here. BOM. And then the last one, who is Ism. Think I have enough slabs? I should have enough slabs. You got thigh highs? Congratulations on your new acquisition of thigh highs. Yeah, it's about 6 years. But how long have I spent on it? I started it on Tuesday. So 20-something hours, probably. 20-something hours. Also seems like all of those injured dwarves are getting rescued. Hopefully, eventually, maybe it's kind of, sort of, hopefully. Please rescue the injured dwarves, dwarves. It'd be very nice of you if you would do that. Choosing not to rescue the dwarves is just kind of mean. There you go. Joe True is recovering wounded. Look at that. And if anybody does want to watch this fort from the beginning, part 1 just went up on YouTube this morning. And Artifact finally got finished because we have wood again in the fort. Mebzuth, the cheesemaker, has created Shadmilid, a bituminous coal figurine of Quizzle Shove Lanced. and offers it to the Whales of Drowning. Well, that's going to go into my temple, but... Figurine, you say? This is a bituminous coal figurine of Quazo. All craftsmanship is of the highest quality. The item is a masterfully designed image of Quazo, the human, and Besmer, the dwarf, in coal, by Mebzith. Besmer is striking down Quazo. The artwork relates to the killing of the human Quazo by the dwarf Besmer in the Murky Sea in the early spring of 251 during Saslukol, the Dented Assault. It is encrusted with oval bituminous coal cabochons and pear-cut citrines and decorated with pigtail and chestnut and encircled with bands of donkey bone. This object is adorned with hanging rings of alpaca leather and menaces with spikes of pig bone. On the item is an image of Logum Early Sack, the dwarf, and Twinklespark, the strategic, the goblin, in Hazelwood. Twinklespark, the strategic, is striking down Logum. The artwork relates to the killing of the dwarf Logum by the zombie goblin Twinklespark, and the strategic in Waterlungs in the early winter of 254. No value listed because because my broker died. So currently we have no value for anything because my broker's dead. Which is to be expected. Speaking of, I need to assign a new broker. Old's worry, you can be my broker temporarily so we can gain our values back. $2,000 is the value. Early Sack, Twinkle Sack, same thing. There we go. Recovering wounded. Multi-noble? No, you're just busy and you have a desk job. I always love it when it does that. Chucks everything out and back up onto the surface. Those are just shoes. They're all crappy quality, though. No, actually don't do that right now. No, not the Puffin trainer. I can't remember who's training the Puffin, but it's not that. There's another zombie. Oh, hey, that's convenient. Oh, the soldiers were still there from traders. Well, that's nice of them. For killing the dwarf for me. Well, on the bright side, we're getting all this crap dealt with. Yeah, no, right now I just need to get to the caverns. That's what we need to do. But there's just still too much kind of going on. Still too much going on. Also, hi, Cilantro. I don't know if I got the chance to say hi to you yet. Let's do that. Let's throw this. I thought that was a baby unicorn for a second there. Now I'm kind of disappointed. All right, I think most important thing to do right now is to simply chop down the rest of these trees right here. Get all that stuff hauled back in. Or hauled inside, I suppose. And get all of these unforbidden. I can get those cages hauled in. Look at these elephant seals, chat. Maybe we'll get some elephant seals. Speaking of, I now have, well, I still have that giant puffin, right? Obviously, all of those dogs, but under others, I have 2 caged, tamed walruses who can be assigned to Stukos, maybe. Let's give them to Stukos. So maybe... Oh, wait, are those giant walruses or just regular walruses? Just regular walruses, not giant walruses. So we do have 2 giant walruses in our fort now that we can theoretically tame. I'm not sure where they are or if they've made it into the fort yet. So let's see if I can locate them. They are slowly being hauled into the fortress. I would assume that they are quite heavy. Yes, they are quite heavy. Heavier than your average, underground mega beast. So yes, we get to hope that they are a breeding pair of walrusy. Let's see if I can find another dwarf walking very slowly. Oh, there's a zombie in there. That's unfortunate. See if I have somebody brave enough to go pull this lever. Oh, it's just an upper arm. Come on. Pull the lever. There you go. And then run away in fear. Perfect. Undead upper arm is now gone. We've been over this before. That was yesterday's stream, Deep. We're not doing that again. Whoopsies. Double whoopsies. Well, on the bright side, generally the fort's relatively happy considering how much random surprise, stupid, dumb death we've had. Let's see if we can make more beds. Yes, we can. Let's see, is there any more that still need beds? These ones all have beds. Random surprise, stupid, dumb, dead, yes. That's generally what happens. No apparent reason, surprise death. Welp. The Dwarf Redeem is going to be available in 1 minute, quite literally. So it's just not available yet. Also, this up here is going to get that figurine. Still won't get it up to high enough value, but, you know, we're working on it. Wait, what? Hold on. You really think that that temple is worth 30 or 2,000 dwarf bucks right now? Wow. Okay. Someone hasn't done their full count yet. You want to gift dwarves? Not right when the other redeem is up, so I'll enable it in the next 40 minutes. How's that? Sanic, what kind of dwarf do you want? I just don't want them to be doubled up. Here's the list of dwarves. Just let me know approximately what job you want, and I will do my best to approximately fulfill that gig that you would like. Also, holy crap, there's a lot of children in this fort now. a gem cutter. A cutter of gems who is also a gem. Beard or no beard? We got options. Actually, just let me know which name you want. We got Erdim, Katan, Ezum, Zuglar, Zang, and Daigle. Which one would you like? Gonna go lurk mode. You have to go pick up some soup for your... Oh, it wasn't feel well. Oh, okay, gotcha. Best of luck. The hoodless one. You might have a variant of some labor bug. Your miners are stuck and socialize, even though you have a one prioritized dig order. I'm assuming it's all on the same level, yeah. Try what I would do is do a manual save and then jump back to your most recent save before it started. Is what I would do. Sanic is sleeping in a bed that they don't own. Generally unhindered by the thoughts of others concerning his actions, is very slow to anger and does not easily hate or develop negative feelings. He finds helping others to be very emotionally rewarding, and he often acts with compassion. He can handle stress, and he generally acts with a narrow focus on the current activity. He runs his fingers through his hair when he's bored, and he needs alcohol to get through the working day. He dreams of creating a great work of art. And he personally sees the pursuit of skills of warfare and fighting to be a low pursuit indeed, sees war as a useful means to an end, and sees sacrifice as something, and values sacrifice and doesn't particularly care about crest worship. Likes tin, glaze, silver, morganite, green, glass, spiny, dogfish, leather, papyrus, and the color sky blue. Battle axes and shields and pigs for their sense of smell, and berries for their serenity, and the sound of the phrase of lathering. And when possible, prefers to consume giant fox and rum and pecans. And hates worms. Has no friends, just passing acquaintances. And last thing I said was, I slept without a proper bedroom. I'm embarrassed. But really likes the tavern, though, so I'm sure it's fine. Speaking of tavern, I'm going to start building another tavern over here. Or maybe just a dining hall, even. I mean, who doesn't hate worms? All right, speaking of worms, I'm sure I've got more slabs I have to make. Oh, geez. Didn't actually mean to clear that. But I'll go clear out this tavern so they can go make another tavern. Continuing to clear stuff. Giant fox isn't out of the ordinary for this biome. It is pretty out of the ordinary for this particular biome.
Would you look at that? Beer laughing face.
Prosectra, thank you very much for the 32nd month and also the first notification of money in 2 hours. Thank you very much. It means a lot. Big thanks. It's good to see you, by the way. I hope you've been well. Let's do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Let's just do that big right there, and we'll make it out of granite, and this is going to be where the next brewer shop is going to be. I'm going to make a still right there. Make it out of nice flashy material so it's a pretty color. Oh, I thought I was making pillars there. Whoops. Apparently I made more floors. My bad. Oh, so there's something strange about here. Or do you watch the VODs at 2 times speed? Because, yeah, that'll do it. You know, there used to be a meme on the DF News videos back when those were much more frequent that said, Real Blind IRL fans have to set these videos to normal speed from 2 times speed because they were just watching the VODs, which is one of my favorite like YouTube comment threads I've ever seen because everybody's like, "Yep, yep, same here. Yep, definitely just did that. Yep, I did that too. Yep, me too." It's just very funny. But yeah, I don't watch anything in 2 times speed. Like I will listen to a 3 hour long podcast and not adjust the speed. It's how I watch stuff, so. You watch everything at 2 times speed except for the music? Yeah, I don't like doing that. Maybe I just don't value my time. I don't know. You know, actually, let's get rid of those two so there isn't chair sharing conflicts. And for this, we'll make vertical bars. Just use closest. We are not the same. Man, can I just say that I'm glad the Nightcore fad kind of went away a bit. Is that a fair take? Kind of really happy that that died down a bunch. Vaporwave I can deal with. I like Vaporwave to a degree, but man, I'm happy the Nightcore fad went away a bit. So this is going to be another dining hall right here. Nope. I don't want to do multi. This is going to be another dining hall right here. And then around it is going to be another tavern. In tavern, just my dwarves. And we will put a chest right there. Oh, they can. I just don't want to overlap them. Some people speak very slowly. It's the number of times I've had people to ask me to speak slower is kind of hysterical to me. There we go. Splitting up the taverns. Not a bad idea. Force dwarves into different parts of the fortress. We're going to need to put a little food and drink stockpile down here too, so let's queue up some space down here. Means I can go from up here, probably. Perfect. That's, why? I mean, you can't spell dining without dying. All right, so did we get those walruses into here? Because if we did, maybe we could put their pen back here. I think it's 6x6 for them to do the maximum size of dances, which is like the big circular ones. They can do like line dancing and like solo dances and other things in smaller spaces. So basically 6x6 if you want them to actually be able to dance. But yeah, 10x10 seems about right, I would say. Let's build both of the cages for the walruses. That's not what I wanted to do. let's build both of the cages for the walruses. Walrus. Where's my second walrus? Oh, there it is. So it is 2 male walruses. We don't have a lady walrus, chat. Sad days. Sad days. What was your last name, Ghost? R-I-R-A. No walrus farm, no, but we can start taming these 2 fat boys. True Askoth, hello. But at the very least, we can practice training them and slowly build up to that. We'll get there. Did I ever get this done over here? No, I didn't. Let's get this smooth, and we'll get this connected to the river, because I got the other 2 sides flowing off. You remember the sick chicken zombie infestation yesterday? Yes, it was quite amusing. Now imagine that, but with walruses. You know, this is going to go great. Nothing could possibly go wrong here. Let's make rock hatch covers. Let's do 40, and we'll make them out of shale. Chat, I need to go use the restroom. Oops. So I'm going to just double check. Make sure. Is the surface locked? Currently it is not. I'm going to lock the dwarves inside. Oh, there's our ghost. And I'm going to just lock this door and jump down here. So hopefully nothing horrific happens in the minute or so I will be gone. And you guys can watch the dwarves hang out and run back and forth. I will be back in a moment as soon as I place this. There we go. That's 1 and 2. All right. I will be right back, chat. Where's my river coming from? It's all from an aquifer, yeah. A light aquifer. I can show you when I get back. BRB, like a minute and a half. All right, streamer returns. All right, so yeah, no, the river itself is quite simple. It's coming from up here. It's literally coming from this. This is where all the water's coming from right here. So this is just a light aquifer that I channeled into So I have like a 2 Z level tall aquifer drain. So it comes from this top layer up here, and it also comes from this lower layer down here, and kind of all maybe not about up to about here, around where the metal starts is where it stops. And then it just flows down here and flows down here, and it fills up slowly, and that's basically it. And then I had the first one initially, which just kind of went down this way and then off the map, and then I added in this one, which is not full yet, it's still filling, might not ever fill fully. And then I've dug this one up here, which is going to go up and off the top. Oh, sweet. The ghost got put to rest. Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, so it's just the laid to rest alert. So no biggie there. And then if you want them to flow off the edge of the map, you just go to the edge and you fortify it like this. Maybe don't all the way across, actually. We only need 2. And that's all you do. And it'll just flow off the map. We're trying to have chicken whack-a-mole again? Wait, what's happening to my chickens? Did my chickens start dying? I don't see any dead chickens. What do you want about? Excuse me? Got me all nervous for a moment there. Okay, so I've got 2 semi-wild walruses. I'm going to pen and pasture them into here now. Maybe we'll actually erase this bit here. And this can be where the walruses go. You can't spell walrus without war, Paxman. Unfortunately, we can't make war walruses. We got 2 semi-wild war or walruses. 2 semi-wild wars. Get those cages back. And they'll come remove the cages. And there we go. Anyone can train them as set. I don't think that there's any real downside to either one. Just depends on how you like to manage things. That just happens to be how I like to manage things. All right, so I'm going to make a clothes stockpile for over here, because currently I don't really have one. We'll just go to armor. Say yes. But I will say no metal and no shield. Everything else, though, can go there. And I need to check my stocks and see how we're doing on plant cloth, because I'm assuming that number is very high. 606, okay. 540 pigtail cloth, sweet. Everybody gets a new set of clothing. Let's see, what's an average dwarf wearing? You have, let's see, shoe, sock, tunic, pants. Shoe, sock, tunic, pants. Can do. Cloth, shoe, cloth, sock, cloth, tunic, cloth, trousers. We'll also do dresses. Well, let's do cloth hoods. And then we'll do 171, sure, or 170-ish of each. Oh, absolutely. Yeah, no, clothing isn't gendered in Dwarf Fort. They can wear whatever. It's just whatever their preference is. Or whatever they equip first becomes their preference generally. So because it doesn't matter, you know, they end up with some pretty kind of... What's the word? Quirky combinations of clothing, maybe? Is the word I would use. Okay, well... You know, at concern of you drowning before we get back, I'm just going to real quick go along here and give you a way out in case this gets deep. Gonna get ahead of this before this becomes a problem. Do their actual likes influence their clothing choices? I don't actually know. I'm pretty sure it's just whatever they equip first. Because if they've never equipped an item before, they won't have a need for said item. Once they've equipped an item, they'll have a need for said item. So if you are in a fortress with a lot of dresses available and everybody equips dresses, then everybody will have a need to have a dress. If you're just a trousers fort, then everybody will wear trousers. At least that's how I understand how it works. So don't take that as 100% factual. That's just always how I've understood it. Over here, we're going to do a prepared meals and drinks stockpile. I'll just set this as food. We'll just do meals, drinks. And also, you know what? We'll say a few other ingredients too. We'll say plants, because there's this up here, which is going to be brewing drinks from plants. You never need to make clothing. Well, here's the thing, right? If they were ungoblins that died, the clothing is probably damaged, so it'll wear out quicker. So if you make them clothing, they will be happier with their fresh, brand new, nice clothing. It's like the difference between getting a used hand-me-down and something that, you know, is brand new, right? It just hits differently. Hey, 2 trained walruses. Let's go. You trap them and undress them. That's humane. Clothing is pristine. Okay, fair enough. Let's see if making a second tavern like that helps moods at all. What else do I need to do? Probably like a billion things. Probably caverns too. I'm gonna dug that out a little bit. Walruses got you thinking about the movie Tusk. I haven't seen that movie. No familiarity with said movie. Uh-oh. Woodcrafter was found dead? What, why? Oh, probably went insane. Time to station the military. I'm sure there's plenty of walrus songs out there. Could try and dump it. Get it removed. Probably a wise decision on my behalf there. Generated a human faction that seems to all equip masks by default. I'll be honest, I haven't seen any masks or factions that equip masks yet. Platypus of Doom. Yes, there is cultural influence there, because like kids inherit what their parents likes and dislikes. They also inherit their parents' features, so like skin tone, hair color, hairstyle, that kind of thing. Gods that they like to worship and all that. So the result is you'll get by the end of World Gen, you'll have factions that, you know, came from like a couple dozen people, and they all are similar to that. A damned elf in your tavern. It's an intelligent undead elf. So it's an undead character that still has personality. Their names are relatively random. Goblin thieves occasionally wear masks. Yeah, I think that's like the one real exception I've seen. Oh, a vile force of darkness. Well, that's fine. We can just ignore them. Vile force of darkness. Oh no! Anyway. They'll probably just get caught in my cage traps anyway. Mug them? I mean, you can mug each other. I can't mug them. Just like they can get themselves stuck in my cage traps. What's the value of this room now? It's so strange that the game suddenly considers this to be 2,000 of the value. Someone's just bad at counting. Oh, wow, they actually want to parlay. Which means it's an actual siege. Peasant was found dead? What? What? What happened there? No fighting? Huh. I must have just had, like, had a bunch of insane dwarves in the fort for a bit. You're dead. Welcome back. Unfortunately. You died because there was a zombie walrus. At least it ended quickly. You got blubbered. One could say it was a bit of a blunder. Anyway, unfortunately, yes, you did not make it. Everybody's just dot, dot, dot. Yeah. Well, I mean, can you blame me for that one? Oh no. They're fighting with a giant eagle? So what you're saying is there's about to be an undead giant eagle there. Oh, it's an agitated giant eagle. It's not just a normal giant eagle. That's an agitated giant eagle. Is there many agitated giant eagles? Or just an agitated? Oh shit, this is new. Kangaroos. There's also an agitated osprey. You sort of sensed you died while you were away. You had a hunch? What the hell are they doing there? Good question. Bit cold for kangaroos, eh? It's a snowroo, I suppose. I'm looking around the fort right now going, all right, what do I need to do? Something I really, really, really need to do is I need to get all of this tetrahedrite out of here. So I haven't found the caverns yet, and that's okay. What I think I'm going to do is I'm going to deconstruct this smelter, this forge, and this furnace. And I'm going to get something set up in here for, like, dwarves. But while I'm building, I need to see how many people... Actually, not many people need... Okay, we're actually in a good spot for bedrooms right now. Nobody's currently, like, screaming for a bedroom. So, I'm thinking kind of in this general vicinity right here. Only to realize you had a muted tab. I gotta say, I've been there, done that. I was like, why the fuck my audio don't work? I mute tabs frequently and often. Especially while I'm streaming. I gotta say, it's one of the best browser features ever to exist. And I'm really happy because Brave recently re-implemented implemented muting tabs, which Chrome got rid of ages ago, so it makes me, once again, happy I'm using Brave. All right, so because I mined down a whole bunch here and ran into not much related to caverns, I'm going to mine from down here down. Is I think what I'm going to do. Never heard of Brave? Brave is a kind of annoying web browser because it's a web browser that is built around basic attention token, which is a cryptocurrency. But it's just a Chromium browser with all of the bullshit removed. And it's kind of really nice. So I use it and I enjoy using it, and I think it's a really good web browser. But you have to have a certain level of tolerance for crypto bullshit. And if you have a certain level of tolerance for crypto bullshit, it's actually kind of really nice. Because you can just completely ignore all of their crypto stuff and just be like, donate all of my earnings to Brave. And they'll be happy. No. Okay, so here's the difference, right? Chrome has mute tabs where you can click on it and click mute site. I can mute site or the tab, right? So I could have this Twitch tab with one stream muted and this one not muted, right? Which Chrome removed ages ago. Swapped it to just mute site. Unless they put that back in. Firefox is a different thing, though. Same with Opera. I liked Opera, and then I started to really hate Opera, and I never went back. Crypto heads are the worst. Is what it is. I'm not a crypto head, but... Firefox only has mute tab, no mute site. I like having mute site. You still use Microsoft Edge? Hey, it could do worse. Edge has been Chromium embraced since it was called Edge. Doesn't make it good. But yeah, I use Brave because it's a solid browser and I like it. Well, as somebody who's a weekday vegan and also somebody who has a cryptocurrency wallet installed on his desktop, I think that I feel attacked right now. But no, I won't tell you, and I won't push it. And I also think that cryptocurrency is fucking stupid, but like at the same time, I've ended up with a bunch of it, so. But then again, I also would say that money is fucking stupid. Oh wait, Chow Sentient Potato, the gifted Chow 404 dwarf. Is that something that happened that I completely missed? Okay, wait, hold on a second. What kind of dwarf am I giving Chow? There's lots of CEOs that are questionable, my guy. Trust me. There's a lot of CEOs that are questionable. What's Brave? It's a Chromium browser that's based off of cryptocurrency. But it has some of the best ad block I've ever seen and has some really good like privacy tools built in. Like, just here's the thing. This is what you see when you use Brave. When you open up a new tab, sometimes there's an ad for NFTs here, and that's about it. And then it'll give you all this. I love these stats. These stats are fun. But this is somebody who's been using Brave for like just over 2 years, maybe a year at this point. This is the cryptocurrency bullshit, which, like I said, you can ignore if you want. But then there's this. This is why I like Brave. But you can also completely disable all of their ads and just use it completely for free if you want. Is there a replace wall function in DF, or do you have to mine out the wall and make a new one? You have to dig out the wall and make a new one. You have to deconstruct the wall and build a new wall. Or mine out the wall or whatever. You can't build over top of walls. Up until this version, you couldn't build on top of floors. You had to deconstruct the floor before building on top of a floor. I'm not obsessed with privacy. Every single minute of my life is streamed on the internet. I just like a decent ad block that's built into a web browser, and a web browser that doesn't, sell me. If I could find a web browser that I could just give like $5 a month and have zero tracking, zero bullshit in it, I would be so happy. Like it's got nothing to do with privacy, really. It's just the way the internet operates these days is fucking obnoxious. Or at least for me. I think what it is a lot of crypto heads just don't actually understand what internet privacy is, and they just know it's important, and so someone tells them something is private and they believe them. Now, well, generally the way we do it, Sentient, is the person who gifted the dwarf tells me, a happy beardless dwarf, but, happy beardless, happy beardless, happy beardless, happy beardless. You're getting, this one. What? This one. You're praying. Chow relies on the advice of others during decision-making and is slow to anger. She tends to be a little tight with resources when working on projects and generally acts impartially. Is rarely moved to mercy and has an active imagination. She thinks she is fairly important in the grand scheme of things, and she could be considered rude. Generally finds herself to be quite hopeful about the future and needs alcohol to get through the working day and doesn't really care about anything animu. Needs dreams of crafting a masterwork someday. Sees sacrifice as wasteful and foolish and values family and artwork and finds artwork boring and sees no value in holding back complaints and concealing emotions. She likes steel, red diamond bolts and hatch covers and blue peafowls for their coloration, and when possible prefers to consume asparagus and dwarven ale, and absolutely hates brown recluse spiders. She has a couple of friends, and she worships Tisak Katuresial, which is the god of mountains. And you disdain sacrifice. You have a good analytical ability, and you're over-reliant on advice. You're strong and slow to anger, but you're creative. And you want to craft an object. There you go. Sorry about the wait. Hobby. Also, chat, we have 314 viewers. You know what that means? You're a pie. Okay. This is still intended to be changed into a different thing, but I love pie. Pie's good. I want pie. Fuck. Actually, I think I'm going to leave that area. I think this is where I'm going to put the forge. I've, changed my mind on where I'm going to put the forge, 3 times now. The cake is a pie? Whoa, that's deep. To be private on the internet, you need to buy a computer with cash and only access the internet via public Wi-Fi on cafes via Tor. Well, I mean, you can do that with Brave. Via Tor, anyway. Also, chat, I just want you guys to know that all revenue from today's stream is probably going towards buying a flight to Las Vegas for TwitchCon. It's looking like that's happening. Looking forward to it. Until you realize that anyone can host your Tor node, can host a Tor node. It's really funny how many things on the internet are, man, it seems like a really good idea until you realize. And it always seems to be the case. It's like, it seems like a really good idea until you realize that. And there's so many things on the internet that seem like a really good idea until you realize that. Actually, I wonder. I'm just curious about something. I'm going to build a gear assembly here and see if I can get flow here. Any drama happen recently? Ask Chad about the walrus. Although, on the bright side, we do have two tame walruses now, or trained walruses now. Unfortunately, they're not a breeding pair. They don't think much, apparently. They just felt satisfied after receiving food and free after being released from confinement. Felt affection after forming a bond with an animal training partner. Wait, they can form bonds with animals? Huh. I didn't realize that was surfaced in here. I knew that would happen if they became a pet. Huh. Do they feed them while training them? They feed them while they're initially training them. I don't think they do that to upkeep it. I think it's just the initial bit. You love Blubber Boy? Certainly. That's kind of neat. I was gonna say, that's not a naked dwarf, is it? No, it's just a dwarf's baby. But also, since we were talking about web browsers, one of the reasons I specifically have to use Chromium browsers, which is why like Opera and and even Firefox are generally off limits, is because I use a bunch of third-party tools and plugins that make websites more accessible. There's a lot of websites that have crappy behind-the-scenes stuff, and I'm sure like the equivalence of this stuff exists for like other browsers as well. But well, that's interesting. That's gonna go fight with the Siege. Anyway, a lot of them aren't available on other on non-Chromium web browsers, so I've been stuck on Chrome and Chromium browsers for a very long time now because of that. There's probably equivalents, but I'm also way too lazy to go look. The best way to be private is paying for a good VPN and using it. The best way to be private, and this might be a shocker, is don't be on the internet. Just don't. Get a flip phone. I know this might come as a surprise to some of you. Is it now? Oh, okay. I mean, last time I looked at Opera was like 2017. Infinity Simplex, what's up? It's good to see you. I hope you're doing well. So let's go watch this giant fight with these goblins, shall we? And then probably become an undead giant? Where are you going, giant? No, VPNs are just for getting Netflix in different regions. Come on, please. I don't think so, Saber. I do not know. I don't think I've ever actually seen a Bronze Colossus on a reanimating biome. I don't think so, though. It's been doing all right. Giant is looking for goblins. I like that the giant is tough but bad with words. What items? Assuming their own tears and snow on their feet is the items that they're crying. They saw a bunch of great horned owl people's bodies and it made them sad. Are they trying to sell me insurance or something, Felsner? Asmog Black, what kind of dwarf would you like? Approximately. Hey, Rawl, what's up? Grumpy male bearded. Noted. Why does that sound like a police report to me? It's like male, grumpy, bearded. We have a really pissed off Hammerlord. Not a male, though. Need to deal with that. Arab. I feel so good, he says. Wants to practice some martial art. Okay. Put you in the secondary squad. All right, so personality-wise, is very polite, observes the appropriate rules of decorum when possible, has a tendency to go it alone without considering the advice of others, and is quick to anger. He has a greedy streak, and he tends to hang on to grievances, and he isn't particularly curious about the world. He doesn't cling tightly to ideas and is open to changing his mind, and he is often nervous, and he does not go out of his way to help others. He generally acts with a narrow focus on the current activity and occasionally overindulges and is not particularly interested in what others think of him. Talks to inanimate objects when he's thinking and needs alcohol to get through the working day and doesn't really care about anything anymore. Dreams of raising a family and personally views any show of emotion as vain and offensive. And is put off by trade and commerce and respects perseverance. He likes borax, nickel, yellow diamond, clear glass, strangler leather, good luck finding that, elk, bird, and antler, and barrels and blue peafowls for their coloration, alligator snapping turtles for their vicious bites, and the words of the berries of serenity and the sounds of the aquamarine lyric, and when possible prefers to consume dingo, radish wine, and red spinach seeds, and hates worms. I, too, am offended by emotions. There's 2 giant albatrosses on the map, by the way. All right, well, he seems to be doing a bad job of finding the goblins. Oh, I know. Broccoli. I realized that after the 3rd time I read it, but you know what? I'm committing to it.
Lurker sub.
Lurker, thanks. For the 2nd month. Welcome back. And thank you very much for the first sub in 44 minutes. So apparently I'm under siege. Fuck if I know where they are. Oh, there they are. Up. They found him. Okay. Hold on a second. So we are currently under siege by a bunch of Gerbins. The giant over here got hit by first off, got hit by a bolt. Okay, so that starts off well. It twists the neck, and the giant says, "How fleeting life is, begone fear." And then another silver bolt strikes the giant in the throat, tearing it. Ow! And then the giant says, "I feel no terror," because I have no throat left and can't speak. And then the goblin bashes the sacred bodice in the lower body with, that's funny, the sacred bodice. But the attack lances away, and the sacred bodice attacks the goblin crossbowman, but he jumps away. The goblin crossbowman attacks the sacred bodice, but he jumps away. The sacred bodice misses the goblin crossbowman, and the goblin axeman attacks the giant, but he jumps away. The bolts seem to be hitting him though, and he gets hit again in the throat. Must have a big throat. Goblin crossbowman bashes the sacred body in the lower. There we go, in the lower arm with the copper crossbow, but the attack glances away. The axeman stabs with the. How do you stab some? Oh, it's a halberd. Stabs him with his halberd, tearing the muscle. And there goes the giant. Now the real question is, does the giant come back to life? Oopsies. That's the question. Petitions? Phase 2. It's like, this isn't even my final form. I am purple now. And I smell bad. Also, I think we're about to get hit by ads, so I'm going to pause the game for a minute and 30 seconds. Dark Souls music starts playing pretty much, yeah. Huh. Well, this is interesting. I just, while I'm waiting for the ad stand, I just got whitelisted to use Blue Sky. Speaking of weird things on the internet that nobody cares about. I'm actually going to make an account on Blue Sky, though, because I'm weirdly fascinated by it. Although, on the topic of ads, since, you know, we're all sitting here going, well, there's ads playing, right? Well, you guys don't get to get away from them either, because you could buy yourself a Vile Force of Mug. It's a Vile Force of Mug. It's a mug with a Vile Force of Darkness on it. I have several other things here, like stickers and other stickers, and t-shirts, and a hoodie, and new stuff is coming on the 1st of next month. I'm gonna shut up about that now. Exclamation point merch in the chat. Are we through ads? 30 seconds. Blue Sky, it's the new social media, air quotes, platform by Jack Dorsey, one of the previous CEOs of Twitter, which I signed up for like a year plus ago because I was like, oh, that seems interesting. I'm curious to hear what that turns into. And then I promptly forgot it existed until about 10 seconds ago. Has teen at ATM? Ooh. All right. Let's unpause the game again. That sounds terminal. Do you use Twitter for your job? Because I do, and it sucks. I will take alternatives. Okay, then your take doesn't matter. like, no offense, but if you don't use Twitter for your job, then you stating that sounds terminal is like being like, okay, cool, so you don't use a service? Why do you care? Why does your opinion matter then? I'm half expecting this giant not to come back to life now. It might not. It's on the beach. This might not be in the resurrecting biome. Yeah, there's no... Oh, okay, there's some fetid slush around here, but probably from the fighting. It might be on the very edge of it. Hold on, I'm scrolling up. For some reason, the throat is the biggest weak spot on almost everyone. You can't remember how heavily armored dwarves have succumbed. Really? Oh, that's interesting. I think I could tell you why. It's because their throat is technically not connected to their body. It's in front of their body. Hold on. Did somebody just knock on my door? There is a certain possibility I am going crazy. Nope. They are absolutely hostile. Sentient. Oh, they want the Krasdorf skilled again. That might not be a bad thing to make. Oh, I know what I was hearing. Knocking on my neighbor's door. No, it wasn't Orange. Orange is halfway across town now visiting a friend. And probably won't be back until like 8 or 9. Like, he might be crashing at my place, but he doesn't live here now. A Clockwork Dragon. Thank you very much for checking out a gift. Appreciate you. Like, I'm letting him crash here for the weekend, but like... Dude's gotta work here. Giant didn't come back to life? Not yet. I'm keeping an eye on the Whoop. Yeah, no, I'm keeping an eye on the combat reports for when if they pop back up. But till then, I'm assuming no. Of course I'm crazy. That's what my dad thought for years. Also, I just want to point out the fact that you did just refer to yourself as a Chinese bot. So... a bit dehumanizing. Beep boop. Yeah, pretty much. No one will learn how to spell believe either. Okay, I also don't know how to spell believe. All right, we're gonna do granite floors. Broccoli, I'm not gonna lie, I've completely lost what you guys are talking about. Granite. 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 And granite. Have fun complaining on the social media platform called Twitter. Although I would recommend, instead of complaining on the social media platform called Twitter, you make an account on the social media called, or not social media, but on the platform called the Fediverse, and then view it with Mastodon, because then you'll actually speak with humans more consistently, and it's a much better browsing experience and social experience, and actually a decent social platform, unlike Twitter. Why neck is such a liability. Well, I mean, neck is fragile. It's like real life. Clearly. Oh, wow. All of the granite that I had in this layer is now gone. Magical. And yeah, and Mastodon writes good music from time to time. It's kind of funny how easy it is when talking about Mastodon to just sound like a crypto asshole, even though it has nothing to do with crypto. It's like, follow me on the Fediverse. The Metaverse? No, the Fediverse. Piece of shit. No, that just sounds delicious. Gosh, I'm in. Feta is very delicious, yes. They thought decentralized equals crypto shit. That's kind of hysterical, actually. Well, their loss. I do actually really like Mastodon. It's the one social media platform I have to use for this job that I genuinely really like. Only in Cheese Runner is Gorgonzola the best. Dwarf is singing. Felt giddy while performing. Ruby Squeakbird, doing a good job singing. You think feta's F-tier cheese? I don't think that it's my place to rank something I don't make. I like feta. I think feta's quite good. Is it my favorite cheese? No. But it is quite good. I think I just accidentally canceled a job for Floor. Welp. Well, it depends on what section of the Fediverse you're on, though. It really, really depends on where you are. The area that I have built, or rather not built, but ended up in is like mostly just game developers, streamers, and people who play video games. Doesn't really matter what you identify as. The only way to protect the neck reliably is with something something like a frogmouth helmet. That comes with too many disadvantages. Yeah, fair enough. You know what's funny is resuming constructions in the tasks menu has existed in this game as long as I've played it, and I used to blow people's minds who've played this game for years who had no idea that that was even an option. Sure, but I think generalizing like that is kind of shitty to a degree. It's like saying well, I was about to say it's like saying the only people on Facebook are soccer moms that are kind of racist, which is, I mean, kind of true, but also I think you might know what I mean when I say that. Like, there's truth to stereotypes, but also it's not an accurate stereotype in the case of Mastodon. It's like, in reality, it's like, you could say that Facebook is entirely populated with racist, like, soccer moms, but in reality, or racist Karens even. But in reality, like, everybody's on Facebook. Everybody's on Facebook. Every demographic, especially international demographics, like, it's super popular in other places in the world that aren't North America. Everybody's on Facebook. And even if you're not on Facebook, Facebook doesn't care, and they've made you a shadow account anyway. So it's like, yeah, exactly, Rusty. At the very least, the Fediverse and Mastodon doesn't give a shit about your data. Like a vile force of darkness, metalhead. But you never actually use it? Well, maybe now it's time to start. And then we'll get a metalsmith down here. Also going to make out of marble. You need to do some research before joining. I would argue that you should do some research before joining any social media platform. I don't know why everybody is just like significantly more up in arms and defensive and like pearl clutchy about Mastodon, though. Like, literally, like, do your research before you give any information to any internet platform. Doesn't fucking matter what it is. New, old, in or out, cool or not. Speaking of Vile Force of Mug, it appears that our friend Jerry Gord is mugging chat with a Vile Force of Mug. So if you would like a chance to win a Vile Force of Mug, you will have to pay part of shipping. Exclamation point enter. And thank you very much, Jerry Gord. Appreciate you, dude. You can confirm Vile Mugs are good. My dad apparently uses his at work. There we go. We've finally, like, fixed my super duper 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 crappy forge setup. Research? That sounds like effort. Yep. Yep. That's why so many streamers get ripped off by sponsors, is because so many of them don't do research. It's made in the UK. They have a production facility in the UK. I need to see what that is. I see combat lists as well. I don't... and something's dead. Uh-oh, that's not good. Apparently my furnace operator was found dead. I'm sorry, what the fuck? Oh. There is a undead... Is that a goat? Looks like a goat. I see teeth going everywhere. Olan was found dead. Trying to get the military in here. They're in there now. It's just a mess. Well, what a time. Lithium Falls. Thank you very much for the prime. And Shark Jumping Walrus appears to have won the giveaway. Congrats, Shark Jumping Walrus. I've got a woodcrafter that's been possessed. I would be too after this. And seriously, Lithium Falls, thanks for the 3rd month. Welcome back. Step away for a minute in this. Yep, a goat died. It's a bloody shame, that. And the military didn't exactly get here the fastest. Was what, 4 dead? Nobody named, though. Kind of a shame, that. All right, well, let's go up. Just try and get this stuff crushed before they start coming back to life. Yes, they're dishwasher safe. Oh, it begins again. Do you have zombies? Oh, a stray llama was found dead. Where's the fighting? Trying to figure out where fighting is currently. Okay, bunch of corpses. Oh, I see why there was so many people involved in that fight. It's because it was literally every dwarf in the fort involved in that fight, as it was right next to the main tavern. Well, at least we got rid of him. Also, it looks like our hospital's nice and full. Time to put some more beds in there. it looks like we need more. At least we still have some powder for casts left. And plenty of other materials. We do need soap, though. You mean crush as in getting crushed by a drawbridge? So a dwarf corpse in the hallway? Let's take a peek. Oh, wait, like a corpse that hadn't been hauled yet? Yeah, this one. Yeah, cheers. Your favorite crush, a marble boulder. Obsidian pillar. Howdy, Devilish. Day's been going pretty good. No complaints. Massive amounts of casualties, but aside from the random surprise fun and the zombies that come after that, we're doing okay. And it's the first of spring, which means we're probably gonna have another chicken apocalypse, but we'll see. Also, chicken apocalypse sounds delicious. I would like to eat one. Probably it sounds like something. No, I think a devilish potato is still alive. I'm pretty sure a devilish potato is still alive. And honestly, it's the fucking livestock that's named that keeps causing me so much grief. Oh no, not blue screen of death. That happened to one of my teammates recently, and then her computer just didn't turn back on. But yeah, I can assure you that that mug is machine washable, because I own several mugs of that type, and they are all machine washable. Also, I've got a dwarf sitting on a craft store shop, so let's double check. I'm gonna follow you. That doesn't seem safe, man. But, I mean, you do you. Uh-oh. This seems bad. Let's just station them, like, right here. Might want to back up there, dwarf. It's a llama corpse. The llama corpse looks kind of hysterical, I'm not gonna lie. Right, well, we were able to kill it without any extra casualties, so. Just get everything in there crushed. Llama, why? Because people keep showing up with pets. For some godforsaken reason. Alright, well, let's see if I can get these all memorialized. I might actually be running out of slabs again. Hold on. Rovod. Whoops. Okay. How come? Oh, I see the problem. Searching the wrong thing. What about the hoodie? I mean, that would just be normal washing etiquette. Like, was literally just stated in chat, turn inside out and wash it on delicate. Although at the same time, like, it's also just it's a hoodie. So if you don't want the images to blur, then just be careful and nice to it. Otherwise, do what you will with it, I suppose. Put wood there if I can. And I mean, I put my keyboard in my dishwasher sometimes, so maybe you shouldn't trust me about what you should and should not put in your dishwasher. Stone, metal ores, all. Yeah, relatively frequently too. The best way to clean a dishwasher. Or it's the best way to clean a keyboard is in a dishwasher. And Doran as well. So the reason I put my keyboard in the dishwasher is essentially I can smelt tetrahedrite. Let's do 50. Take all the keys off, unplug the cable, put it in the dishwasher, let the dishwasher run, then remove it from the dishwasher, let it dry for 48 hours, and it's completely clean. Without like a dishwasher, I would be a significantly sadder keyboard user. I want to build a library. I'm just trying to figure out where to put it. Got that. Could make this into a library, but that would be kind of overkill. You know what? Yeah, why not? Let's make the, keep changing my mind. Let's put the library back here, kind of in this area, like behind the. That's still pumping right there. Yeah. So what I think I'm gonna do is I'm going to build a library in this zone, but we'll do that later. I think what I'm gonna do right now is I'm gonna just get a little mist generator, like around here somewhere. Like if I go up one layer, just put like a little mist generator like right here, basically. That'll just, because this is like one of the most heavily trafficked zones in the entire game. I mean, in the entire fort. So if I could just do that, I think that would really improve things. Because I need that. Can't see. 1, 2. 1, 2. That'll be fine. That'll be right above that. Let's actually do this, which is right there, this, and this. And just get rid of that. Speaking from experience and getting different kinds of keyboards wet, it very much depends on the type of keyboard. If you have the dishwasher, it will clean nicely or complete. Oh yeah, that also depends too. Mine has like no screen, no lights. It's very minimal. It's got nothing fancy, no bells, no whistles, and a detachable cable. I wouldn't recommend you put your keyboard in the dishwasher. Created a chestnut bracelet and claims it as a family heirloom. A chestnut bracelet, eh? Interesting. Let's take a peek at it. I don't expect it to be particularly valuable. It's worth 2,000. This is a chestnut bracelet. All craft store ship is of the highest quality. It is encrusted with oval. It is encrusted with cushioned siltstone cabochons and decorated with blue peafowl bone and encircled with bands of pigtail and silver. This object menaces with spikes of chestnut, plume agate, and shale. On the item is an image of Datan sword shove, the dwarf, and dwarves in blue peafowl leather. Datan sword shove is surrounded by the dwarves. The artwork relates to the ascension of the dwarf Datan sword shove to the position of king of the accidental ceiling in the year 109. That's kind of nice. Well, we'll put it here for now for safekeeping. Apparently, I have two rings. Oh, I see. I actually screwed up. Wait, hold on. Were those both earrings? Not ring? Then... Oh, never mind. It's a bracelet, not a ring. I'm smart. That would do it. We're gonna dig this out and make a weaponsmithing guild, I think. I need something for my kids to do. Except they're gonna need more space than that, probably. I think I'm just gonna dig down until I find lava. Use alcohol for deep cleaning if you want to be safe. Using water isn't the worst deal either. Yeah, I love how my terrible advice for washing keyboards just like always starts this conversation. It's an interesting one. Just use the electronics cleaner, which is absolutely not hard to get. What are we dancing for? You might be typing in the wrong chat, potentially, Infinity. Especially if, like, Jess is doing something with music or something. Yeah. I've never even heard of that cleaner before. Although, I also would definitely not really be keen on the idea of using IPAs to clean my keyboard. And I'm somebody who puts my keyboard in the dishwasher. Overlapping fracture. Ow. Who's just jamming the DF tunes? Sure, but because of the emote that Infinity was using, I wasn't entirely certain, so. Seems like I wasn't mistaken either. You know, let's do library down here. We'll start building a library. Also, that siege left, which is nice. I gotta say, I'm real happy that I discovered this building technique and it's like stuck because, and like has continued to be good because it's making building these constructions that are a little bit less square so much easier. Like, holy shit. It's so easy to just dig and build and dig and build and dig and build like this. You like the room setup? I'm also really happy with the way the rooms turned out in this fort. Where do I want to do the door? That seems like a door. Let's just do rock bookcase. Rock bookcase. Let's make them out of... Let's make them out of granite, actually. Let's do 40. Nope, they are not. They designate just fine. Dwarves like walking past their hatches, though. The only thing the hatches are required for is baby chickens getting born. That is a very good pro tip, Lithium. I completely agree with that. Always assemble lasagna before you eat lasagna. Disassembled lasagna is not as good as lasagna. You like the triple river thing going on? It's turned out really nice, hasn't it? Hasn't it? It's like, it looks almost cooler on the minimap than it does in game, though. Let's just go down this way. Do one of these here. And considering that works, I would assume this would work. And then I can place just one here, which can be the one we go down to from the top. And one right here, which can be the one we hit from the side. And then I can build a wall in front of most of it, because I think that that would be a fitting thing to do. And then on the sides of these, power can go. Actually, you know what? What if I made them all out of apple wood? I can get the horizontal axles to do this. And this. And that. We'll see how much power we have in a minute. Do I have those pillars to avoid cave-ins? They're just for aesthetic purposes. Cave-ins won't happen unless you remove every single piece of support from a thing. Oh, shit. Well, that's a pain in the dick. Actually, you know what? Let's just leave this locked and say, pull the lever. Just pull the lever. Somebody just pull the lever. Just pull the lever. It'll die. All you gotta do is pull the lever. All you gotta do is pull the lever. Not worth it. More dwarves are dying. Come on, pull the lever. There it goes. Lever pulled. And problem solved. All right. It's a pain. It is possible there's more zombies. That llama did in fact do work, yep. It was what, like 8 or 9 dwarves? 3. 3 dwarves, not 8 or 9. Too many. What I really need to do is down, what, here on this layer? Basically about here. Should be outside of the resurrecting area. I need to make a new body disposal over there. Because that'll make this problem significantly less consistent. Nope, there's more happening. It's down in the tavern. Or not the tavern, the... Oh, finally. Bad timing, but finally. It's down in the hospital. There's also a ghost in here. Ooh. Intriguing. I'm not actually sure how we found this. Oh, I see. We just straight up dug right into it. Broccoli, what kind of dwarf would you like? But give me a minute. Just figure out what kind of dwarf you would like. Well, I don't think that's going to give me much in the way of At least this is actually, this area is really easy to seal off, so that's good. I'm not sure what that would be. So, in regards to interesting, I guess it depends on what you define as interesting. Currently, that could be literally anybody, depending on your definition of interesting. Minecart dumped them over there. Corpse Finger 9000 might need to do something like that, yeah. But I also really need to get this area down here dealt with. We'll have to check down there in a second. Oh, of course, it's still tough. I mean, it's a resurrecting undead biome. Of course, it's tough. But still lots of death. But we're still getting by. Haven't lost yet. Fort's still standing. Make another 25 slabs. Sometimes it gets a bit spicy, yeah. I mean, yeah, it's not going badly. It's certainly not going badly. I mean, we've got 2 trained walruses. Which considers Among Us a space game, apparently, and here we are asking well, how misunderstood a roguelike is? I mean, it is a game that's themed in space, but it's not a space sim. Depends on what they're calling it. Also, it's not what Twitch considers it. Twitch pulls all of the game data from the indie game database, so it's whatever indie game database thinks it is. It's not Twitch. I'm sorry, is this stuff on the surface? Oh. So we've got an undead giant puffin, okay, fighting with a giant puffin, okay, fighting with Keo people on the surface right now. So I'm not sure. Okay, it seems to just be them. The giant puffin and the undead puffin. I'm going to go back underground. I think it's dangerous up here. Big old slap fest, pretty much, yep. They won't be fighting that for a while. I also probably have a bunch of slabs to place. That, or I'm out of slabs. One of the two. I do, in fact, have a bunch of slabs to place. That's kind of a shocker. Okay. Let's go back down to Cavern Lair. And I need to give Brockley something. Do you have a beard preference? Can't remember. Wait, so you want just whoever the happiest dwarf is? Because yes, I can absolutely do that. If that's what you would like. Uh-oh, this ain't good. Wait, hold on. How far are they able to go? Is it literally just this corner? Hold on. I think the cavern I have access to is literally this corner. Yeah, there's nowhere down to go. So, does that mean I could just wall this off? Chad, am I misseeing this? Is that all that there is? It's just this tiny ass corner? So that's fantastic. Awesome. Okay, hold up. Oh, you want the least happy dwarf? I mean, okay, if you want to die, sure. I won't take that away from you. Broccoli is very brocolin. Oops, that's the wrong button. She can get caught up in internal deliberations when action is necessary. She is bashful, and she has great trouble mastering fear when confronted by danger. She is unfriendly and disagreeable, and she is bothered by this, and she values friendship, and she doesn't handle stress well. Good lord, fucking marijuana. She has a great trouble mastering fear when confronted by danger, and she is unfriendly and disagreeable. And she's bothered by this, and she values friendship. She doesn't handle stress well, and she's often nervous, and she is rarely happy or enthusiastic, and conflicted by this, and she values parties in the merry-making in the abstract. She takes offered gifts and without feeling particularly grateful, and she is curious and eager to learn. She's quick to anger, and she sometimes acts with little determination and confidence, and she is quite comfortable with others that have a different appearance or culture. That is a lot of plump elements. Yep. She prefers that everyone live as harmoniously as possible, and she prefers to go it alone without considering the advice of others. And she finds obligations confining, though she is conflicted by this for more than one reason. She generally finds herself to be quite hopeful about the future. And she needs alcohol to get through the working day, and doesn't mind being outdoors at least for a time. Dreams of raising a family, and personally is affronted by the whole notion of maintaining decorum, and finds so-called dignified people disgusting, and thinks that the entire concept of sacrifice for others is truly disgusting, and believes that peace is always preferable to war, and respects the law. She likes copper, star sapphire, slow leather, and bolts and querns and flasks and cavies for their 3 toes, and raccoon men for their mischief. And she prefers to consume durian and herring and giant kangaroo cheese and tuber beer. Hates worms. Zwari, who am I giving a dwarf to and why? I'm trying to seal the caverns, god damn it. You heard the lady. She likes her kangaroo cheese. Don't judge the root cheese. She seems like a wreck. Hopefully we can fix her. Also, just let me know, Zwari, when you figure it out. Is root cheese actually a thing? Generally, I just assume that Dwarf Fortress just has creature type that could theoretically produce milk, make cheese variant. Like, as an example, pig cheese. Pig milk isn't dense enough to be made into cheese. Rue as in, like, kangaroo, not rude as in mean. So not exactly a great farm here, but certainly there is the potential here for
I haven't been here much
stuff to
lately,
grow.
but much love anyway.
Koku, thank you very much for the 5th month. I feel like everybody just kind of like burnt out concurrently at the exact same time on Dwarf Fortress, which is totally fair. But thank you for bringing that sub back for a 5th month. I don't know if it's my dwarves fighting. Okay, so it's the Kia people and the giant puffin that are fighting now. No, not brood cheese. Rue cheese. This looks like a Kinder Surprise egg. Look at that. Get that mined out. Got yellow diamond clusters. Ain't that fun? The angriest military dwarf. Okay, I'll sort by angriest until I find military. Oh, well, I know why they're angry. It's because they're stationed somewhere. You get to be Erdim. And who is it? Oldzoring? Polly? Polly want to land. I think that might be what it might be. There we go. Got it. Just so in case you lose your nickname, you keep it. She is truly fulfilled by assisting those in need, and she wishes this were the. And though she wishes this were not the case, she considers her altruism foolish. She's a nervous wreck, and she thinks that, and she lives an orderly life, organized and neat. And she is quite comfortable with those that have a different appearance or culture, and she generally acts impartially and is rarely moved to mercy and tends to assume that the worst of two outcomes will obviously be the one that comes to pass. She prefers that everyone lives harmoniously as possible and occasionally overindulges, and she tends to not be swayed by the emotions of others. She can handle stress. She needs alcohol to get through the working day, and she does not really care about anything anymore. She dreams of mastering a skill, and this dream was realized personally. Sees sacrifice as wasteful and foolish, and sees guile and culling as indirect and somewhat worthless. She likes zinc, green, tourmaline, purring maggot leather, jute fabric, and cubes and catapult parts, and spider monkey men for their prehensile tails. And when possible, she prefers to consume monarch butterfly and celery and dwarven ale and hemp flour, and absolutely hates oysters. You're restless. You want to do something creative. I think I should probably put this squad onto off duty for a little bit. Give them a break. Which means they should get a break. There you guys, go be off duty for a bit. Hell yeah, I'd eat a butterfly. At least someone would. See if they'll just run past and squish this. Otherwise, I will have to unmilitary my... Never mind, guys. I need you to kill this real quick. I also need a door here, and I need to lock it. Don't you kill this dwarf, you son of a bitch. Come on, military. Bash her to death. There you go. Nauseous, seriously injured, tired. Anybody coming to rescue you? At least you're not bleeding. Ooh, his hand's pretty bad. But he's getting carried down, so that's good. Brush it off, champ. You'll be fine. Keyword there is fine, right? You'll be fine. It's gonna get booted back out in it. This is such a terrible setup. Oh, hey. Only clothing got chucked out. It's totally fine. Is that a polar bear? Oh, fucker, that's a polar bear. It's an agitated polar bear corpse. I'm staying inside for a while, chat. Doesn't matter how old it is. It's a friggin' polar bear corpse that wants me dead, is what that is. You want to pet the polar bear? Correction. I want to pet the agitated polar bear corpse. That doesn't seem wise. It seems like a really good way to lose your arm, actually. All right, let's finish up with this cavern lair. That's priority number 1 right now. I guess I will maintain my statement of, but why? In regards to wanting to pet that corpse. All right, let's do that. And the final one. A fun fact about polar bears, their fur is not white, it's transparent. It looks like a fishing line. I mean, I believe that. Polar bear corpse equals double soft. I don't like this logical jump you've just made. I just would like to know. Like, I won't reject it, Blood Odin, but I don't like it. In fact, I would say I kind of hate it. So now that we're on the same page with that. Ew. Also, I have a question. How do you know that corpses have soft skin? Just asking for a friend. And maybe a cop. They're covered in optical fiber. Good take, actually. Yeah. You be a necromancer? Definitely can't trust you. It's almost sandwich time, chat. My gut just went... It's my tummy telling me it's sandwich time. Dig down deeply. Wait into the lava sea. When you see the... Found a mysterious wall studded with gems. Dig down through the center of it. Through all the lava and the water. That's how you find adamantine. Mummies are corpses, and their skins are and their skin is anything but soft. Depends on whether or not you're talking about a mummy or an Egyptian mummified body. I don't know. It depends on the mummy.
Glad to see there was nothing entirely horrific waiting for us down there. But I do wonder about that brown coloration crypsis.
Crypsis. I mean, it just means that there's evil things underground. Also, this part's pretty great. I can pasture my animals now and not cry all the time about it. I don't know why I burst into song there, but I'm very happy. All right, anything that needs to eat grass, like this stupid bunny rabbit, sure, we can put the pig here, this dumb goat, this other pig, this, there you go. Oh, it's not mold, it's cave moss. Chat, the game is about, or the Twitch channel is about to run an ad on the stream in 40 seconds. I'm gonna use this as an opportunity to go grab lunch. Is your wabbit still alive? Yes. It's I think so. Yeah. Head of Wonderkin. Still seriously injured, not dead, 5 years old. Still alive. I'm going to go and get me some food. No, I'm not a Disney princess. I'm just sleep deprived. I'm going to go get me some lunch. I'm hungry. I will be back in by the time the ad ends probably, or maybe slightly after the ad ends. And then we're going to see if we can unfuck this fortress because shit's kind of bad. That's a body right there. We should probably get rid of it. I will be back momentarily. Don't go anywhere too fast unless you really want to. And thanks everybody so far for hanging out today. Can I get a round of beers? BRB. Oh, also now if you have sound commands, it's a good time to use them to entertain the chat.
Over here, he has a sword!
Water hardens too. Yeah, and so do most dudes in the morning. But, like, that's besides the point.
Flubbalooba dog getawis.
See how he bites off the shell to get at the nut?
Let's take a lovely fruit, the tomato. Remove everything that's good from it, the seeds, the vitamins, the nutrients, everything that's good about it, and just jam it full of shit garbage shit sugar. And put it in a shit bottle that sounds like shit when you put it on your shit. It's shit! Stop eating ketchup!
Cheese for everyone!
I'm trying to think of a good dwarf joke, but I'm coming up short.
Bark, 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 bark.
Whoa, dude, fuck yeah, dude, that's fucking sick, hell yeah! Woo! Sandwich!
HeroQuest is the best game ever made, and anyone who says otherwise is wrong.
I have never made more cheddar than this massive story. Whenever Gottfried got high, the gremlins danced around the gondolas. Coffee. All right, we're back. And thank you for the bits, Claiborne. I don't actually have an easy way of seeing how many you gave me since I left. Moo Clown, thanks for the resub. And Claiborne. There we go. Sweet. Oh. What, you thought me talking was a sound command? Well. I don't know, that was just an overdue word story. Let's also try and get this fucking horse out of here. You know, a lot of the random zombie breakouts in this fortress has just been livestock.
I know this.
Also, apparently it's party time. Passed out for 5 hours? Welcome back, Bastet. You're still alive. That was a very productive party for me. I don't know about you guys. I just paid my credit card bill. All right. So, I should probably free you guys from emote only, hey? You guys okay in there? There you go. You're free now. Okay, so.
Toto? Yes. It's called a motor race, okay? We went car racing.
It's called a motor race. We went car racing, Toto. You know, Toto, I still don't think Toto agrees that that was a motor race. And I don't think he thinks that we went car racing. Maybe people who watch F1 will understand. That's actually one of my favorite sound commands I have is the racing one. So I'm making a weaponsmith's guild right here. What do you mean it was a very fair decision? There's just something about that clip, like, my take on that actual event aside, like, that was one hell of a goddamn moment. While you were playing with your cat in the lab, she was not amused by dancing. She's just like, I can't sit still here now. Also, I'm not sure if I said anything about this, but Moo Clown, thank you very much for the tier 1, by the way, for the 3 months. It does mean a lot. All right, let's jump down to... Wow, is that really what the game thinks is the lowest layer? You're awake again? Oh, no. That's interesting. It's biome specific. Some migrants have arrived. Okay, what's going to kill them on the surface, though? That's okay. That's kind of... I wonder if helmet snakes still have helmet snake venom when they're undead. You fell asleep for 2 odd hours, you suppose? Well, I gotta say, 2 odd hours of sleep is better than no odd hours of sleep, so... Welcome back to the land of the living, allegedly. Well, it can't get into us, so it's not so bad, but... They do? Okay. Well, that's notable. You know from experience. Oh, really? Okay. Good to know. Good to know indeed. We're also building a library over here. Do I have a blocks job right now? Do I have more slabs that need to be placed? Not currently. I will soon, probably. Do I have any undead dwarves that I'm missing? Just a troglodyte? So up on the surface, there is a rotten giant puffin corpse, a giant puffin corpse, an agitated polar bear corpse, a keel woman, lower right arm. Yeah, okay. Where are these migrants arriving from? What is the closest door I can give them? So the closest door is actually very, very convenient, and it's right here. So I'm going to turn off this, and we're going to go down to this, and I'm going to open this door and say, run, dwarves. Run like your life depended on it. Like I said, dwarves. Run like your life depended on... There you go. Uh-oh. There's the agitated polar bear corpse. All right, military. You have to kill the agitated polar bear corpse. Please. Please turn around. Uh-oh. That's not good. Well, they're all fighting with the agitated polar bear corpse. I'm surprised that none of them have died yet. That's a lot of blood. There's just bones and bits and... Oh, that's one. Okay, the military's in the fray now. There's still more piling. Okay, so we lost one dwarf. I'm going to station the military here now. I need all of you newbies to join this. Cleaning up the blood. Makes sense. I like that the polar bear goes upside, like inverted when it's undead. That's kind of hysterical, actually. Welcome to Waterlung. Pretty much, yeah. Oh, and a pig. Uh-oh. That's an agitated undead reindeer. I'm not sure what they're fighting with now. Claiborne is fighting with the dwarf's corpse. So I can't let this... Oh, never mind. I was about to say I can't let this in here, but guess they get to fight with an undead agitated reindeer now. Okay, well, at least it's now a dead undead agitated reindeer. I'm going to lock this trapdoor again and just kind of hope we're good. If everybody isn't inside yet, that's up to them. Also, yes, nice job, Claiborne. So, you're seriously injured. Uh-oh. Wait, what? Oh, that was just a head. That's fine. So, that head came back to life, but it's okay. Because it seems like, Olin just scratched the head in the right eye, tearing it, and it died again. So, there was a head. It rolled. It got a head, and then it ceased being a head. And now it's dead. So, everything is good. Everything is totally fine. Imagine just getting attacked by your friend's undead head. It's just like, oh, and then it's gone. It's like just spluttering because, like, you know, what are you gonna do? Bite me? Are we ahead or not? We are no longer ahead, but we're also not behind. I mean, clipping it is up to you. It's more likely to become a short. It's very Black Knight. Yeah, honestly, Dwarf Fortress in undead biomes is hysterically Black Knight. Wait, what? Oh, well, so there was a pig on the surface, but a herd of wild undead reindeer got it. It pigged the wrong fight. It seems. No, well, oh, reindeer, more like. They seem to be coming towards the fort. Yep. I mean, this is why we have so many upset dwarves. I really, really, really just need, like, 10 days. Or, like, a year of nothing terrible happening for a bit. So that we can just, like, you know, fix these dwarves for a bit. Yes. Old swearing. Sorry, there's something hysterical about that. I know how that just means that this dump is poorly designed, which it very much is, but, like, that is just way too funny whenever that happens. Okay, so let's go back down into the fort. Let's get a memorial started for Olan. No, that's not Olan, it's Erdim. All right. Well, oh my God. Are there people outside still? Well, rest in peace, Lorebomb. That's unfortunate. Also, apparently there's a Zulban on the surface. Yeah, also that's a rotten puffin corpse. That's undead. Giant puffin. It's probably puffin because it's dead too. It's all bloated and gnarly, if I had to guess. All right. Let's go build the library. Let's just do that. I got way too much shale, so I'm just going to kind of waste some of it. The surface is looking pretty grim. Yep. No, I think what we're going to need to do is we're going to need to spend a good chunk of time underground developing a defensive mechanism against the surface before we go back up there, really. They're not plural. It's just goal. It's puffing up. Yep. It's puffing up the volume. Walled Coven has many members and now requires a temple and a priest. Going to appoint this, except the temple is going to be a Walled Coven. Walled Coven, Walled Coven. We'll put the Walled Coven right here. Tucked in this little spot right there. In a rather silly manner. In a rather silly manner, hey? Off to exercise while wishing you were drinking beer. Many blessings. We'll see you when we see you, Goth. Yeah, I need to do more cardio. After my most recent camp backpacking trip, I was like, well, I really like backpacking, but fuck me, I need to go do some cardio because like my legs just get tired way faster than they should now. Let's do all that. You're drinking kvass? Yeah, but that's not beer. Kvass is good. There is a little Ukrainian bakery that sells kvass, actually. Relatively close-ish to me. It's pretty good as far as fermented beverages go. I would prefer to drink beer, though. Kind of tastes like one of those things that would be sold during Prohibition here. It's like, well, I mean, if you don't have beer as an option, then okay, I guess I'll drink this, is kind of the way it tastes to me. Fuzzy liquid bread. Yeah, fizzy liquid bread, exactly, yeah. Very much what it is. Two dwarves. So Thob and Lorbam have been missing for a week. They're both on the surface. So Thob with an O, and Lorbam with a Z. Oops.
Over here, he has a sword.
Yeah, he does. And his name is John C. But you can't see him, so it's fine. I kind of miss John Cena memes. That was a pretty good era for memes. Uh-oh. Another one. I don't actually know how many got stuck outside in that. Zulban with a L. More shale statues incoming. Tables, like private studies kind of deal. Could do some chests, writing material. Finger punches? Something like that, yes. What do you guys think of my little kind of thrown together library? I think it's pretty good. No, that would be finger guns, not finger punches. Actually, no, I shouldn't place those until I've redone the stairs. Yeah, I think it really needs some engravings. Jelly Belly, what kind of dwarf would you like, approximately? I will do my best to provide you a dwarf that covers your request. But keep in mind that all dwarves do not come with insurance, and may cease to be dwarf without notice. And I take some of the responsibility, but I won't actually do anything if your dwarf ceases to be dwarf. And I'm going to make this into a library. Dwarf just got struck by melancholy or went insane, and I'm not sure which. The hilarious thing about this is we have one book in the fort. One. So I guess they can all share. And see if I can get some paper and writing material, though. The Homes of Granite is my library. At the very least, I can let dwarves ponder. Is it a good book, at least? I don't actually know. I haven't examined yet. I have not examined it, so I don't know. Can do that. And then the last tile up here. Like that. And this. It's going to go here, and we're going to make copper cork and copper pipe. And I'm going to make 4 of each. Dodge the boulders, guys. So now whenever they go down and up into the food thing, they're going to get sprayed by mist. This will be pretty efficient, I think. Broccoli is throwing a tantrum, and Zas is stumbling around obliviously. Not that I blame any of them. I would probably do the exact same if I lived in this godforsaken fortress. And I need rock mechanisms. Let's just say 10. Doesn't actually matter. The return of Pumpy? No. Pumpy's still pumping in another universe somewhere else. What I really need, though, is I really need to turn on the justice system. Really need to turn on the justice system, my god. You remember that dwarf in that sentence? Sounds dirty. It's true. That sentence does, in fact, sound dirty. Make like Indiana and cheese it. I don't know what that means. You know, I'll be honest. It's been so long since I've seen an Indiana Jones movie. It's been so goddamn long. I kind of saw the crystal skull and it made me go, right, never thinking about this again. I then kind of just didn't think about Indiana Jones for a very long time. By conventional gods? Well, maybe it's just blessed, depending on the god. It's not too far away from release. Yeah, I can watch them in order, because I'm pretty sure I did actually watch them all in order. Because the last time I saw them, I watched all 4 of those movies back to back. And since then, I've done my best to forget most of that. You know what's crazy? So there was a t-shirt gifted back at the beginning of this stream. It's already in production. It's already in production. And looking at the behind the scenes stuff at the merch store, it's going to be shipped tomorrow morning. That's nuts. Like, actually, that's kind of insane. It's very dwarf-like. It's like sending out a production order. Let's do that. Okay, we'll wait. Can I get, I'm actually gonna need 3 of these. Actually, no, I could actually just do it this way. Do 1 vertical axle there and one there, or horizontal axle. This will be powered, this will power this, and then that'll power that, and that'll power that. Easy peasy. Hope this makes enough power. Kind of a shame if it didn't. Onward to social obligations. Catch you next one. I'll be on Saturday. I don't know exactly what time. It might just be normal time. It might be a little later. But I will be doing a stream Saturday, which won't necessarily be Dwarf Fortress. It might just be Caves of Cut, actually. But you have a solid day, Blood Odin. Enjoy your social obligations. That's a dead goat. That's great. Excellent. Quad? Well, I don't quad, but there may be caves, and Cud might be in them on Saturday. I'm going to do weekend streams this week. I'm going to do like a 6-hour stream on Saturday and a 6-hour stream on Sunday. You meant Cud? Okay. I won't be drinking a Belgian quad that day, though. I can assure you that. As tasty as Belgian quads are. I've also been planning on doing some Songs of Six, and I don't know when to work that in there, but we'll see. How does the sprinkler work? I'll show you. It'll make a lot more sense once it's set up. But essentially, as long as there's 2 of 7 water on the floor there, the pump can pump it. So what's going to happen is I'm going to use buckets to put some water right here. And then this pump here is going to pick it up and pass it over here. And then this pump is going to pick it up and pass it over here. And then the pump that's going to be here is going to pick it up and pass it over here. And then it's just going to spin in circles really quickly. That is a Belgian quad, but no, I will not be drinking one of those.
This is madness!
Madness! So, Hobo, we going to Vegas? Yeet. Songs of Six after 5? Maybe on Sunday is kind of what I'm thinking. Maybe. We'll see. So technically, I will probably be streaming 7 times this week because I will be doing a stream tomorrow on the secret account, which can be found right here. Although the thing about that secret account is that stream will only be about 2 hours tops. Be editing a podcast and such. Nope. I think that rabbit is finally dead. So, Wanderkin, you can, finally say your final words to your poor bunny. Can't miss Hobo coming in. He's very much hard to miss, yes. Interesting. Okay. Because there might be an Airbnb stuff getting booked. Yeah, I'm not actually sure what killed the bunny. I just see that bunny showed up dead. So. Broccoli is now stumbling around obliviously. I'm sorry, not sorry. You'll make a fine... you know what's sad? True fact about bunnies. That's a lot of teeth. True fact about bunnies in Dwarf Fort. They don't actually provide anything of value. So you don't get any meat. They don't give leather. They just give a skull. Dwarves are so bad at butchering that they get nothing from a bunny. So this... going to be a pit pond. Now we just need to wait for a dwarf to come and put a bucket of water here. Yeah, I'll let you know. I don't know how many people are going to be crashing in it, but I know Sui's already booked an Airbnb, so. Yeah, hopefully. I mean, we can check in on your dwarf if you want. They've probably seen better days. Human caravan has arrived. That's a shame. That's all I know about that, is that's a shame. Just gonna wait until this gets started first. We just need another bucket to show up. I made copper buckets, which are kind of heavy, but they're cool looking. There we go. And now it works. This is how this works. So now this spins in circles like this. And everybody who stands here gets a stupidly happy thought brain. Brain thought. Head thought. They get very happy things. What else are you going to do with copper? Make goblets? All right, so let's check in on Wonderkin. Wonderkin, you're actually ecstatic, by the way. You are super okay with the fact that your bunny is dead. You have a kid and you have a husband who's a beekeeper, who's probably very sad because we have no bees. Nothing's really changed about your thoughts, although you are raising a family, so you've completed your dream. You are horrified after being attacked by the dead. Understandable. Content being near a waterfall, and you were interested after watching a performance recently. You would like to acquire an object and eat a good meal, and you want martial training. You want to join the army. What's on the row of statues? It's all the symbol of my civ, which is an image of a dwarf impaling a giant sperm whale zombie. And now you're pushing a minecart. I would say it's a pretty happy dwarf, all in all. But yeah, Hobo, I'm probably just going to book my flights tonight. And we'll figure out, or I'll figure out what stay looks like, and then I'll get back to you on that. Your incident, your partner wants to be a keeper someday? Well, we could name your partner after, or the beekeeper after your partner's URL or username if you get gifted dwarf, but that theoretically could happen. What are we 42069ing? Game numbers? All right. Let's stay up here for a second and see. What can I do to make these dwarves happier? I'm going to go... Well, okay, we've already got the library, which is probably helping a little bit. At least to a degree. Pleasure near a fine slab. That's not something you see very often. Interested after watching it. It was accepting, remembering, being caught in freakish weather, and this caused him to... What did that... I wonder what that changed about you. This dwarf has an incredibly calm demeanor after getting caught in freakish weather. Oh, that's interesting. Also kind of good to see. So this takes how much power currently? 150 total. I think I'm gonna give the soldiers one too, because they kind of need one. It's not too hard to set up a second one. Let's see if I can throw down another gear assembly like right there in case it needs extra power. Over to water wheel. Toss that in there and see if that works. I feel like beekeeper is like a common hobby / life goal for a lot of people. I don't know why. I myself would love to do some beekeeping, and I know a handful of people who say the same thing. Uh-oh, that's not good. A nanny goat starved to death. Time to go stand the military on it. Used to keep ants in different types of terrariums? Really? Used to know somebody who had 2 snakes and then they had 12 snakes. Because their 2 snakes made 11 snakes. Or made, sorry, 10 snakes. Not 11. That's not how math works. You know, the concept of, oh no, a goat died. And now it's just like all of the military like, ready to go. I got the beating stick. Get ready to beat that nanny goat to death. Ah. He was the goat, and now he's going to be the goat again, and then they're going to de-goat the goat. Goat.
Over here, he has a sword!
Hammers, actually. 1 plus what equals 11? Yeah, that's how math works. Wow, wow, wow.
Bring out your dead!
Did it not come back to life yet? I mean, I could just tell them to throw it away, but also kind of don't really want to do that. I mean, this weight is starting to kill me. Eh. Oh, ghost. Dish map. Actually, hold on. How many ghosts do I have to put away? Probably just do that. Seems wise. A lot. Okay, well, let's do this now. I almost need, like, a specific room for gravestones at this point. It's getting a little silly. Also, I think I need to make more copper corkscrews. Copper pipe. Oop. See a notification. Oh, actually, it's probably just ghosts are no longer ghosts, but let's see. Uh-oh, that's not good. What happened to you? Also, apparently there's polar bear people on the surface. Okay, Niche M. You know, honestly, at this point, it might also just be dwarves dying of depression. Polar bear people are cute. What if they're undead and are trying to murder you? It's a whole family of undead polar bear people. And look, it's a dead elf. Or human? Probably human. And also a dead polar bear corpse. I like how the undead variants of animal people just wear... Wait, hold on a second. Are they trying to kill this yak? Is that what's happening? They're trying to kill this yak. What are they doing to it? Close that. What are they doing to it? They're punching it. That's a good question. How is that yak alive? They're just sitting there beating up this yak. It's bleeding, seriously injured, exhausted, and unconscious. Yet, there they are. I mean, what's in its inventory? Maybe they really want its prepared wolf heart. Or, like, the oysters. Gosh. What a poor yak. Someone had to say yak attack, hey? That's mildly horrific, actually. Just mildly horrific. Oh, hey, look, speaking of mildly horrific, look, another ghost. Which is either this one's, or I need to make you a gravestone. Okay, no, it's not that one. Dishmab. T. Dishmab T. Dishmab. Slab, no great. No slabs engraved. Let's do you over here. Niche. Prepared yak heart stuffing with oysters sounds yummy. Maybe. I've never eaten organs like that outside of, like, sausage, obviously. Need those pipe sections. Which means I need you over here, Aerith the blacksmith, to make me pipe sections. There you go. We got one. Cowbrain is slimy and not in a good way? Yeah, I know nothing about what eating stuff like that is like. I've eaten plenty of, like, weird seafood. Like, I've had squid, octopus, sea anemone. I guess the only really weird one then there is sea anemone. But I've eaten plenty of strange seafood-related things. Like any kind of shellfish, I've probably eaten it. Various octopuses. But I've never had, like, you know, brain and stuff like that. So I have zero comprehension as to what those taste like. You see an enemy? What enemy? Oh, see an enemy. Oh, I get you. Very, yep. That's a joke. So that's not good. Fortress is in a bad way right now, to be honest. Fortress is in a very bad way right now. This poor pig. Although, I'm totally okay with no longer having any livestock in this fortress. Because, frankly, it's just causing me more grief than they're worth. I've never had brain. I mean, have you, Tygo? Okay, where's the body? though. Where body? I don't see no body. Cold-blooded, how many kills do you have? 13 kills! Mm-hmm. How about, Raikalu? How many kills do you have? 6 and 1 notable. Polly over here has 1 notable and 8 others. Also is no longer stressed, so that's good. Okay, seriously, where did the body go? I don't actually know. I'm going to pull this lever. We're going to have to try and trade when the dwarves come. This is going to be interesting, especially considering that is right there. Goblin. Oh. Chat, we got a second giant puffin, but it's another female. I do, however, have a reindeer cow. There's a herd of agitated reindeer cow here because one of theirs got stuck in that. Well, that's great. What about this? And a goblin. Trying to make a puffin army. Damn right I would like to puff up my army. But can't really do much of that when all I get is egg layers. More eggs, I suppose. They can look menacing in front of this room together. Chained up. They can be friends at least. They can socialize or something. They want to puff you up. Exactly! Okay, let's see how these dwarves are doing. We're down to only 10 stressed from 20. Zas, however, has slipped into depression, so I'm sure that's fine. Could see if the puffin's eggs are fertilized from being wild. I'm pretty sure I would have eggs at that point. Unless you mean that new one. I ain't getting that thing anytime soon. There's too much chaos going on the surface. And frankly, I don't think it's worth, like, losing a bunch of dwarves to go up there right now. I mean, even trading right now, I think, is a questionable decision. Mighty questionable indeed. Has Broccoli recovered from depression? Nope. It got worse. You're still alive, though, I think. You did ask for, like, the most grumpy dwarves, so... No, you're constructing buildings. Actually, what I should really do is I should see exactly what do you need. To be with friends, you need martial training. I'm just going to remove you from all labors, give you engraving, and give you orderlies so that you're not totally useless, and just let you go chill and exist. Because that's really all that I need you to do right now. And Yushrir, the dwarven child, is withdrawn from society and is doing something wherever you've gone off to, you little quick bastard. Where is you? There you is. Let's see what you're doing. A particularly secretive, strange mood. Wait, we're fighting for what? A fucking puffin? Yeah, exactly. I ain't going... Well, that's not good. This never ends well. All right, you mad dwarves, where are you? Up there? Okay, well. Wish the dwarves luck, chat. We're gonna send the military up here to go station, and I'm going to pull this lever, and I'm going to click... Oh, I already did. All right, so... This can't end well. How many deaths do you think, chat? The attack on the yak ever end? Oh, that's a good question, actually. Did they kill the yak? So the attack on the yak is done. It is now an undead yak. It's an undead yak that is mangled beyond recognition. So... They did eventually put it out of its misery. Oh, we found some of our dwarves dead. Guys, that's not a wise route to take. I would walk around the undead reindeer. Like I said, around the undead reindeer. I would recommend walking away from the undead reindeer and into the fortress. Preferably directly into the fortress, like that one just did. You see this dwarf here? Arab, you're smart. Like that dog. That I'll probably butcher. I mean, we're up to... We are increasing the population, which seems to be wise. You know, it's funny. From my perspective, I feel like this fort's been really dull for you guys to watch. Because, like, there's so much, like, carnage going on all the time. It's hard. Someone's head was fighting. It's hard for me to tell, like, what is actually relevant to each fight, so reading combat logs is almost impossible in this fort. Okay, let's pull this. I mean, it was ahead of the curve. Claiborne, who am I giving a dwarf to? Is the important question of the minute. Eye sockets, eye pockets, same thing. One is just the Apple brand. Did I do your dwarf? No, I certainly did not. Sorry, I think a bunch of people died. I'm gonna do your dwarf first. Non-beard with a rare job. Like a rare useful job? Because, like, I could give you... Oh, there's a paper maker. How about Olan the bookbinder, who's currently listening to a story?
Hello, Blind and Chat.
Oh, no.
Streamlabs here. The smell of
This
blood
again?
and arcane terror has awakened me from my slumber, and now I shall enter the dwarven world again. Preferably in a dwarf that is capable of extreme violence.
Wait, so like in the military? Hold on, let me read this one first. She forms strong emotional bonds with others, and sometimes to her detriment, and she dislikes helping others, and she rarely is enthusiastic. She is conflicted by this as she values parties and merrymaking in the abstract, and she is grateful when others help her out, and she tries to return favors. She doesn't cling tightly to ideas and is open to changing her mind, and she tends to consider what others think of her. Okay, so I just got a really stupid idea which I need to voice before it leaves my brain. When adventure mode releases, what if I did an adventure that was Streamlabs and I have to obey anything that comes up in text-to-speech?
I have great plans for you, Blind.
I don't. I'm just saying, I think that would be hysterical. Like, not every run, obviously, but that would be hysterical. It'll be short-lived. It'll be like, you are a were-creature. Okay. I'm going to beat you to death. I'd have to make it like an elephant demigod. Damn. Thanks for the 10,000 bit. You've unlocked another paywall, Clay. I'm going to read this dwarf. Very sorry for making you wait so long, Jelly Belly. She is rarely happy or enthusiastic and inflicted by this since she values parties and merrymaking in the abstract. She is grateful when others help her out and she tries to return favors. She doesn't cling tightly to ideas and is open to changing her mind, and she tends to consider what others think of her. She tries to keep her things orderly, and she is very humble. She needs alcohol to get through the working day, and she is a hardened individual. She personally has great respect for fairness, and she finds friendship burdensome, and she dreams of crafting a masterwork someday. She likes pudding stone, iron, and moonstone, and polar bear leather. Well, there's some up on the surface, but it's dead, and then lived, and then died again. She likes barrels, earrings, boogeymen for their terror-inspiring antics, and the words of the berries of serenity, and the sound of the phrase of lathering, and when possible prefers to consume parsnip wine, and absolutely hates cave spiders. She worships the deity of metals and music, and she's embarrassed after watching a performance, ×2. Must have been a bad performance. And Stone wanted to know what story they are listening to. So the story is how in the year 250, the Dread of Moons defeated the bonded irons at the accidental ceiling and took over Lush Abbeys. And the new government was called the Curse of Tips. The Curse of Tips, eh? All right, we're stuck in an ad now, so I'm going to wait a minute and 30 seconds. And then we will do the Streamlabs Dwarf. Twitch plays Dwarf Fortress? Not really. It's more like streamer listens to chat while playing Dwarf Fortress. Tips, not tits. Well, some people might consider tits a curse. We have a command for this if you want to like clarify that tits are in fact great. Exclamation point tit. Tits. Hive mind? Yeah, it's more Hive Mind Fortress. Do it. Don't do it. Do it. Don't do it. Do it. Jump in the water. Don't jump in the water. Jump in the water. Don't jump in the water. Jump in the water. Don't jump in the water. I repeat, don't jump in the water. I'd have to bring swimming points. That's for sure. I mean, it's essentially what it would be. I just think it would be funny if it's only, what's the Crypt Calcium link? It's a link to tits, obviously. It's safe for work, don't worry. All right, so ads are pretty much done now. So Streamlabs wants to be a dwarf that's capable of extreme violence. I'm assuming you mean military, yep. There you are. This can be Streamlabs. I should have one of those links for on each. Is what it is. All right. Wow. So this is also, I'm pretty sure literally is either standing on the body of a dwarf that just died or just killed somebody. Did you just kill this dwarf? I mean, that would be off to a good start, wouldn't it? Almost killed 2 zombie dwarfs, so one of them might have been that one. Also, killed that, like, immortal walrus. If anybody remembers the immortal walrus from earlier today, she killed the immortal walrus. She is very ambitious and is always looking for a way to better her situation. She very easily falls into love and develops positive feelings. She is always tense and jittery, and she is very polite. She observes the appropriate rules of decorum, She is always tense and jittery, and she is very polite and observes the appropriate rules of decorum when possible. She has a strong emotional bonds with others, and she at times to her detriment, and she strongly prefers discussions and ideas of the abstract concepts over handling specific practical issues. She tends to avoid any physical confrontations and works to square this natural tendency with her respective martial prowess, and she is quick to anger. She is brave in the face of imminent danger, and she tends to hang on to grievances, and she is generally quite confident in her abilities when undertaking specific ventures. She often feels envious of others and prefers to present herself modestly, doesn't seek out excitement, and doesn't handle stress well, and she is not inherently proud of her talents and accomplishments. Needs alcohol to get through the working day, and doesn't really care about anything anymore. Dreams of mastering a skill, is personally finds the sacrifice to be one of the highest ideals, and she thinks that there is something deeply wrong with those that persevere through adversity, and doesn't respect a society that has settled into harmony without debate and strife, and values tradition. She likes silver, saphazorite, crystal glass, chipmunk leather, and battle axes, ballista parts, and the words of the berries of serenity, which I know I'm pronouncing wrong, and the sound of the luxurious queen, and when possible prefers to consume carrot wine and kangaroo's milk, and absolutely hates cave spiders.
I cannot confirm or deny the destruction of this dwarf. Snitches get stitches.
What's happening? Also, you're friends with Iton, the soap maker. Thanks for the $1, Wonderkin.
OMG, it is so me. Particularly the part about valuing sacrifice. I wonder who I should sacrifice now.
Preferably somebody who's already died once. Speaking of, broccoli. I know that you're very broccoli. You're very broken. But you want martial training. Kind of want to put broccoli into the military. It's like if you tantrum one more time, you'll never tantrum again. Because it'd be in 248 pieces. I'm looking for dwarves that dream of mastering skills. Like this one. Deeply respects skill at arms. Tekkud, join the military. That's perfectly fine. I mean, what could possibly go wrong, right? I'm filling up this squad again. No more ruse milk? I mean, we never actually had, well, we've never had kangaroo's milk in the fort. We've just had dwarves that like kangaroo's milk. Raising a family. As a peasant, so you're currently useless. You want martial training? You do want martial training. No, it certainly doesn't seem to, broccoli. Well, they've had some break time. Actually, let's cancel that special order. Put them on schedule. Let's train. Or staggered training, even better. Alright. Still looking for some others to fill out squad 2. One's often filled with hatred. You also want martial training? I'll put you in the military. They're all about to break. Well, only if you pack a chainsaw. Then they'll skin your ass raw. Because if their day keeps going this way, they just might break your fucking face tonight. You know, there are some songs that I'm embarrassed to know every single one of the lyrics to, and that's not one of them. See, we've got this Weaver. Personally values romance, and his dreams of mastering a skill has no romance. Well, poor focus. Wants to acquire an object. Are you brave? Somewhat fearful in the face of imminent danger. Likes a little excitement now and again. Well, let's try some of that excitement, hey? She is crave destruction. I only throw in named dwarves if the person asks. Otherwise, I try not to, unless like I desperately need military dwarves. I just kind of feel bad, you know. Somebody saves up and then I just put them in the military and they go die. It's like, well, it's wasted your dwarf. I'm sorry. This hunter. Where's Wonderkin at? Although that being said, I don't know if we should throw Wonderkin in there. I mean, like, she's ecstatic with her life and is like just getting there. Do you crave destruction? Well, she dreams of raising a family. Would never, under any circumstances, speak up or otherwise put forth her view in the discussion. Actively avoids exciting and stressful situations. I don't know about that. Yeah, I don't think that this dwarf would be. This dwarf wouldn't be bad. Like, they'd be fine. I think we should let that dwarf exist. It was like severed a long time ago. It was thrown off, not mangled. Your ear is gone. Bye, Jimang. What kind of dwarf would you like, approximately? Might be time to make everybody new clothes soon. What's on offer here? I'll scroll down the list in a second. Just let me add this dwarf to the military. I'm trying to fill up squads right now. And get everybody training with hammers. I'm doing all right. Doing all right. Kind of sleep deprived because I've been sleeping weird hours. I'm currently, I think he might actually be listening to the stream now. One of my mods is crashing at my place for a few days until he gets a place to stay because he's moving to my city. So the result is I haven't slept as well the past 2 days because there's a second person in my apartment. God damn it. But aside from that, been okay. Things have been all right. You want a customized voice command that says bring me a hammer? I mean, just got to be at that tier then. Goblin keeping me up? Why is he a goblin now? But no, I mean, we got kind of drunk-ish last night, so. I have way too many puppies. I need to eat some of these. Fortunately, when they're puppies, they don't fight back as much when they turn into zombies, so. Yeah, I know, sad. You'll get over it, don't worry about it. Oh, no, don't slaughter those two. Those are important. We have to keep those for science. Oh, very much so, yep. My lad. All right, so dwarves unavailable. I will scroll down the list slowly. Yell at me when you see a dwarf that you would like. Or approximately what job you would like. I'll take that weaponsmith. The really pissed one? Like the uber pissed one? Because I've also got like metal crafters and blacksmiths. But not pissed one. Maybe the less pissed smith. I could give you a crafter, blacksmith, or blacksmith. You ended up exploring downtown? Oh, really? Where'd you go? If I can ask. Up Philly, you didn't get rained on. I think it's raining here. But, beard or no beard? Pie. You like Erish? The one currently working? I think I got the right number of A's in that. Brave in the face of imminent danger, pleased by his own appearance and talents, and he likes to take it easy and prefers to that everyone live as harmoniously as possible. He doesn't often experience strong cravings or urges, and he tends to assume that the worst of two outcomes will be the one that comes to pass. He doesn't seek out excitement, and he is slow to anger, and he tends to be swayed by emotional appeals, and he doesn't try to get things done perfectly. He is quite comfortable with others that have a different appearance or culture, and he generally acts with a narrow focus on the current activity. He dreams of mastering a skill, personally is put off by, personally values artwork and does not really value skills related to fighting. He likes shale, silver, black pyrope, and green glass, green tree frog leather, and the color chestnut, and coins, and the sound of the lacy phrases, and when possible prefers to consume wild carrot plants and single grain wheat beer, and dwarven milk, and custard apples, and absolutely hates jumping spiders. They're basically horoscopes, yeah. So it's basically just like procedurally generated horoscopes, which is Kind of fantastic, actually. All right, so I'm going to build a little room right here. It's going to be made out of shale. And this little room is going to be my second barracks. You may or may not have ended up somewhere that felt sketchy. Can I ask you where it was? I mean, like, if you wanted recommendations for going downtown, you could have just popped into the chat and been like, yo, where should I go? Could have given you some recommendations. There's definitely quite a few places in Vancouver that end up being sketchy really fast. Dwarf milk. Yeah, that's what they call purring maggot milk, which is maybe worse than dwarf milk. Gastown starts off really nice and then becomes very sketchy the further up the road you go. I don't read or listen to any fiction. The last sci-fi fantasy books I read was Dune, and that was 2008, maybe 2009. Gastown, it's like the tourist. I mean, it's worth going to. Gastown is the tourist district. But, like, if you walk far enough up Gastown, it turns into Hastings. And then it gets sketch really fast. Is it Vancouver that has that fantastic part of town for food? That's like... So, Vancouver is just one of the best food cities in the world. So, it depends on where you go. But, yes, you absolutely can get some incredible food in Vancouver. I mean, me and Orange went to what I would describe as a okay Korean food place last night, and it was very good. Was that Montreal? I mean, Montreal will tell you that they're the best at everything. But then again, so will Vancouver. The nice thing about Vancouver that Montreal doesn't have is we have a lot more variety. You have family in Abbotsford? Yeah. Oh, I'm somewhere in Surrey. I won't tell you where, but I'm in Surrey, which means you've probably driven past me. Or bussed past me, depending on how you travel around. Have very different kinds of good food? Yeah. I mean, Orange is from Montreal, right? So Vancouver is much more expensive? Yeah, but you pay for what you get, right? If you're okay with living in a crappy tiny city or a crappy city with not as much to do, it's a lot cheaper. Expensive cities are generally expensive for a reason. There's either industry or there's reason to live there. In the case of Vancouver, there's reason to live here. Some people will tell you otherwise, but this is one of the nicest cities in the world to live in. Like, there's very much a grass is greener thing when it comes to, like, rent and cost of living and places you can live in. But also, like, downtown Vancouver, yes, fuck off expensive. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Okay. Fuck off expensive, and nobody actually lives there. But that's also the case for many other popular cities in the world. If you want to live somewhere affordable in Vancouver, you just live in one of the other cities that surrounds it, because there's 3 major cities in Vancouver. Cool! Another figurine. It's like, technically, I live in Vancouver and I pay... Well, I live a 15-minute train ride from Vancouver and walking distance to that train. And like, my rent is $9.60 a month. So if you want to figure out what is expensive, yeah. Anyway, Tool Ball. The Dwarven child has created Thidalis Sulzmol, Itat Etom. And just ask Orange, it's not that bad of an apartment. It's small, but it's not bad. The Dwarven Child has created a shale figurine of Zasset, and offers it to the Whales of Drowning. This is a shale figurine of Zasset, Golden Healers. All craft store ship is of the highest quality. It is a masterfully designed image of Zasset, Golden Healers, the dwarf and dwarves in shale by Tubal. Zasset is surrounded by the dwarves. The artwork relates to the ascension of the dwarf Zasset to the position of Baron of the Accidental Ceiling in the mid-spring of 250. It is encrusted with round shale cabochons and decorated with single-cut red zircons and cave spider silk. This object is adorned with hanging rings of shale and menaces with spikes of shale and red zircon and persimmon wood. On the item is an image of goblins and dwarves in Sard. The goblins are fighting with the dwarves. The artwork relates to the attack on the blameless standards of the Accidental Ceiling and at basement begin by the Dread of Moons in the midwinter of 250 during Aldokok, the violent assaults. On the item is an image of Labor Binds, the dwarf in walnut wood. And the item is an image of 2 walnut trees and applewood. Bigger than what your truck will be. Well, I don't know if that's a fair statement. I mean, my apartment is 38.9 square meters, or 424 square feet if my math is right. So we're going to get traders from the mountain home pretty soon. It's going to be interesting when that happens. I'm going to set them on training. They're going to go grab hammers. There they go. See how they do. I like that they're all named, though, because then you can go search for them and figure out how many people died in Legends. That's bad being out of Fig Jam. You have to fix this problem. Sooner rather than later, I would suggest. You can't until next Christmas? What's stopping you until next Christmas? Just buy some figs and give them to a kindly grandmother? Or just buy some figs, put them into a baggie, and then jump on it a few times. That'll probably do her. All right, so we've got another barracks set up for a second round of squads. I'm going to, I think, set up Captain of the Guard and stuff now. Oh, I do that. I freeze all kinds of things. Without my freezer, I don't know how I'd live. Actually, let's not do that way this time. You know, I was going to make this into a giant masonry guild, but I'm having a change of heart, and what if I make it into a giant prison? I know that just sounds a lot worse, but what if I did? Orange has returned. So yeah, I think we're gonna make this into a prison. Like I said, I was going to make it into something else, but I can hear myself echoing.
That's very distracting. That's fine. Orange had me playing on his phone. It's like, oh boy, I hear an echo. Oh god. Do I expect a crime wave? You know that's the name of a song by a local band that's not very good. Crime Wave. Although I don't think that they've been actively been a band since, oh boy, I want to say 1980 something. It's also got some like very poorly aged lines about cops. You didn't refer to a band? I mean, sure, but I did. All right. Cops are there to protect you, poorly aged? No, let's fuck up those rioters, kind of poorly aged. Like glorifying police brutality, kind of poorly aged. Okay, why did they never dig this part out? I'm actually confused about this. All right, so these are going to be our cell blocks, I think. So in the middle, we're going to do, well, we could do granite floors, but I think we'll just keep doing shale. Used to live next door to a Pakistani couple in their 60s, and you got so much free food every time your family was visiting, and then it was fruit season. Oh, that sounds amazing. Yeah, that's rough, old Twari. Gets easier, though, for whatever it's worth. Missing people after they're gone. You've had 2 forts just, like, cease function? Oh, gosh. I'm so sorry. That bug sucks. I really, really hope that they find a solution to it sooner rather than later. Just like all dwarves just being like, yeah, no, we don't do job no more. Sorry. That's a wall, not a floor. And you go right there. It's a little bit square, but we can pretty it up in a little bit. Yeah, I don't know. For me, the only time that I've had it start is when I intentionally tell my military to kill something that is neutral. Nitro Ghost. But once it happens, it's like I don't have a fix for it, and it's wild. When I sent the last save file that I had it happen and I sent it off to Putnam, they couldn't even force it using DevTools. Like they couldn't force fix it. It was just broken. It was just unfixable. Not sure if it was that bug. See, here's the thing. Everybody seems to have some sort of witchcraft fix for it that's like not repeatable. Like I had a witchcraft fix for it, which was delete and rebuild all zones. And that fixed it once, but didn't fix it the second time. So like it wasn't like a repeating ability. Like it wasn't a repeatable fix, which is bizarre. Like extremely bizarre. Also, Orange, if you want to turn lights on, you're welcome to. I know it's like pitch dark in here. Sun's basically down outside and it's raining, so there's like no natural light in here anymore. You see it as your Fortress 6 success? Yeah, I don't know. I see it as like massive problems in the game's code that needs to be fixed stat. Also, we're about to get hit by an ad, and I apologize, but... Was there any particular reason why you guys just refuse to finish this? Just live with what happens? Yeah, totally. But I do hope it gets fixed sooner rather than later. Weird that they like weren't doing that, but at least they're building it now. See if they keep going this way. Yeah, now they're okay. Sweet, perfect. Let's go through and clear more. Also, Darren, you have a good night, by the way. Cheers. Oops. More fighting again. Uh-oh. There's a undead dog skin up here. Well, let's send the newbie squad up here to go deal with that. That's unfortunate. They're just terrified of it. They just, yeah, okay, there it goes. Let's just put them both on staggered training. The joys of reanimating biomes. Yep. It's like, surprise, undead doggy. Playing on top of the mangled dog. I mean, wouldn't you? Where else are you gonna play? So Asmog Black threw a tantrum. This dwarf is also a military dwarf. We're gonna see how that goes. So I need, let's just say 25 copper chains. For the prison there. And up here, this is still getting put together, but we're almost there. Parents guarded funnily enough that a dog skull rose from the mud? Was this one of their dogs, or was that just like a skull? Because if it was just a skull, I think I would be totally fine. If it was a dog that I had, yeah, that would fucking wreck me. Like, I'm pretty immune to a lot of, like, death-related trauma, which isn't, like, something I should brag about at all. It's very much not a good thing. But at the same time, it's kind of a superpower in some situations. But, like, if that was... Oh, yeah, nope, that would be pretty brutal then. That would, in fact, be pretty brutal. The kind of experience is what gives lasting trauma. I mean, I've got plenty of experiences in my life that's given me lasting trauma, but I feel like everybody does, just in different ways. All right, let's do this. Cover that over here. Do that. When your dog died and you buried him, you had nightmares for weeks and somehow buried him alive. Dumb question. Has anybody here seen the Netflix adaptation of Hill House? The Haunting of Hill House? Is that like I honestly think a lot of Netflix adaptations are really bad, but that was a pretty damn good Netflix adaptation. You guys are reminding me of a sequence from the like first episode. So I'm gonna spoil a thing that happens in the first episode of The Haunting of Hill House on Netflix. Mild. No, I said Hill House, not Mill House. But there is a scene in the... I'll put my hand down when I'm done with spoilers. There is a scene in the first episode where they find a box of dead kittens. And they go to bury it, and as they're burying it, the kitten just wakes up and screams at them. Fucking fantastic show, though. All right, that's going to help the military a bunch. gonna help you guys a ton. At least you're satisfied at work and you're happy about learning. That's improving. It was terrifying? I don't know if I would I'm pretty immune to a lot of horror stuff, Jester, so I don't know if I would say if I would say it was horrifying or terrifying. I would say that it was a very, very interesting deep dive into mental trauma from the perspective of a ghost story. I think it was actually really good. You just got a party in your own fort? Hell yeah! Yeah, this is a reanimating biome. This is a reanimating biome that is cornered with a Untamed Wilds biome. So we keep getting reanimated Untamed Wilds creatures. So, yeah, but I really like shows and movies that do a good job. And this is actually why I like horror so much. I really like shows and movies that do a really good job of deconstructing issues that I deal with in my real life in an abstracted format, which is what horror is really, really uniquely good at, right? It's the only, like, film-based medium. I guess with some exceptions of, like, suspense and such, but it's the only film-based medium for me that does a good job representing mental and physical trauma without just being, like, insufferable. What gets the copper chains? Oh, this is just gonna be a prison. It's that time. We need a prison. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. That's not enough cells. We'll make more cells. Those are what? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 across. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. His name because he passed away on Bohemian Rhapsody on the radio. Oh, that's sad. It does kind of sound like a YouTube poop. You're a baby when it comes to scary stuff, but you're also addicted. There's nothing wrong with being terrified, but also enjoy something. You hate horror stuff, but your girlfriend loves it, and when you watch horror movies together, she pets your head the whole time. Hey, you gotta take the wins with the fear, Yeah, I've never really had anybody that's liked watching horror, so I've always been well, I guess I'm gonna watch this utterly fucking terrifying thing by myself in the dark in my apartment and then go to bed and hope I sleep, maybe. And if I don't, then I guess I'll be late to stream tomorrow. Has always kind of been how I've consumed horror. I used to really like watching horror on the bus because it's like, well, I mean, what's the worst that could happen, right? I'm still just on a bus. And then just like something really gruesome happens. It's like, well, hopefully nobody's looking. I mean, I actually watched The Haunting of Hill House on a bus, primarily. I watched it while I was still transiting to and from work. Back when I had a real job. None of this fake Twitch bullshit. But also that real job paid way worse, so All right, so this up here is going to be the office for the captain of the guard. They're going to have a platform office. That or not. I haven't fully decided. Actually, maybe I'll put the captain of the guard's office like right here, and their bedroom can be one layer up. Don't watch the Final Destination on a bus. I watched the Final Destination on an airplane. I feel like that's almost worse. Honestly, the only type of horror I wouldn't watch on a bus would be like just gore porn stuff like Saw. I wouldn't do that. I'm not a bad person. And I wouldn't want someone to like look over my shoulder and just like see like a sequence from Saw 2. I'm a bad at? Not really. I'm just desensitized. Watching Airplane on an airplane. I watched Snakes on a Plane on an airplane. It's not quite Airplane, but it's close. Are you tired of these motherfucking snakes on this motherfucking plane, Orange? I was actually going to Disneyland, I believe, for that one. Honestly, Zwari, you and your partner's relationship watching horror films is kind of how me and my ex used to watch anime, except it was just me bored shitless. Trying not to say anything. It's very rare that I'll actually unironically enjoy an anime. Like, well, we're watching this because she wants to. Okay. Do they speak English in Disney? That is such a strange question. I don't know how to answer it. Well, fortunately, she never made me watch JoJo. Fortunately, I never had to suffer through that. Oh, there's definitely some good anime out there. It's just rare that I like it. I don't dislike JoJo, but the memes are insufferably annoying. Like, it's people think they're good memes, and it's like, guys, get good memes. What the fuck? What a nerd. I mean, my favorite, if you were to like look at me and be like, Blind, tell me your favorite anime of all time, it's a pretty damn close tie between the original Dragon Ball and Bacano, which was great because it's short. Ends quickly, and it's just entertaining. Oh, Hoop, what's up? When did I start this fort? You'd like to start watching from the start. I put the part 1 VOD up this morning, and part 2, if it's finished processing, will go up tomorrow. Obviously sentient. Of course, everything is. Cowboy Bebop is great. I enjoyed Cowboy Bebop, but I wouldn't say it's my favorite. I actually, so here's the thing about me and anime though. I really like reading manga. I know, like, there's something about anime that never really worked for me, but I always enjoyed reading manga. Like, I really like reading them just as comics. But never really got to a point where I enjoyed anime. There was, like, a few select animes that I enjoyed. Animu? Whatever the plural of anime is. I think the plural of anime is just anime, but there was a few that I enjoyed, but the stuff that I actually enjoyed when I was that kind of nerd was reading manga. Like, I read most of Claymore. I read almost all of Gantz. I don't remember a fucking thing of Gantz, though. What else did I read? I read Death Note. I read most of Trigun. I read a good chunk of the Dragon Ball manga. I read all of Evangelion. I read a bunch of Gundam. Never watched any of the Gundam anime, but I read a bunch of Gundam. I probably would like Berserk, but I never read Berserk. I played the Berserk the Berserk video game by the people who make the Dynasty Warriors games, which was really bad. Trying to like. You read the Bible once to prove a point to a friend? I mean, that's, as somebody who was once Christian, that's a valid thing to do. Unfortunately. Depending on what kind of friend it is. This is like turning into a pretty hellish looking prison set. Alright, so let's do this. Grab dungeon. Go all the way across. All the way across. All the way across. All the way across. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. Still not enough, but it'll do. That I love it when people type in the wrong chat, devilish potato. Sure, it looks like something. Okay, so dwarves have arrived, and they are alive, and they are on the surface. So what's on the surface ready to kill them? Oh, hold the fucking phone. Why is there a train button next to the undead puffins? Can I train undead puffins? Or is that a visual bug? Bruh! Dude! I wonder if this is like the bug where you can assign labors to bards that are in your fortress temporarily. Holy fuck. Well, we gotta get those inside. Alright, so I'm going to pull this lever. I'm gonna station both of my squads up here. And I'm gonna leave this off. It will be fun. I'm sure it'll be fun. I mean, we certainly have to try it. Every word in the, what, agitated giant undead puffin corpse? Speaking of, there's the outpost liaison. There go the brave dwarves to go gather stuff. A giant humanoid creature? Oh, this? Yeah, he friendly. Well, not friendly. He shoots webs. We need to figure out something to do with him at some point, but right now he just lives there. Dog Skin is fighting with a cheesemaker. Oh boy. Uh-oh. Volteg, no! Actually, let's just send the... Okay, so Thulteg is getting mobbed to death by a bunch of undead reindeer. I think this kid's dead, yes. Military, you gotta move quicker. Actually, let's just set them all to be killed. Okay, never mind. Let's not set them all to be killed. Let's just station them right here. Oh god, this could be bad. Guys. There we go. Let's assist. Okay, well that's what? Who's dead? We lost Wonderkin, which is really sad. I'm very sorry. And that reindeer flew to pieces. Wonderkin. But Wonderkin's kid is still alive, but seriously injured. Hang in there, baby. Let's see if we can save your kid, though. Still walking. Volteg, the dwarven child, was found dead. I'm gonna leave the military here for a minute. Rigoth was the recruit was found dead, so we did lose a soldier. Man, going out onto this beach is like fucking sieging Normandy. Back to the fighting? It's probably, yeah. This, Snow is so bright. Giving me some mild snow blindness. Nodus, hello, what's up? Mods, can I get a shout out for the lovely Raiders? And chat room, can I get some beers for the Raiders? What's up, Raiders? Hello, everybody. This is a horrifically terrifying beach. This is a biome that is half terrifying, half untamed wilds. And the terrifying portion turns things into undead stuff. Speaking of undead stuff, I've recently discovered that it's potentially maybe possible to train undead creatures, which is crazy. So we need to mess around with that. But hello. What's up? Welcome, Raiders. What were you guys playing? Is anybody coming over from the raiding party? Let me know what you guys are playing. And hello, Hearest. And ahoy, not us. But yeah, I've discovered that you can maybe tame zombies. A named trainable reindeer cow. I feel like that's a UI oversight. Also, don't ask me why there's kangaroos. I too would be an agitated kangaroo if I was on a glacier. How is Returnal? I'm curious about how that is on PC because, like, I'm this close to buying it. Thought about it a few times. Okay, so something I need to do is I'm just going to make a corpse stockpile right here. This is a horrible idea. But I'm going to move the military back into here. Let's bring these if I can. And then go crown. Bring them all the crowns, because that's what they asked for. On a 2080, I got a 3070. With amazing mood and gameplay. It just looks like a vibe, that game. It just looks like a vibe. Had to force yourself to stop? Yeah. Does also seem like that kind of game. Uh-oh. More combat. Broccoli, are you... Well, Broccoli's dead. Hold on. Hold the fucking phone. What exactly is happening here? I mean, clearly there's an undead reindeer here. But, like... Oh. Not to be mean, Broccoli, but it was probably for the best. Anyway, the military's coming. Here they come. That or, Asmog Black over here is about to die, which also wouldn't be a huge loss. Uh-oh, now you're... Okay, well, you're injured, but you got him, so good for you. You should probably run here, Lorba. Oh, you're unconscious and thirsty. Well, that's not good. Someone else was just found dead, I think. It's fine. Lyagushka, what kind of dwarf would you like for your second life? That's an undead kangaroo. All right, I think we need to just, like, lock the dwarves underground again. Did we get all these caged things out? Because this is... going above ground on this map is a bad idea, turns out. Very much a bad... That's teeth. All right, dwarves, get the fucking side. Just everybody. A dwarf with potential? Any dwarf has potential. If you want a dwarf with potential, I'll give you a child or a peasant. Which could be this one... oh, never mind, that's Frank. I mean... not that recruit. Maybe, like, Ast, who's recovering wounded over here? Got potential. Happy Kiddo would do. Well, this one's happy. This one's happy. Boy, it's Frank is, in fact, still alive somehow. What would you prefer? One of the happy kids or one of the peasants? Non-undead. So once they're mangled, they won't come back as undead, Glitchhound. But pre-mangled, non-mangled dead bodies come back as zombies regardless. After a minute or two. It's kind of horrific. Dolmas, the happy kid. What a Dolmas. You're such a Dolmas. Dolmas. Welcome back to the fort, sir. Always in love with somebody and always develops positive feelings. Frequently depressed and is swayed by emotional appeals. Wow. Is currently eating, too. Actually, what are you eating? You're eating a plump helmet. Munching on a plump helmet. He has an overinflated sense of self-worth, and he's quick to form negative views about things. He has a tendency to consider ideas and abstractions over practical applications, and he tends to be a bit stubborn in changing his mind about things. He finds helping others to be emotionally rewarding and is curious and eager to learn. He tends to consider what others think of him, and he generally acts with a narrow focus on the current activity. He doesn't seek out excitement, and he has a greedy streak. He dreams of creating a masterwork someday, and he strongly believes that a peaceful and ordered society without deceit is best. And he values sacrifice, and he values hard work and does not care about friendship. He likes Galena, Billin, Red Spinel, Coyote Bone, and Linen Paper, large gems and horses for their strength, and the words of the berries of serenity and the sound of the aquamarine lyric, and when possible prefers to consume alpaca cheese and rye beer, and hates mussels. Your parents are Lolar and Kodal. Elfie Bean is your younger brother, and you're vengeful when joining an existing conflict and are now playing make-believe in the hospital. Let's jump through to diplomacy. I really need to make an underground wood farm now that we have access to the caverns. Bracelets and thread. Gotcha. Oh. Humans would probably be born would probably burn these corpses. Dwarves, on the other hand, have more unconventional means. Yeah, Adam smashing them into oblivion. Something is fighting is that? That's kind of majestic. Ice Wolf is fighting. Well, I'm sorry, Tholteg. It's unfortunate you had to die this way. But that's kind of awesome. Erdem, this seems like a bad idea. Erdem, what are you doing? I'll send out backup, but like this still seems like a really bad idea. Nope, the dwarf seemed to got this. Got this. Whoop, that's a zombie. That's one of us. Not anymore. Meanwhile, this guy's going over there to get some sort of thing. Wax worker's been found dead. Was that my recruit? Okay. Are you injured? Oh, no, you're just the outpost liaison leaving. Good luck. Socks? Actually, I think it was a breastplate. He's also walking on a crutch, so shout outs to that dwarf. We just lost like 20-something dwarves, by the way. So I'm gonna do a thing. I'm gonna go over to labor, standing orders, refuse and dumping. Dump corpses. Just dump all corpses. Okay. It is still net positive. Oh yeah, no, the number's still going up, and nobody named died, so I don't feel that bad. I need a different broker, though. Let's give it to Colette, the Holy Flute, who I think had a name that got lost. Unless they just picked this up. Actually, I think that was Bastet. Who had that name. Dwarven child has been missing for a week. Oh, that's not good. Wanderkin did die, yes. Wanderkin's kid's still alive, though. Your boss just texted me saying that the bar that you work at has been broken into and they took all the tips and you won't get paid back by insurance and almost $100 or €100 to pick up. Oh, that fucking sucks. Why take your tips and not the whiskeys? Probably because whiskey's harder to sell. They took the ham from your kitchen, but nothing else. Wow, okay. That sucks. The only times I ever got raided at a job, I was working at the time still. I'm sure these dwarves will love the food variety that they're getting from this. Really need to ask them to bring some, I really need to ask them to bring some anvils at some point. I've just been asking for wood and never any anvils. And here I am sitting here with one anvil. A lot of good food, though, that we just picked up. All right, let's see. Did we get all of the crazy animals out of the cages? I think so. Okay, I'm going to put all of this into the burrow temporarily so that we can get rid of as many of these bodies as possible. Oh, look at these. Maybe we could get another walrus. Look at these wallies. Or even baby's been missing for a week. Oh, that's dark. Have to rely on him being sound. It wouldn't come out of his pocket if insurance won't cover it. Can't blame him for not being able to make 500 plus euro hit on top of whatever else was. Fingers crossed. Yeah, hopefully. Well, I mean, it depends on how big of an investigation is put into it, Brokley. Well, we found the dead baby. This fort is super fucking dark. You had a were-koala give birth inside of her walled prison. She gave birth and transported toward the baby. Oh, that's distressing. Yeah, add that to the list of things that Dwarf Fortress is capable of that I don't want to think about. Were creatures would be especially lethal? Oh yeah, especially because zombies can become were creatures. Like, you can have undead were creatures. Okay, we're getting all these cages in. Look at these big old happy family of walruses. Are there any lady walruses? Okay, so there are lady walruses. Oh, that's a... I love when there's just like a zombie corpse and they just stand there. It's like, what does zombie corpse do? Oh, it just hangs out. Oh, now he's fighting with a walrus. Hold on. Let's see if I can find that combat log there. So the zombie bit the walrus in the upper body, lightly tapping the target. Then he attacks it, but she jumps away. How does a walrus jump away? Bites the corpse a second time in the tongue, tearing the skin. So literally like went and kissed the walrus and bit it on the tongue. Punches the walrus, bruising it. Punches it a second time, bruising it again. Charges at the walrus, collides with the walrus, is knocked over and tumbles backward. Okay, so let's unpack this. The zombie ran at the walrus, collided with it, and got knocked over. Bounces off. They move by sound. Oh, I know they like shimmy around, but like I'm just imagining like it jumping off the ground and dodge rolling, you know, like in Dark Souls. Tries a second time, the same thing happens. Attacks it again, but she jumps away. Punches it, charges again, gets knocked over again. It's just bouncing off it. It's like this fight is literally just running at the walrus and bouncing off the walrus. And then the corpse finally then here punches the walrus in the upper body with his right hand, bruising the fat. And then the walrus stabs the corpse in the head with his tusk, and the severed part sails off in an arc. So this zombie just like runs up to the walrus, starts punching him a bunch, right? Starts kicking him, punching him, scratching him, bites him a couple times, and then just starts ramming into him and headbutting him and bouncing off, and then just gets stabbed. Ugh. Go Wally. That's all I have to say. Go Team Walrus. That's fantastic. No, they don't. That's not how zombies work in Dwarf Fort. Fortunately. I think these dwarves have earned some fancy meals, so let's make $4.50 lavish meals. I don't have a safety burrow, but I respect the request. No, currently everybody's only allowed to walk out to here, and we're just cleaning up. Also, some migrants have arrived. Good timing. Things are actually safe-ish. Who am I giving a dwarf to, Zwari? I love it when they start bringing buckets of water to the military. Just let them go get their drinks. I don't have a captain of the guard just yet, but here, I'll add one. You know, actually, I kind of want to give it to Pi. Or maybe I could just give it to Ast. But who is the, So you're giving it to me. So I am the new captain of the guard. So, hold on. Dog, you're stupid. That's all I have to say. This dog is really stupid. What else is fighting? Heel woman corpse. Well, she's like one layer up. Clash ally. That's terrifying. All right, so I am the new captain of the guard, correct? Thanks, I hate it. There is me. I'm currently putting someone in a chain. Blind. Cap. Blind. All right, so I'm currently chaining up Lorbam for God knows what reason. I am a pessimist. Yep. Moved by art and natural beauty. Sure. Troubled by this since he dislikes the natural world. Not true. Generally acts impartially and is rarely moved to mercy. Okay. Prefers that everyone live as harmoniously as possible. Sure. Though he is troubled by this by his own nature, as he prefers discord and debate. Discord is pretty great, in a more abstract level. You know, it's not too far off. He tends to be a little tight with resources when working on projects. Okay, and likes a little excitement now and again, and likes to take it easy. Yeah, okay. When he's thinking, his body becomes very still. That's true, actually. And needs alcohol to get through the working day. Not really true. Dreams of raising a family. Fuck off. Generally thinks it is of the utmost importance to present a bold face and never grouse or complain. Nah. Or even show emotion. I do show emotion sometimes. Views loyalty unfavorably and doesn't respect a society that is settled into harmony without debate and strife. And sees merrymaking as a waste. No. He likes native gold, black bronze, milk quartz, jasper bone, the color yellow, cabinets, large gems, and the color yellow, cabinets and large gems, and goats for their eating habits. I like goats. Goats are cool. Gorlax for their helpful guidance. Now, that is true. And, the words of the page of butterflies, and when possible, prefers to consume hagfish, lychee wine, and 2-grain wheat flour, and absolutely hates snails. I have one friend who's rig off the fish dissector, and, 65 years old, and apparently I'm a competent doctor, but rusty. And I need to study. Or I need a study. Not a perfect match, but could be worse. I'm very much not a debate, bro. Although I do watch some debating content. It's not the worst. All right. I'm going to remove this outside area from the burrow. Yeah, I know what you mean. I know what you mean, Brooklyn. Debates or debate? No, I watch like legit debates. If you're asking me if I sit there and watch Vosh all day, no, I don't. Well, this dwarf is smartest dwarf of the year. It's pulled in. Let's see if you dodge it. Nope. We're gonna have lot lot of dwarves to memorialize. All right, well, let's get down to business. Hey, this is what you want to see. A dwarf that's repentant when they're confined. Just being in prison makes them so much happier. All right, let's finish this up. And then we're going to figure out if I can actually train those agitated undead creatures, or if that is just the game scamming me. Because if I can actually tame undead agitated creatures, that's incredible. Although they can't breed, so you'd never be able to tame them truly, but I would... Obviously to defeat the Huns. Who else am I going to defeat? The nuns? Trying to think what else rhymes with Huns. Buns? True. I definitely can't defeat the puns. The puns are an ever-presence that will never leave, so... There we go. Cat and me. And then up here... It's going to be me dining hall. There we go. Now I just need what? 2 weapon racks, or a weapon rack, an armor stand, a cabinet, and a chest. Oh, look at me just chaining everybody up. Ain't that great? Hopefully you like being in prison too. Am I going to go chain up more people now? To defeat the nuns? This isn't RimWorld true enough. Depends on the type of nun, though. So now the question is, where do I try and tame undead creatures? That's the question. Yeah, I have 1 written object. Actually, do I have any sheet in the fort? No, I don't. None of you have said a funny joke in the last 20 minutes, chat. You realize this, right? All right, so I'm going to make another minecart route. It's going to go straight down this way. And then from right here, it's going to go this way. And it's going to go this way. And it's going to go down to here. And it's going to go up. Nope, no, it's not going to go up. I lied. It's actually going to go down, okay? And then it's going to go underneath this. And then it's going to go up. Which is going to pop it up right there. And then it's going to go this way. And then it's going to go up again. It's going to take it up to here. And then it's going to go up again. Never mind. It's going to go over here. And then it's going to go up again. This is going to look really roundabout. And it will be. But it's fine because minecart routes aren't optimal. They're handy. So... And then right here, going to build a siltstone pillar and a ramp. And it's going to end right there. And then it's going to go back. And it's going to literally just bring metal ore over here from over here. Why did the dwarf get kicked out of the party? Inviting them was short-sighted. That's the closest I got. I don't know. Why did the dwarf get kicked out of the party? Because he's always digging for trouble. Okay. Yeah, that checks out. Okay. Katana's been missing for a week. In his defense, the Balrog was there beforehand. Oh, yeah, of course. So this is going to be where the minecart route ends. So I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to go over here to where we're farming. And I'm going to make a, I guess, like a set of walls. Right here. And inside of these set of walls is going to be science. We're going to do some science, chat, inside of these 4 walls here. And the science that we're going to be doing is it possible to train a zombie? Because the game seems to think it is. So if the game thinks it is, that usually means it is. And if it's possible to tame a zombie, then I don't know. I don't know what I will do with that information. Or rather, train a zombie, not tame a zombie. If it's possible to train a zombie, I don't know what I'm going to do with that information. We'll have to figure that out from there. And so many dwarves have been missing for a week. What the... Zombo armies? Possibly. Something like that, potentially. I feel like this is a level in Call of Duty. Train in the art of ankle biting. You're lucky to get weird genetics. All right. Gonna wait for them to do this. Congratulations, Bastet. You used to be rich. Nothing happens, but chat, you can do a round of beers if you want. Okay, so I've got a reindeer bull that I think is undead. Got a giant puffin that is definitely undead. Another giant puffin that is definitely undead. Reindeer cat. Man, if they make zombie babies, I don't think they will. And that chat, I have that yak bull, of course. But I don't care about the yak. So let's just see about these reindeer. Let's see about these reindeer. Also, chat, I feel like I haven't said Twitch Prime enough today. Someone yesterday said I should be saying it at least 3 times a stream. And that's the first time I've said it today. Basically can't get extra leg room on flights without paying extra, otherwise you have to upgrade. That's one of the reasons I hate flying. Always hurts my knees. Fucking hate flying. Hurts so much. Feck? What are we fecking? Oh, did you lose tickets? In which case, F. All right. So I'm just gonna assign any trainer and any trainer to the giant puffin corpses. And same with these. Let's just see what happens. I'm not going to get my hopes up. I'm kind of just expecting... Chat, we have a caged kangaroo lower arm that has the tradable tag on it. I want to trade a kangaroo's arm so badly. If only we could war train that, then it would be an army. Sounds handy. No, it's just an arm. Doesn't have a hand. Come on. By the way, Ruby, your dwarf has just been hanging out in the pub and singing. Oh my god. They jump straight to tame.
That
Are you
joke was
for
worth
fucking
$1.
real? Wow, this game is busted. Now the actual science here is it actually
This
tame?
fortress is now officially armed.
I Holy sh... Okay, well, in that case, yes, I'm going to place this. Oh wait, no, that's a meeting area. I'm a Dumbo. And pasture. Okay, so now I have an issue. I have 3 and I don't know which one is... Jerry Gord, you've been possessed, by the way. Also, Claiborne, thanks for the $1. Okay. Well, so bad news, chat. The kangaroo doe right arm, I think, is attacking us. Oh, no, never mind. Oh, is somebody tantruming? Ah, Arab is throwing a tantrum. Wait, nope, that's a body. Why is there a corpse fighting? What are you fighting with, Arab? Oh, what? Arab, what are you doing out here? Neil, what? I realize both your parents are dead, but like... Children can fight. I mean, they're very effective fighters in Dwarf Fort, but... I'm just gonna let them do their thing. Okay. They're supposed to be, like, going inside, but this thing's gonna kill them, so... Okay, are the traders still there? No, let's just lock the fort so things stop wandering in and fighting with us. And let's cut our losses here and start memorializing as ghosts show up. Okay, so that's semi-wild, tame. So the 2 undead reindeer supposedly are tame. Tele, I've discovered something. I think you can tame zombies. keyword there though is think. I'm pretty sure you can tame zombie animals. But I'm going to station the military in here just in case. It's been good, yeah. No complaints. Okay, they just immediately killed it. So it lets you tame them, but the military just immediately kills them. All right, well... Second question. Can I tame them? Can I tame this? If this semi-wild giant undead puffin is released into here, is it going to... Actually, hold on. Giant puffin corpse. If this semi-wild giant puffin corpse is released in here, will it fight with normal dwarves? That's the next question. So whoever lets it out, I'm going to lock the door. Because if the answer is no, yes, they will. They are not actually tame. As much as the naming suggests, they are not actually tame, which means a bunch of rocks might be about to die. I should have saved first. Run away, bunch of rocks. Run away. Run away. No. You're already dead, Wibbly. Oh. Wow. Actually, he killed it. Yeah, you got it. The holy festival strikes the giant corpse in the upper body with his copper pick, tearing apart the muscle. Yeah, he killed it. Seriously injured? How so? His right hand's fucked up. Should be okay. Holy festival? Yeah, that's a religious title. The god of music and metals. I'm sure we'll fix his hand. Can I mark them for slaughter? I think I'm out. No, that's my normal one. Yeah, no, I didn't look. Sorry. And all of the tame critters are now, well, dead. So I gotta say, not the most optimal thing I've done. Not the smartest thing I've done either. But it doesn't work. So I was very excited for a moment there. Is he seeing someone else after you died? Do you really want me to check that? I mean, obviously you do, or you wouldn't have asked me a sec. Just let me get all these sheep assigned up here. All right. Nope. Nope. No, he isn't. He is a kindred spirit with Claiborne, though. I think we need more testing. I think I'm pretty convinced by my testing. But if we catch more, we'll try it again. All right. let's finish getting or checking captain of the guards. Oh my god. We got so many unsolved open cases. Right, so I think he died, but I'm gonna convict people that can be convicted of whatever crimes they've committed. I think a lot of these dwarves are just dead. Let's see, so far you are frustrated, but repentant after being confined. You are guilty after being confined. You're angry after being confined. You down here are... You don't feel anything after being unable to practice a martial art for too long. Maybe we should put you in the military when you get out. Blame it all on Broccoli? I mean, but if it's not actually him, then that will upset some dwarves. I don't know if I want to directly upset dwarves for no real good reason. As amusing as that might be, I don't think I should. All right, so let's finish making this minecart route that I started. Nope, never mind. Can't actually because it's not ready. Ba-ba-ba-da-ba-bum-bum-bum. We need 10 pieces. Let's use 10 granite blocks. Except I'm going to actually erase all of these. And I'm going to carve. And then let them work on that. Release the gold and release the... a human convict you released took the gold chain used to restrain him. He was content, hope it was worth the 255 days. I have a question. Did you deconstruct the chain or did he literally just walk out with the chain? Because I've never seen that happen. Unless the chain is deconstructed. You spilled... Not to be mean, dude, but that's like a something from like a sitcom. It's like, oh no, I spilled glitter. Oh no, I sneezed. Oh no, everything is sparkling. Like that is a rapid succession event that would happen during the sitcom, and that's basically it. You're mad at yourself right now? That's hysterical. Sorry for laughing at your pain, but that is hysterical. I would be livid if that happened to me. What died now? Oh, something else has been missing for a week? Fantastic. Kids begun a mysterious construction. Excellent. You know, here we've banned plastic bags and straws. I personally believe we absolutely should have banned glitter years ago. Glitter is horrific, and I hate it. We have a named dwarf recap? Absolutely. Current living dwarves are a devilish potato, who's still somehow, I think, the happiest dwarf in this fort, who was also the most pissed off dwarf in this fort. Me, bunch of rocks, Chow Not Found, Clayborn, Cold-Blooded, Elfie Bean, FG Squared, Fraser, Jelly Belly, Jerry Gord, Joe True, Layagushka, Earless Zweri, Pai Jamang, Ruby Squeakbird, who's also ecstatic, Raiklu, Salty Tempest, who's meditating on death. Yeah, mood. Sanic, Sterlonian, Stillanitis, Streamlabs, and whoa, it's Frank. Also, Streamlabs is pissed, by the way. Like, pissed. Hates everything. You wonder when you died? I wonder that myself. Eurus McFinnigan. What kind of dwarf would you like? If you have a preference. I can give you the list and scroll slowly. At first dwarf. Okay, I'll sort by happiest and give you first dwarf named Eurus. In B4, there's no dwarf named Eurus.
I have a desire that won't fit on my character sheet. To crush your enemies, see them driven before you, and to hear the lamentation of their women.
What? I'm sorry, what? I heard that as to hear them laminate their women was how I heard that. So I was only paying half attention, and my volume's pretty low, so I've got a bit of a headache. And I was like, "Excuse me, you want to hear what?" Oh, there's a Eurus. I found a Eurus. Oh, there is a Eurus. All is safe, chat. There's a Eurus. I found a Eurus. Eurus McFinnigan. She's married to Lawler. Did I miss something? I feel like I've missed a bit here, but all right. I'm gonna read this. She's in constant state of internal rage because she's named Eurus, and she is rarely happy or enthusiastic because she's named Eurus, and she is conflicted by this because she's named Eurus, and she values parties and merrymaking in the abstract. She likes a little tumult and discord in day-to-day living, and she could be considered rude. She does not often feel lustful, and she generally acts with a narrow focus on the current activity because she's a Eurus, and she generally has a greedy streak. She needs alcohol to get through the working day and snaps her fingers when she's bored. She personally holds... Ooh. Fancy. Jerry Gord, the peasant, has created Ostokukilash, a native silver crown, and offers it to the whales of drowning. And she is deep. She personally thinks that there is something deeply wrong with people that persevere through adversity and dreams of creating a grand work of art. It's on my nose. Every time you turn your head towards the light, it's time to stick your head under like a faucet. She dreams of creating a great work of art. She likes mudstone and lay pewter and green diamond and sea nettle and jellyfish leather and oyster shell and the berries of serenity, and when possible prefers to consume durian and strawberry plants and prickleberry wine and cherries, and absolutely hates toads. She has a pet peacock named Feb. And a bunch of friends, actually. Even though some of them are dead. Is glitter really that big? Alright, so I'm seeing a lot of dwarves running around with crappy clothes. Might have to make some new clothes pretty soon. Also, lots of pants. So something else I really need to do, especially once... Actually... You know what? Let's do a little garbage disposal project, chat. How about that? I'm thinking 10 Z levels of minecart rail down, fire through a hole at the bottom, goes into big pit. At bottom of pit is drawbridge. What do you think? That's a ghost. Dishmab C. Oh, there's a slab engraved. We just need to place it. Typical. You had me at pit. Well, gonna start somewhere. The thing is, I also need to make like proper kitchens, right? So what I'm thinking is we go down here. So if this is where I build the kitchens, then we'll need it in this, like in this area. So we could do a ramp down, 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 ramp down. And then start digging down here. And then on the bottom we can put a... actually, could I do it with a pressure plate? Probably could. Let's keep following this dwarf. Holy shit, I've been streaming for 9 hours and 20 minutes. Wow. Good evening, chat. It's been a long one. Again. Once again. I always have this moment around like 9, 10 hours into a stream. I'll just like look at the clock and be like, holy fuck, dude. I don't know. Round of beers for those of you who've been watching today. Cheers, chat. You get that just playing DF in general. Yeah, I mean, it certainly has been happening more often than not these days, which is nice. It's nice to, you know, have a job where, like, I get to just be like, well, I accidentally worked 82 hours today. Maybe not today. 8.5 hours today. And I didn't feel like it. It's the best kind of job. 82 hours this week. That's kind of what I meant to say. It's also been a long day and I'm tired. Time flies when you're having fun. Mm-hmm. And as my dad once said, and if you're dyslexic, time files when you're having fun. All right, so we can go down here. Well, at least you're not blue. Because then you'd just be singing Eiffel 65. Actually, hold on. What if I didn't actually dig this deep enough? Wouldn't that be hysterical? Okay, so this is what? Minus 14. Oh, I did. Okay. Before the song, though? Well, there you go. So down here, we need a door. And I need a drawbridge that raises, that covers this whole thing. I'm going to just use the claystone around here because it doesn't actually need to be fancy looking. And I'm going to let the dwarves work on that. And chat, I'm going to let you guys stare at the tavern. I'm going to go take a piss. I'll be right back. Streamer returns. All right, let's see. Did they dig the whole thing out yet? That's an awkward place for there to be a forbidden boulder. Really? No, 5 a.m.? That's something. That's a pretty long play session. To recommending Discogs managed by LA Woman and Sgt. Peppers for basically nothing. Oh yeah, no, it's fantastic. It's literally just eBay for record nerds. That's all it is. It's a fantastic little website. And I don't know what I really don't know what I would do without Discogs. Collecting records would be a lot harder. It's like what you loved about Dungeon Keeper and more. You'd probably really like Songs of Six, dude. Also, there was somebody who sent me a Bandcamp music code as a tip thing, and they just sent it directly to my email after mentioning it in the chat. I just want to kind of shout this out because I think it's actually really good. It's just a digital code, right? So it's just like what's the word I'm looking for here? It was just like a digital download code. But if you like pop punk. Or not pop punk, but more emo than pop punk. That's something I would recommend giving a little listen to. Let's do that. Because this is going to be my new butchery area. Gonna kind of over careful make this. We're even gonna have like traps on the way in to stop any of those pesky skins from getting out. It's also going to focus the walking directions a lot. Make things a lot better. Oh, well, that's the put to rest notice. See, has anybody committed any crimes that can be solved? Oh, there's some down at the bottom. Don't really need to interrogate you, but I can convict you because there was witnesses, so. Man, this dwarf did a lot of unsightly things, clearly. Well, so Arab went to prison, and aka Asmog Black, and he absolutely hates it. Absolutely hates it, and is now stumbling obliviously. So that dwarf is now the equivalent of a potato. Discog is good for other forms of music too. You bought some CDs from there? Yeah, no, I bought some I bought CDs, I bought records, I bought cassettes. I bought a a cassette that I really wanted for 91 cents. And then it was like $4 shipping or something. So like, you can definitely get some really good cheap music if you like physical music formats. There's also like, oddly enough, like sheet music and stuff up there sometimes too. Although, you know, somebody's saying that, like, they finished playing in the middle of the night. Not necessarily, like, representative of how long they actually played. Because for all we know, he may have finished playing in the middle of the night, but also may have started late in the day. Like, maybe you started at midnight, which is why you made it until 5 o'clock in the morning. Like, how would we know, right? Could be anything, really. That's a bit of a shame. Here, for a second there, I thought that this child Frank was in prison. I was like, pardon me? Nope. It's Morel. Imagine being in prison, right? Imagine being in prison like Morel right here. Feeling guilty and it sucks. And this child is playing make-believe on top of you. I too would have that little upset face. Well, I mean, I stream video games for a living and I don't like being on for 18-hour sessions. Or whatever that's worth. Like, I don't at all. I think that being on for 8 sessions that long is just unhealthy. For Camp Out for the Punk Bin. Oh, really? Their final tiers, 40 years, 40 shows, 40 songs a night. I saw NoFX once. They're not quite my shtick, but I do get the appeal. When the last time I saw them was part of Punk and Drublic, and it was with Anti-Flag, who I might actually go see again later this year. Be fun. And Bad Religion, which was fucking phenomenal. So. It was a really good show. Anti-Flag's just a lot of fucking fun. Although this next time I see Anti-Flag, if they have them, I really need to buy their shorts. Because they have a pair of shorts that just says fuck Nazis on the side. I'm not really a shorts guy, but... I mean... I actually have some disposable income now. And can spend like $35 on a pair of shorts, which I definitely didn't the last time I saw them. So, I mean, they don't want to talk about it. You got to tiptoe walk around it. Wave the flag and silently salute. Pretty good pair of shorts, yes. Better than YouTube shorts, even. So this is going to be for refuse and corpses. Time to get some sleepy time. Alrighty, dude. You snooze good. Oops. I want to make that a wall. You should upload them to YouTube. I can't. I'd be wearing them. Have you ever tried uploading your pants? It's a lot of work. Right. Let's do corpses and my first refuse pile of the whole fort. That's just wild that it took me this long. Then I'm gonna put a door on here. And another door. Well, no, I don't really want to make another door. I just want to put a couple cage traps here. I was kind of thinking about doing something with the pressure plate, but I think actually I'm just gonna do cage traps. Looks like we're making a meal currently with finger mullet and perch. It's like fish and some grit. And another fish. Rainbow trout. Be tasty, I think. You have a good night, Layagushka. Uploading your pants is the same as downloading RAM. You know, honestly, I don't know about that. It's a very full stockpile already. You can tell that, like, I've gone this entire fortress without making a refuse pile, right? All right, so this is going to be a new route. It's going to start right here. And it's just going to be kick when... Push off immediately when 100% full of desired items. And I'm not going to add anything to it yet because I don't really want it to start flying. And actually, you know what? Cancel one of these. Go into here and go rock mechanisms. Let's make 10. Why you no work? Such a weird series of tools. Oh, I see. It's because I have to do it there, right? Duh. You then put lever right there. And once this lever is built, we're going to connect it to the thing down beneath. This is a very confusing conversation in the chat right now, but you guys just simply entertain yourselves, okay? I'm building minecarts to do nefarious things. We're just going to pull this lever once this is done. Don't know if things can resurrect and climb out of minecarts. I guess we'll find out. So what this is going to do is it's just going to get kicked off the top, and it's just going to get filled up with everything in here and just get fired down into there, and then we'll crush it in there. That's all it's going to be. And we are going to add a chestnut minecart, and it's going to fill from this. Stockpile 18. So hopefully we get this lever connected first. Whoa! Did you see all of that, chat? Did you see what just happened? All of the clothing in the refuse stockpile just vanished because it just degraded into nothing. I don't think I've ever actually seen that happen in real time before. Just poof. It's gone. Someone's just got to come over here and pull the lever. And now we can follow this minecart and see how much crap it gets in it. You just became a mountain gnome? Hell yeah! Did you, like, you built the throne and everything? I gotta ask because I know there's been some confusion as to whether or not... Why are you torturing the semi-wild walrus? Okay, so I've got two ghosts. I got Stinthad and Stukos. You found my channel recently on YouTube? Oh, cheers. You're more of a VOD person? It's nice to hear that that VOD people exist, though. I mean, I'm one of those, like, dedicated VOD uploaders that some people get really annoyed and aggressive when I upload VODs. And then some people are like, thank you for uploading VODs. Please upload more VODs. And I'm like, I don't know what to think anymore. But, hello. Good to see you, Eternity. Chat's off to something weird this evening. I don't know. Oh, I know what I forgot to do. I forgot to tell it what goes in it. All this crap. And also this crap. So many skulls. So many skulls. Oh my word, so many skulls. Well, I gotta say, the stockpile's working. It's gonna take a while to fill. Well, I mean, more like a skull cart, less of a skull throne. I just want to see this thing work. As there's now an open case for theft that was already dealt with, and the accused has already been killed, but you can still interrogate them. Oh, probably because the dwarves never actually learned what happened, but the player did. So, I mean, it can seem odd when stuff like that happens, but what actually is happening is, like, you saw a thing happen in real time, probably, deduced it in real time, and killed the perpetrator, but the dwarves didn't, right? So, because you can still interrogate and because the thing is still open, if you convicted them within that screen, probably, which I'm assuming you didn't, you might have, but if you convicted them within the screen and then the captain of the guard went and killed them or whatever, then that would have been considered solved. But otherwise, it's considered a cold case if the player figures it out and solves it and fixes whatever the problem is, and then nothing else happens past that point, if that makes any sense. So this door here needs to open, this drawbridge needs to be deconstructed, and this needs to go away. And all of this needs to be claimed. A lot of times they steal things on behalf of someone else, and they usually don't give the name of the second party, and you'll end up with two entities in the justice screen. Oh, that could also be happening, yeah. It could just be the non-entity that you'll never discover, because the justice is very bizarre. And I explained this earlier today, and the reason justice is super bizarre is because it's literally half finished. It was a case of Tarn just pushed out a half-finished feature and then went off to go make this version of the game, right? So it was either don't put out an update for God knows how long, if ever. Hold on, there's a reindeer bullhead fighting? I hope it's a dead reindeer bullhead now. So Tarn just pushed out a half-finished feature, gave us an update in which we wouldn't have had an update in 2.5 years. Well, not quite that. Maybe about a year and a half. We wouldn't have had an update for a year and a half, and so Tarn put out an update which put in the justice system, guilds, and a bunch of other unfinished features. And then after that, went and worked on this update for a very long time. I am a little bizarre, if we're being honest, but why? Why am I so bizarre? I prefer to be considered a tall bizarre, thank you very much. There you go. And this is how we're going to destroy things from now on. All that stuff gets thrown into here. We got a bunch of stuff up top, and then I just go, all right, you right here, pull lever. Oops. Well, they already pulled it. And then it raises up. Let me crush it down. Then we raise it up. Let me crush it down. Yeah, it's warmer underground. Two dwarves have been put to rest. So yeah, this is just how it's going to go from now on. We're just going to crush, 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 crush. Okay. Well, moods are starting to sort themselves out just a little bit, so that part's good. Well, libraries are very unfinished. Libraries are supposed to be a myths and magic thing, though. So I can get rid of that, get rid of that. Clear all of these, I think. Kind of want to make a mill. How much water's down here? 3? That should be enough to power a water wheel. Let's see if I can make flour. I thought I clicked all. But yeah, no, breakthroughs do absolutely nothing. At all. Period. They let dwarves write a book about it. That's it. And that's also one of those things where it's like, I don't actually know if those are supposed to do anything eventually. Or if they're just supposed to do nothing. They might just be supposed to do nothing. There's a few mechanics like that where Parn's been pretty adamant that he has zero plans for it to do anything. But at the same time, he's also like super open to the idea of like doing things. And it was one page log. That is a bug. They can only write one page in Fortress mode, but in Legends and like the World Gen stuff, they can generate they can write much bigger pieces and books and such. Then this minecart route here is going to start here. Going to go down to there. And then down here, I'm going to carve. Apparently, I didn't actually go all the way. Then over on the other side here, we're going to carve. That should be fine. Can you imagine stuff like how this Civ doesn't have high boots and maybe Breakthrough could unlock them? I mean, okay, so that's Dwarven culture does not equal breakthroughs, right? That's the culture of your Civ. That's got nothing to do with breakthroughs. It's not that they're not unlocked. It's it's the culture of your faction doesn't make it. Doesn't mean that they are unlocked. Those are the cheap rooms next to the track? Well, noise pollution isn't a concern. I just want this area to look like kind of a mess of tunnels and things. Like, one of my favorite features of Dwarf Fortress is that it has no, what's the word? One of my favorite features of Dwarf Fortress is that it has no tech trees. And I think that if there ever was like unlocks, I think that the game would lose something. I don't know what exactly, but it would lose something. And it wouldn't be the Dwarf Fortress anymore, in my opinion. The fact that Dwarf Fortress has no tech trees is one of the coolest features that Dwarf Fortress has. Because it's actually like a sandbox. That you can just kind of do whatever you want in. And that's really cool. And not a lot of games do that. Oh boy. Thank you. You'd rather just generate a new world? Okay. Or play a different Civ. Both perfectly legitimate options. And then metal ores. And that's it. It's going to take from this. Also, I don't actually think I set it to dump. Because you think that they look better? Fair enough. I think it's really cool that certain factions have certain clothing available. And the reason I think it's really cool is it's an adventure mode thing. If you go to a certain part of the world and they're wearing one type of clothing, and then you go to a different part of the world and they're wearing a different type of clothing, that's interesting world building to me. I could totally understand why you would not like that, but personally to me, it's really cool that you can do that. And it's just early planning for more features like that. And I think that that kind of shit's really neat. Like, wouldn't it be really cool to play a dwarven faction that uses scimitars and axes, and then you play a different faction that uses whips and spears and doesn't have big shields? And if you want those items, you have to import them from somewhere else. That shit's a really neat idea, and it's something that Caves of Cud does really well. And I would really like to see Dwarf Fortress do. So in always immediately when empty of desired items, just go back. We're waiting for that minecart to show up here. Or who says that dwarf likes that item? I mean, there's plenty of items that I like that I just simply import from other cultures. Why do they have to make it? Find me a dwarven weaponsmith that likes long swords. But, you know, we're arguing semantics at this point. Okay, so it's going to get filled up. It's going to be a real heavy minecart. Just make sure you open them up at some point, Jonathan. We'll see you when we see you. I'll be on Saturday next, on this channel anyway. That's called an artifact, yeah. That's them striving to be able to make the item. But it's quite literally what you're talking about, I think, right? That could be cool. You see, like, suddenly now I'm back in. But, like, I think that the library system kind of sucks in Dwarf Fort. And I think it would really suck if you were forced to take part in it for reasons that, you know, maybe weren't that interesting. You know, I'm wondering here suddenly now. You know what? Fuck it. Let's just build this. It feels like it's not connected. But yeah, I don't think that the library system for discovering... I think like what Tarn said before, and this is just me guessing based on Tarn's strange wording of things. One of the things he said once is that he really wants the libraries to be a method of individual dwarves learning individual things. Example A, individual dwarf learning the secrets of life and death. You learn that from a library, right? So that would be a dwarf learning an individual thing. So it would be like, you read a book, you learn a spell. You read a book, you learn, you get better at a skill, right? Whereas, I guess the idea of, or the idea behind, a dwarf, you know, making an artifact and then suddenly that faction learning how to make it is kind of different. So they still are unable to push it. Waiting for this. Complete all of this. Yeah, and I think it's really easy as players to just be like, this system is cool. I wish this system did this, right? But it's also really tricky for me to just sit there and be like, yeah, I mean, like at the end of the day, there's a lot of mods that can make some of that stuff work, right? Like there was a magic mod. I don't know if it's been updated, but there used to be a magic mod that used the poison code and the alchemy skill that wasn't actually used for anything in game to allow dwarves to throw bombs, essentially, like explosives. But like and also like poison clouds and other shenanigans. So in a world where stuff like that theoretically could exist in the game, and that was just using the... Okay, hold on. Let's see. Is there anybody pushing track vehicle? I'm trying to like think about this, and I've also been streaming for a long time, so my brain's starting to turn to mush. Meeting make push track vehicle. Yay! There we go. It worky. No, wait, no, that's the other one. Never mind. Crap. Okay, hold on. Let me just run through these. Statements. Push right, push right, push right. Push left immediately. Follow the track. It goes down, goes up, it goes down, goes down, goes up, it goes up, goes up, goes over, goes down. Molotov cocktails are just a step away. And they'd need a way to set things on fire first. I'm not entirely sure what's going on here. And why this particular one ain't working. I think I'm just gonna try resetting it. Well, actually, I mean, they could just... Let's see if I can get them to push it one way. Got another artifact we make. Sanic, the gem cutter, is possessed. Let's just remake the whole thing. So add new route. You there. Metal ores. Add a minecart, copper minecart. Glide to the right. Load from here. Second stop. Right here. And, cease. And I want you to have nothing. Actually, no. We'll try this. Desired items, metal. Like that way immediately when empty of desired items. Let's see. Does that fix it? Because, like, it's one extra step, but I'm not sure why it's not working currently. Ball of lint, what kind of dwarf would you like? Most dwarves that have seen violence more than once become pretty desensitized to dead really quickly. I should have just disabled those, but oh well. Anyway, what kind of old Zora? You figure it out. Ball of lint. What kind of dwarf would you like? You'd love to be a clother, no beard preference. All right. Let's see. What do I have for clothers? I got quite a few clothers actually. Let's give you a happy clother. We're praying to the amethyst. Ball of lint. He is very slow to anger. And he is a pessimist, and he tries to keep things orderly. He has a sense of duty, and he is trusting. He does not easily hate or develop negative feelings, and could be considered rude, and he has a tendency to consider ideas and abstractions over practical applications, and he is quite ambitious. And he often acts with compassion. He occasionally overindulges, and generally acts with a narrow focus on the current activity. Dreams of mastering a skill, personally sees the concealment of emotions as a betrayal, and tries to never associate with such secretive fools. And he values tranquility and a peaceful day, and sees merrymaking as a waste and dislikes cooperation. He likes Selfrite and Billin and Yellow Diamond and Orange Wood and Spotted Webgong and Reindeer for their large herds in the sight of the festive suitor, and when possible prefers to consume giant cave toad and persimmon wine. And most recently, he said, how can society function without loyalty? We must be able to have faith in one another. Well, cheers. Wanderkin the second. Wanderkin, what kind of dwarf am I giving you? Actually, should I give you your kid? Should we name your kid Wonderkid 2? We don't have to do that, but that would be kind of cool. Good dwarf, someone true to life? Hell yeah. Let's see if we can find your kid. That your kid? Nope. Well, actually, hold on. That might... What was Wonderkin 1 named Soxul? I can't remember what Wonderkin 1 was. Actually, what was your... I can't remember what your lover's name was. Because you probably lost your name when you died. The Bone Carver? Problem is, I've got too many dwarves whose parents are dead. That's too many Batmen in this fort. Also, yeah, that is kind of a lot of kids. We'll get there. Nil was the last one I did. Bessemer. Unless, like, your kid went and died, which is actually possible. Logan the administrator. Huh. How many beekeepers did I have? Enough. I don't have any bees, right? So they don't stay beekeepers very long. Actually, hold on. Yeah, I have no idea. So I don't know if that plan is possible. I would have had to write the name down, I think. Like, my suspicion is it's this kid. This is my suspicion. I'm like 99% certain. I'm like 98% certain it's this one. Because it's the same hairstyle that that dwarf had. Also got attacked by the dead, which checks out. Never on chores, but always have some toys, but they never seem to be happy. Find me kids in real life that are happy. They can be your successor as a reincarnation. Okay. My advice if you're trying to keep kids happy is have public guild halls. And put toys in the public guild halls. 2 or junior? What do you want? You like 2? Wonderkin the second. Better we could call you like Wonderkindle or something, but then you'll sound like Amazon branding. Personality. She is often inflamed by hatred and develops hatred towards things. She is extremely confident in herself in situations requiring her skills and is greedy. Very greedy. Prefers to be alone and is pleased by her own appearance and talents, and she thinks that she is fairly important in the grand scheme of things. I like this dwarf. She has an active sense of humor, and she is somewhat uncomfortable around those that appear unusual or live differently from herself, and she tends to consider what others think of her, and she tends to be a little tight with resources when working on projects, and she is brave in the face of imminent danger. Future soldier. Can handle stress and is a friendly individual. Is grateful when others help her out and tries to return favors. Needs alcohol to get through the working day. Dreams of creating a great work of art and personally views tranquility as one of the highest ideals and considers craftsmanship to be relatively worthless. Dreams of creating a great work of art. Likes brass, aquamarine, unicorn hoof, the color pumpkin, quivers, beds, and blue peafowls for their coloration. And the words of the page of aquamarine on the site of the musical Blossom, and when possible prefers to consume cherry wine and absolutely hates bats. So every single dwarf at birth is an alcoholic. M12G. Dwarves need alcohol to live. Think about it this way. Humans need water to live, right? We're 70% water. Dwarves are 70% alcohol. So dwarves need alcohol to live. And on that, Sanic RS, the gem cutter, has created Cobam, a shell opal bone opal door, and offers it to the whales of drowning. That's pretty rad. It's worth 2,750, and this is a shell opal door. All craftsmanship is of the highest quality. It is encrusted with a single cut shell opals. That's really pretty. Yeah, I agree. I'm gonna place this door if I can. I don't actually know if I can. I want to put it like right here. Yeah, it's not letting me. All right, so I'm gonna put it like right there and right there as part of this. I also don't know why the value of this thing tanked. All of these things tanked down to like nothing. Oh. No? Okay, I don't know. So many legendary doors. Yeah, so many legendary doors. All right, chat. It's been a 10-hour stream, and I'm planning on doing a stream on Saturday. So I think I am going to call it here. We did make progress. I sorted out the bedroom deficiency issue, built another tavern, we built a prison. This was supposed to be like 4 different things. We got a second squad started. We got mist generators built. We built a better forge. It's still not perfect, but it's a better forge. I have a broken minecart that I'll figure out eventually. Looking forward to it. So don't run off because we're going to raid somebody. But what I would like to say is, chat, it's time to say bye, YouTube.
And you got Streamlabs. And most importantly, Streamlabs has you.
I hate it. Thanks for the $1. Thanks for all the bits today. Thanks for all the gift subs. Thanks for tuning in, hanging out. I assume some people followed me. I don't have followers on, so but thanks if you did follow me today. And yeah. Today's been fun. We're gonna do a stream on Saturday. I'm thinking Caves of Cud, like just a Caves of Cud day, just like 6 hours of Caves of Cud or something. So we'll be doing some cuddly things on Saturday. There might be a stream on Sunday too. Depends on how I'm feeling. And secret stream tomorrow probably on the bot account, which is this. So that'll only be like an hour and a half though. And stuff will go up on YouTube over the weekend, and there will be a new